start the YouTube stream, any conversation here will go out on YouTube as well.
Ooh. Okay. Yes, it's working on the YouTube stream. I'm just seeing a static graphic on the Facebook stream at the moment. I'm just seeing a static graphic on the Facebook.
Good morning, people.
Good morning.
It was I earlier on when they thought I was you, Mr. Hughes. So I've changed my name. Coffee is required.
I'm not getting any audio. Can anybody hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can hear you, Andrew. Can you hear me?
Oh, right. Okay, I do have some audio. You're all just being incredibly quiet.
Yeah.
I think everybody's muted.
Yeah.
Turned everybody off.
Oh, sorry. There I was thinking there was no sound coming out the computer.
You should hear something in a few minutes.
I think it's just the way you check though, because there's always a chance.
No, that's all right. I was just having one of those moments.
Yeah, I've just spotted a deliberate mistake as well, but never mind. Price of the newsletter archive. Never
Can
mind.
anyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, me.
Can I be heard?
That was rather loud.
Yes, aye, you
I'll
can.
switch. Yeah, then. Someone was doing a heavy typing a little while ago.
That's much too loud, that. You could do it turning your mic down a bit.
Me? Okay.
Yeah. John.
Yeah.
Or possibly be slightly further away from the mic because it's sounding very boomy.
Yeah, okay. I'll,
That's better.
It is, yes.
Is that all right?
Yeah, really good.
Okay, fine. I'll sit back. I was leaning forward to grab hold of the mouse. Right, I'll switch my video and audio off now.
I shall go back to work actually trying to make sure I've got something to demonstrate.
I find on these Zoom sessions, usually somebody's much too loud and somebody's much too quiet, and I have a twiddle knob volume control I've added to my system so I can instantly turn people up and down.
I know, it's worrying. Okay, all right. All right. Yeah, the Facebook stream. Sorry, the YouTube stream has now changed to the Zoom meeting. So just need the Facebook one to do same, and we can get cracking. It's confusing watching 3 screens at once. I'm not used to that. A phone, a tablet, and a monitor. So I don't know whether I should be, but I'm not seeing any change to the Facebook stream.
3 screens would be a bit much even for say for Beeblebrox.
As far as I know, we're streaming to Facebook at the moment. So
Okay.
Descent thinks it is.
It just could be that this is frozen or something.
There's quite a long delay between it going out and coming back, as far as I can see.
Yeah. I'm just seeing a static graphic, but if anybody else can confirm it's working, then I'll be happy to accept that. Oh, I've lost it anyway. Well, I'll just have to assume that's working. So, almost past. Okay. Well, they say the YouTube's fine. It's just that but it may well be that I'm looking at on a phone, and it may be that it's effectively frozen for some reason. Not to worry. Good show. Well, it's 10:30, so good morning all. And how many have we got? 43 at the moment on the Zoom meeting, and including me and an unknown number watching on the streams. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first, and I hope the last, online Wakefield show. I say the last because I'm hoping very much that next year, a year from today, we'll be able to have a proper show, a physical one, where you actually get to talk to people face to face without fear of infection. So 23rd of April, 2022, that's the date we're looking at. So first guest up this morning is, I believe, Tony Bartram from AMCOG. Are you there, Tony?
I am here. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Just a quick word, by the way, that I'm sure most of you know, somebody's clacking on a keyboard. I don't know who it is, but if you wouldn't mind muting yourself.
Can we have everybody muted unless they're actually talking?
Yes, that would be a good idea. Perhaps Ruth can do that. As long as I don't mute myself. Yeah, those of you using Zoom under Windows, when it comes to the Q&A session, you can unmute yourself temporarily by pressing the space bar, apparently, which is quite good because it could save you embarrassment later when you forget to mute yourself and you're heard swearing at your partner or the kids or the grandkids or the dog, or eating or drinking noisily or anything like that. I don't know if that also works on the Linux and Mac OS versions, but maybe it does. So, Tony, I've got my very expensive kitchen timer here.
Yeah, I've got a timer as well.
5 minutes before the end, which you're due for an hour session. That's just to give you've got a few minutes to wind up so that we can start the next talk on time. That's okay.
That's good. All right.
So, right, Tony, I'll hand over to you, and yeah, off we go.
Right, I'll share my screen. I'm going to click share sound, which is quite important, just to remind other people as well. So hopefully you can see my screen. Please tell me if you can't or you can't hear me.
Yes, your screen is sharing, yeah.
Fantastic. So my name is Tony Bartram, and I've been using RISC OS for, oh gosh, ages, 7 years nearly. I'm releasing games over 6 years. And today I'm going to do a couple of things a bit differently, and hopefully that'll work. So I'm in the store as of now. There is a new title from AMCOG, and it's also has a discount on it for just the duration of the show. So I'm going to talk about that. I've also got a new set of updates to the development kit, which are being released later this week. Didn't quite manage to get it done in time for today. So I've been sort of testing the game a lot, which is quite good fun, actually. And then I've got some updates to our virtual sound chip, our improvement to the RISC OS sound system. Now, I've always wanted to demonstrate all the games I've done, but this would take ages. And as just previously mentioned by Rick there, it's not practical in terms of the time we have, which has been carefully limited, and I'm tracking it as well. But I have a solution to that. I'll show you what it is in a minute. The new title is called Spy Mission, The Ice Caves of Dr. Atom. So you're a spy, gone to Antarctica, and you have unfortunately been captured and have to escape in a nuclear-powered car, fighting past robots, etc. Which is all good fun. This is a bit like a sideways scrolling space game with a car. I was inspired to do this because of Vince Hudd's talk at the London show, as I originally did something similar when I was about 12, but it was a little bit more simple. I've never released it because it's not particularly brilliant. Might do so if I ever make some improvements to it. Because I've done quite a lot of games. I think apparently this would be about the 17th or something in total for RISC OS. I got a bit fed up with doing maps and tiles and doing things in the same way. So I thought it would save me a lot of effort if I got the computer to do it for me. It's generally a good rule of thumb. I was wrong because it was a new game engine, effectively, or an addition to the existing kit and a new way of writing something, which didn't initially work. And I had to spend quite a bit of time making it work acceptably. But that was good fun and interesting. So a bit of maths in front there generates the cave. It has a random number generator in it and a couple of counters that run against each other, creating interesting effects. So I quite enjoy that sort of thing. I might one day plug it into my sound chip and discover what it actually sounds like. It might sound interesting. This game, also like games of years ago, employs scrolling. So I'm drawing from the right and scrolling to the left, which creates a modifiable background. You get holes in the walls and you can damage it, spill oil and so on, which you can't do if I'm just trying to calculate and drawing a map. I've got game objects over the top. I have multiple weapons. I also, in the same spirit, and this was suggested in the beta that was run recently, so you could see some visible damage, say on the master boss robot at the end. So that was fun to modify the graphics in that way. So it doesn't all look like this. This is what the procedurally generated caves look like. You've got a couple of robots, an unusual looking car, which has no reverse gear, incidentally, and some ammunition to collect. I have programs in the game in order to provide some structure and some variation, so that it's not just a simple type of game, such as Infinite Bundle was demonstrating this recently. It's not all procedurally generated. There is some structure in there and some variation. I think that's quite important, really, if it's going to be a commercial game. So in this game, I had a different strategy. Rather than having a certain number of lives or shield energy, you have a nuclear reactor that takes a certain amount of time to cool down. And that means you sort of don't run out or have to worry about collecting energy to protect yourself. And it changes the dynamics of the game. You get warnings, smoke coming out and things of the car, flashing lights and sirens to warn you to let it cool down. Different weapons have different advantages. You can fire lasers and melt the ice going right. You can fire shells and make bigger holes. And so it's, for the synthesizer aficionados, I use something called pulse wave modulation to make a nice buzzing sound for the laser, which is a bit different. So just to say, it's good to support something new on RISC OS, and it also gets children playing it, which I've done. And also understanding how software works. That originally got me into computer software, pulling apart computer games and making them work. And I've got some very simple ones that children have had a go at modifying. So that's quite important from an educational standpoint. It's not very expensive. They have original music. They run with dedicated use of the CPU. The sound effects are real-time synthesized, so they're not the same every time. And that's a bit novel as well. Some cool things you can do on RISC OS you can't do anywhere else very easily. So yes, later this week, I'm releasing a development kit update. I want to make RDSP easier to use and understand. So in RDSP itself, which is also in the game kit, I'm putting some helper routines where you can say, I want to make a particular kind of sound and describe a few parameters on it. Say I want it to be loud or slow or whatever it is, or bright, and it will go and set up the parameters for you in a procedure. There are new graphics. My daughter's contributed some, new sound effects, a new example, which I'm adding in. So it's something, a Space Invader type of thing. And obviously more description of how to use it so people can understand what's possible. Quick word about RDSP. So it's sort of the fantasy sound chip I would like to have had on my computers years ago. It has 16 channels rather than 3 or 4. It has a synthesizer in it, so like the kind of musical instrument synthesizers you get. And you had a little bit in the Commodore 64. You can change the pitch of the samples if you want to use samples rather than it generating waveforms. And so that's a bit like you had on the Amiga. And if you had in RISC OS, I think the built-in sounds, there was discussion recently about them being limited, but you could just use this instead if you wanted to quite easily, and it would work as an in-place replacement for having a slightly better suite of sounds. And it's possible to load all the sounds you'd need for a, say, general MIDI. I'm looking at adding that in a convenient way, but I may not have it when I release this later in May, but I might do. Depends how much work is involved. You can also record the sounds as it makes and take them off RISC OS if you want to. It's different to a standard sort of instrument you get on your professional workstations, what they call VSTs, which is a virtual synthesizer, I think, because it has things like the BBC Micro did, modulatable noise, a kind of envelope that will step in big jumps over intervals, which you don't get on a synthesizer. They just don't work that way. So that means you can do different things that you maybe can't do anywhere else. So I'm releasing that later in May. I'm putting some new effects algorithms into it. I've got a tracker, which I'm sort of finishing off. This is basically a simple way of playing music using RDSP. As I mentioned, it is basically a musical instrument. So that'd be kind of a cool thing to have on RISC OS, and I'd like to have a nice desktop UI in due course. It running in the shared sound interrupt means that you won't get latency when you drag the window about. So there's benefit in that. So an opportunity to be creative on RISC OS and do something different you can't do elsewhere. And mentioned and requested before, and be a long time coming, for my last talk at ROC, a key up implementation, which will help MIDI when you want to play it from a keyboard. That's new examples and manual updates. So I'm going to do a video demonstration in a minute. So I'm talking over slides I wrote earlier. So it occurred to me I can talk over a video of me playing it. That way I'll demonstrate what I want to rather than getting confused, pressing the wrong button, or other things that go wrong. It is in the Pling Store right now and on the website. Now, these are all the things I've written apart from that. And keeping to time, this takes about 30 minutes to go through. So I hope no one minds that. I've cut it and so that each one's not too long, I can talk and explain over the top, which I'm going to. So first of all, I'll go to the demonstration of Spy Game. Now, what I've done is I have put the volume lowish because this one's a little loud. If it's too loud, Rick, or anyone, please just let me know and I'll turn it down if you can't hear me properly. It came up on the technical test. So I press play. And to all intents and purposes, I could be running this on RPCMU. I should mention this is the first game I've written on the Raspberry Pi for a while, Raspberry Pi 3, and I did it on RISC OS Direct. So I've now got about a minute before it starts playing, so I can explain some things if I keep it to time. So you can define your own controls. You can use a joystick. I will eventually backport that to other games as well. And you've got kind of a background here which illustrates where the game is set. And I have a summary of the story there, just to remind you, it's you're escaping from Dr. Atom, who captures you. There's more of a story on the website. Key thing to remember is the reactor pressure is something you need to keep an eye on. You can also see how far you've got through the game toward the end, and you can enter a level code where it says cave rather than level for a change to go to a level and carry on playing from it, and it displays the last code in the current session. So we're going to start now. Let me know if it's too loud. So you've got original music, and this is guitar line. Yeah, I'm destroying the walls and the robots. First level's quite simple. What's going to happen in a minute is I'm going to die. I'm being very careless here. Passing forward, not really worrying about anything much. My reactor's flashing yellow. In a minute, it's going to start smoking, and almost immediately, I think, I didn't pay attention to the game, so that's a bit unfortunate. So I'm going to play another level now. Once I remember what the code was, I had to think about it. It was quite late at night. Here we go. There's a few different things on here. Right, we've got another music track. There were 4 in the game together. So it starts off very similar. There's a shell there, catching a laser over this bridge. And then you've got a wall of ice to get through. I think this game was originally inspired by Pie Hunt, back 10. For it, but it's not the same in any sense. Now I'm remembering here to let my reactor cool down, and so these hiding there to get a bit lower. Yeah, I'm nearly halfway through the level. Decided I want to use a different weapon. I'll set up and lasers don't stop. We have this nice buzzing sound from the laser energy there. You can use the power up quite easy. Right, getting a bit critical. And the problems there, you probably can't see it on the screen, but they are sparkling. They animate the cartoon style. There are variations. And I'll show a little bit more at the end. This is timed at about 7 minutes. Getting a bit critical here. Let it calm down. There we go. So it's a different kind of way of not dying compared to, I think, most video games. And that took a while to get that to the level. Calibration.
The game sound is a teeny bit on the high side, Tony.
I can turn it down. I've got
only a teeny bit.
Oh, this is the loudest one. I'll go back there. You can see. Unfortunately, I died. It killed me. What we'll do is I'll go back a tiny bit because this is a wonderful thing I can go back in time, so I can't normally do. Just so you can see, there's actually a bit of damage occurring on the master robot at that point. Now, if I get myself on the mixer, which I don't seem to be able to do because I'm demonstrating, this is why I know that the demonstration devil will bite. Anyway, the next game's quieter, so we should be okay. We'll carry on briefly since you missed that bit. I'll just show a little more, and I think the other games are a little quieter. Otherwise, we'll make it work in a minute. Right, I don't play this throughout. These are like cartoon-style mines, which you can't destroy. but if you hit them, they cause quite a bit of damage. See, that's gone quite high. That can destroy you instantly, potentially. As well. Right. Well, I think, yeah, you know, you can kind of see what's going on. The last thing I demonstrated on here was I demonstrate the oil here, radioactive oil. Makes you skid forward. Of course, you probably crash and kill you. Group box here. I managed to beat it. I think in order to run for time, because you've kind of seen what that's about now, we can go on to all the other ones, and that way this will help. This will make Rick happy that we won't overrun. So I just need to get it to go to the video folder, which I can do by making it behave itself. I presume this is because I'm in Zoom. I presume that's why it doesn't want to actually select things that I go to. So we will solve this in the following way. I'll double click that. Well, I'm going to stop sharing temporarily and reshare in a second. Because evidently this is a feature of sharing if you can't get to your desktop. Funny, isn't it? The irony of it, you're trying to avoid a problem by running videos. Aha, this works. Right. I will make this work because I'm stubborn. Right. Okay. I think we'll get this to work with a bit of persistence. Hooray. Good. So all I have to do is pause that, get back to Zoom. Doesn't matter what you do, you still get the demo devil biting. Right, share my screen. Again, sharing with sound. And with the fair winds, we're going to be able to see this. Hopefully you can see this. Right, what we've got here is the very first game that I released, which is a tube shooter. So I've decided to play it in French. I should mention, you can play this game in French or German. And two very kind people said they would translate it for me. So I decided it's too hard to play it with mouse last night, so I decided to play it with the keyboard. We have about sort of 7 or 8 music tracks. And you go and have to destroy the overlords, basically. It's like Space Invaders, but in a combination of 3D. I think my graphics have got quite a bit better in the last 5 or 6 years. I found new ways of doing it. Hardest bit for me was coming from 8-bit platforms. That there is a wormhole, which you can go through. We go to avoid this force wall here. And I skip forward a bit, otherwise you have to wait quite a long time for you to reach this point, which might get you a bit better. And I think I skip forward again so you can see us reaching the boss in this. In some ways, Spy Mission has some similarities with this game, but probably a bit better, and I died. One of the best bits of this game, I was told, was the end music when you died dramatic. But yeah, it's not perhaps one of my best ones, but it's now available in this kind of direct. People said at the time they really liked it, but I felt I could do a bit better. So after this, I wrote something called Legends of Magic, which is basically a puzzle game. It has 2 quests within it, a 70,000-word novel, and is the only game I've released so far with a proper editor in it. So you can alternate between the quests. It has some hints and information here. Not strictly isometric because I didn't get the ratios quite right, but there are games like this. So one of the children, my customers at 9 years old, suggested you could have a bag in this game that you could collect the objects. You could have more than 3. And I incorporated that into this quest and an update. So you can collect the treasure. The idea is you have to collect all 120. You can drink some health potion here. You can fight some monsters. You can solve puzzles. The puzzles tend to be very much the same sort of thing you'd have in Castle Quest or Citadel years ago, except that you're looking down. Another thing about the game I could have done a better job of was the walk animation. Again, I found better solutions for that, including rotoscoping, where you draw over an actual subject, trace it, and then do it. But yeah, it still works. It's just it looks a little bit robotic, I think, one reviewer said. But the game's fun. A lot of people really enjoy this. I had my first show, I did this, one child was playing it for 3 hours. I didn't finish it, but they really enjoyed it. So that was great. So you can examine things as well. Here, you have certain kind of text interactions that show up on the scroll. And these are sort of monster type things there, which don't like you very much. You can fight them. Sword's better than what I've got. I only have an axe for chopping down trees. So if you use the axe as a weapon, then what happens is eventually it breaks. As you can see, bits are falling off of it until eventually it's just broken. Now, I didn't make those. I don't know if you can hear the sound effects, but there's some and things like that. That was made by someone in Germany. I got it off of a public domain archive. I didn't fancy doing that at the time. That's a teleporter, styled after the Repton teleporter. This is a busted Cleopatra, but in the game it's a guardian, which gives you gifts, advice, and helps you. Apparently a benign entity. Got a magic wand here, which I've collected. Go into the teleporter, and you can collect this little jewel there. That's an undead monk wandering over there. I styled it a little bit after the monks in Citadel, but it as a three-dimensional one. Well, you're looking at it down at an angle, so you see more than one side, rather than just a sideways view. I've got an axe, and I can go back, and I'm going to give this little jewel, just showing you one of the puzzles here, so quite a lot, to the Guardian. And I get a key back. I have some suitably cheesy writing there. Beware, the monks are undead. There we are. There's only so much you can do in a little bit of text. That's my excuse. So there we got our rather unfriendly monk. Doesn't want me to come in. Just zaps you with a bit of electricity. But you can stun him, at least for a moment. And then you can head up to the door. I should mention this is the first. I didn't have RDSP finished at this time, so I was playing samples back with Tim Player, which is possible to do if you can create tracker files. And I had a program to do that. But I couldn't play many samples at once. It was a bit limited for that. Open the door, keys of no further use. And we have a scroll here, which you can use. That sort of illustrates the kind of puzzles you get in this game. Right, here we go. So I should point out, and hopefully this will run into it, you've got, okay. Well, it's out of order. Sorry, this is a drag and drop game, which I wrote. It's a very simple type-in listing. It's very simple, again, very easy for children to understand. Show how simple it was to write something like this. It's not very good. Maybe best forgotten, I don't know. It's good for teaching children how to code something in about 10 lines. I have a sneaking suspicion something's out of sequence in this video. So we might see the editor in Legends of Magic. We might not. I might have forgotten to include that clip. I did. Anyway, after the next game I released was Zeroid, after asking questions on the forums. This is basically like Further, but with some improvements. So in other words, a sort of road game where you have to stay on different parts of the road, have different effects. It's done with Plot 85, the triangle command in BASIC. All of it. And matrix transforms in BASIC. Green makes you go faster. Grey is a bonus color. Red stops you. Blue, you can't stop on it. You try, it won't work. It's basically supposed to be ice. This makes the screen skid, unpleasant. This purple colour makes you hover. The first level is more of an introduction to the different types of floors. Nice and easy. Just do a few levels here to show types of things you have in the game. There are 14 levels in total. The way the levels are written is they are broken go up and down as well. So it's not flat. Hard was slowing me down there. The way the game's written, you've got a path for the road to follow and a texture described separately. It makes designing the levels quite difficult, but which is why there's only 14. There's probably a better way of doing that, but it works at the time. On to level 3 now, getting a bit harder. Mud there, and I fell off on the bit that stops you and got sucked into a black hole apparently. I remember from the story. So try again. Jump over, can't move on the red bit. I should mention this piece of music was composed on a £6 keyboard that I bought at a car boot sale. It sounds quite good. It's actually the same sound chip as a Sound Blaster card. So it's alright. But it didn't cost very much money at all. I think I got a bit of a bargain there. Very quick look at level 4. And it's a bit more up and down. It's quite visually attractive, nothing else. It looked quite good as a demo maybe. But it's quite good fun to play this actually. And again, RDSP wasn't ready, so this one didn't have any sound effects. I decided I just leave that for the time being. Maybe it worked well with this music. Multiple lanes here. I think the last one I decided to play. That reached the end of the moment, hopefully. Make it look easy, but it isn't as easy as it looks. Everything's practice. I do a lot of testing because that's really important. So on to the next title now. Next game I released was Mop Tops, which is my Lemmings style game. So basically Lemmings, but with tools, I should mention. I called it Mop Tops because my boss used to call me. That's one of the passwords. No, anyone's ever found that. It's the worst password I ever came up with. My boss used to call me a Mop Top because of my floppy hair, apparently. Making fun of me gently. So you use these fans to blow these little characters across. They have drills and ladders and other things to use. This level just uses fans. Quite simple. Those plants at the bottom there kill the mop tops, apparently eat them. Yeah, it's all a little bit surreal, I suppose, but it's fun. If you like puzzles, there are 30 levels to solve. And I have some people have come up to me and said they have completed all the levels. Other people haven't quite managed to get to the end, which is fine. Always there for the future. Speed the game up so you don't have to wait in an ordinate length of time for these little yellow things to get to the exit. This is the first game with RDSP in it. That's one of the first RDSP sounds. So this one is a little bit lateral. You've been given dynamites in this instance. If you give one to them, you hear my daughter speak, and the mop top will blow up. That gives you a bit more room to drag these things about. So it's a bit like a sliding puzzle, this one. You just create some space for the mop tops to leave. I've got a ladder stuck on the left, which you have to pay attention to look around, I suppose. Maybe a bit cruel to put it over there. And you can put a ladder in, and then the mop tops climb up out and exit the level. There are more mop tops, I think, there than there. They're all kind of on top of each other, which actually makes it easier to solve the level. I just need one more bit of ladder. Now you only have to save one mop top, but if the other ones haven't died, then you lose. You basically have to get them all off the screen to win and save at least one. that was simpler than doing these percentage things that you have in Lemmings. I just thought I'd keep it really simple. I wouldn't try to do that type of thing. And then just very briefly a bit on this level. I don't play it to the end in order to keep to time. But you can, this one you can drag bits of background on to finish off the map. When they're in place, you can't move them. For the other objects, you generally can. For one special kind of object, you can't move things. It's like this gold-looking thing that we saw briefly. So yeah, in 2017, moving on to 2017 quickly to keep the time, the Amco development kit was released. The very first game I wrote with it was this Pengo clone, which was based on some graphics I did in the Amiga years ago and upscaled to make them usable. And it's just slide box kill things. This is my most popular title, having had hundreds and hundreds of downloads. This is free, basically, which is why it's quite fun. It works reasonably well. If you buy the game kit, you get the source code to it. The free one is crunched. Just because it felt it was probably appropriate to put some value on the game kit. But yeah, that's that way it follows, that form. Quite a simple game. That's how you die. RDSP sound there. And then moving on. The next game that I did, assuming it's still in order, is Cyborg. Yeah, I copied the Mutant Penguin game and edited it, basically. I made this in about a day or two. This is my version of Cybertron Mission, which is one of my favourite games for BBC Micro. Consequently, this is one of my favourite games as well. I really enjoy playing it, quite therapeutic. You're listening to a classic Roland Juno 6 playing in the background, by the way. I guess some of these graphics came from the Amiga or an unfinished game on that one. The RISC OS ones are better, though, than what I did on the Amiga. So much like in Cybertron. Oh, this was an easy level, I thought, to demonstrate, but no, it's somewhat full of robots and a bit challenging. Go for something you can't do. Show failure. So this thing actually will blow everything up if you get on it, but I died instead. A bit early. The blue thing down there is a teleporter, a bit like the safe in Cybertron Mission. So if I get on this thing this time, everything blows up on the screen. It's a bit like a power-up, but you have to use it in place. That big red button down there stops all the robots on the screen. Again, you've got some RDSP sound effects running in the background. Yeah, this is it's good fun. I think there's about 10 levels, or there's an infinite number of levels, technically. There are a number of maps, and it gets progressively harder up to about a certain level. I think 10 is where certain things max out. If you look carefully, you'll see I borrowed some graphics from Legends of Magic with Treasure. Just because I've had very little time to do it. So it seems easier to reuse what I had. And the background edge here with the yellow stripes, yellow and black stripes, was supplied to me on Facebook by someone very kindly as an improvement. I think I just show a tiny bit of this level. Don't think I show too much of it. Just to illustrate that the maps are different. We've got multiple different tracks playing in the background. Yeah. Move on quickly to the next title in a minute, I think. So that's faded out. So next one, in the game kit, I have a demonstration game which is extremely simple called Sparky, sort of a reverse Pac-Man. What you have here is you have the ghost following you. You're dropping lights to banish them. It's very loosely inspired by a Commodore Plus 4 game called The Exorcist. You light up the maze in that game. You don't actually drop lights. And this is a tiny amount of code and uses lots of common code with using Penguin and Cyborg as well. So again, it didn't take very long to write, and it can be modified by children. And I think at least one game was made by one of my customers from this. I think it was Vicky Bookie, if I remember rightly. Was it adapted from this as a starting point? It illustrates how to write the games and how to use the kits. You've got a small amount of code, not that one. If we go into the project, the levels are just text, by the way. So they're really easy to edit in a text editor. but the code is tiny. I think it's just coming on screen now at the bottom there. It's a game loop, starting at repeat. It's mostly comment, and it finishes just about there with the until. It's absolutely tiny. And so everything's abstracted away, making it really easy to make things of this type. Not having to worry about API calls. I've explained a bit of how the sounds work there as well. So moving on, the next title I did, I was working on a game in the background, which was really proving very difficult to finish. That was a 3D first-person shooter, which we'll see in a while. So I did this one a few days before the show because I hadn't got the other one anywhere near ready. It was suggested by and it's basically a lot like Defender. It's not identical to Defender, but it's a lot like it. You can't, for example, pick up the life forms. You've got some additional spaceships to shoot. You've got music, which Defender didn't have. I play a bit of this. I'm pretty sure I bridge it, so we don't have to watch me shaking. Again, making it look easy, but not quite as easy as it may appear. This is my brother's favourite game that I've done. Good fun. Graphics are definitely relatively basic in this. Now when I'm fading out, that's when I'm changing it somewhere. I'll skip forward a bit. I think I'm demonstrating here what happens if you kill all the life forms, I think. Because like with the Defender, I let the planet basically blow up. Yeah. I'm shooting all the life forms now. Well, it seems like. There we go. So we can see what happens when they've all gone. That's fun. Dying in the process. One life form left, and you die relatively quickly. That's good fun. Play it like that as well. So, and this is the only game I have at present with a high score, just because of lack of time. I probably will change that at some point and incorporate it in other titles. Now, this is 2018 at this point, and after about a year and goodness knows how long, I've managed to finish this first-person shooter, which definitely is not an easy thing. Well, it wasn't easy for me to write. So you can play it in 2 modes. It has some levels from Vince Hud, which are quite challenging. It's permanently nighttime, and you have to wander around and collect ammunition, try and get your plane flying again, hoping that the world hasn't succumbed to zombies, which unfortunately it has. Way too much plot. And you've got, because of presumably, I think an experiment that went wrong, which is a cliche, isn't it? So you've got a moonwalking zombie, green thing. And this was, I do a lot of the music in the games. It's by mission, I've done all of it. But this one has some music started by a friend from university who records with me, Sim, who has created this track a while ago. And it really fitted well with this game. My daughter's suggestion was to make the zombies crumble to dust in the ground. It's all very child-friendly in that way. Zombie games go, if that makes any sense. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that I decided to show you what happens when you die in a minute. Because that's quite fun. So I'm going to die in a minute. Pretty sure, yeah, he kills me. It doesn't make it very convincing. He does actually kill me. My health is going down, as you can see on the top there. You've got radar show you where you are. And unfortunately, as you should, of course, in a zombie game, you turn into a zombie at the end. Do it forever to walk the island. Green, apparently. So that's good fun, actually. First time I tried to write anything like that. Now, I contributed to Drag and Drop, as we saw earlier. I contributed a game called Boing. Chris Dewhurst finished off the levels and added some sound effects. This game has music being generated by RDSP. And the graphics are demonstrating an article that I wrote in a magazine called about upscaling. So the whole game is 14 kilobytes in size, including the graphics. And the graphics are like on HDTV, they're upscaled. They're made bigger than they are actually in the code. It fills in detail and smooths them out, but it's not there. It's a relatively simple algorithm and not completely standard, but it illustrates the basic premise of upscaling. The game itself is fairly straightforward, but it's quite fun. I think I show on here the upscaling, comparing against the code. So you can see it's a sort of nice fuzzy sort of fuzziness to that image that's been calculated. It's not been done elsewhere. As I sent it, not how it appeared in the magazine, because you can see it easier in my original example. You've got the character graphics here. And there's not as much detail in the code as there is in the game. It's been calculated. You can sort of see it on the cherries that I'm fuzzing out the image, which is quite a fun thing to do, in illustrating how you can bring back older games which don't fit the modern resolutions. You can calculate color and calculate detail that there isn't room for. This is Stunt Drivers. It's a racing game. Let's move across the genres. So we are now at the end of 2018. So I think we're going to be okay for time. You can choose a car and you can race it. When you choose, it gets a bit bigger here. You get a nice sort of RDSB type sound. Now this is a bit loud musically. So I won't talk too much. Basically what you have to do is jump over the obstacles and race against the cars. I didn't do very well because I thought it was more useful to show you're not playing it perfect. That's my excuse. All very deliberate, of course. So jump over the ramps in your what looks like it's probably a Trans Am, not strictly. And yeah, they're cutting corners there. That seems a bit unfair, really, but there we are. I can do that as well, not as well as they can. So we go for another go. Losing quite badly, try and catch this one up. Well, I'm faster on the straights than they are, so you have an advantage. They played perfectly. I caught an oil there. Unfortunately, spun out, and that means I blew up, got hit by a car. There we are. That's what that game's about. That's quite good fun. After that, I wrote Escape from the Arcade in 2019, the 4th anniversary of Amcog Express. So it's a bit of a joke. Don't play this video game, we get sucked into it. This provides a kind of narrative plot device that enables me to do some video game style graphics and have unrealistic jump motion and things like that. Far too aesthetic. I do graphics for the first time here. Little ghost there and the little girl. You have these giant cherries which can replenish your health. You can go around. This is a lot like Castle Quest or Citadel. Very child friendly. I think the youngest person I know who's played this is probably 3 or 4. It's a lot easier than Castle Quest to control. You don't need a lot of precision to do it. Some of the puzzles need a little thought. I think I show a little clips of solving some aspects of the puzzles using the objects, but I try not to run too long. So there we go, jumping past the aliens, and then later on I've got a bomb, and I'll show you what you do with the bomb. It's covering her head. It's a bit heavy for her. You throw it, bowling ball, and it blows up the wall, and you can get through to the next bit. So you can throw objects around like you could in Castle Quest and have interactions. And you've got some nice spooky piano music, which I played. There's a key hidden up here. So in case anyone wonders where the green key is, it's over here. You can start again. Don't mind me showing them. Worth having a bit of an explore. There you go. So I've got the green key, and over time you lose health. You need to eat every so often to keep going. Unlike the earlier game, Legends of Magic, that doesn't happen. So there we go. Go down here. You can get what may look familiar. Yes, it's a scroll from Legends of Magic. I reused it because I like it. I do that very large, full screen, and then put text on it and reduce it down, because that looks a lot better than trying to draw something on it. So moving on, the next game was Star Mine, for which there is a PC Linux version, improved graphics, and I hope to port that stuff back. These physical objects that are being photographed. It's inspired by a BBC micro game called Star Maze. This one has the most advanced graphics of all the titles because these are photographs with digital enhancement. You can define your own keys. The first game I got that support and also joystick support. That's because you need more controls to make this work. There you go, got a little skull here. That cost me about £3.50 originally in Portugal. And I just sort of coloured it in a bit. So I've done more than that for some of the graphics. I made it a plasticine, air drying clay, foam board. This is a bit of rock from my garden, which I turned into an asteroid. The way this is done is it's tilted, the camera's tilted, if you like, so that I can rotate it on. And it makes it look like it's floating. Now yeah, so this is an earlier gameplay. That's a bit of shield energy. I don't remember what I did. Yes, that's the Blake 7-star spaceship. Made out of bottles, basically, stuck together with glue and painted white. That just works. I've always wanted to do that, so that was fun. I'm not quite sure where I cut this one. See how long we have left in the video. Not too long. Yeah, flying over a bit of spaceship there. Like a laser grid encapsulating you there. And, yeah, it's good fun. Just want to play a little bit more. The joystick apparently. I faded it out there. Right, so moving on. This a game I submitted to Drag and Drop magazine. It's basically about 8K in size, showing how to write a 3D game in a tiny amount of code. It should be called Attack of the Staples, really, because they look like staples, I think. Anyway, it's my homage to the Atari 2600 in terms of the sound and that's the style. Makes me think of that, those old video games. Very basic, but yeah, it just shows you how to write it. People can put it apart and see how to do simple scaling and projection. And I made it pretty much as simple as I could. But not much code. It's sort of quite fun as far as it goes, but not a great deal to it, really. Quite simple. Probably one of the simplest games I've written. And, yeah, so that's that. And the last game I released before today's one, I should point out the code here is really small. This is the whole code. See how many lines it is if I watch. 200. Do I scroll to the bottom? Can't remember. About 300 lines or so. Fairly straightforward in principle. And the next game I wrote, the last one prior to the one today, is Scuba Hunter. This is the last bit of the video here. It's basically Reptile underwater. I did the graphics by rotoscoping. As I mentioned, that gives more realistic modes of motion. You can set your level there, and you can start it here. You can start in a diving bell. So I went over a diver training video that shows you how to swim and traced over a few frames, basically. And I did the same sort of thing with the shark. The shark is an actual shark that I drew over to make it look like a cartoon. These problems are based on the order in which you do things. Collect fuels, just like you do in going on like rocks falling you. You die in this rather entertaining way. Yeah, you just have to do things in the right order if you don't get very far. There we are, really. So, you know, you can got some exploding sharks over here. Catch some jewels there, and probably just mentioned exploding sharks. I don't know why I made it do that. I suppose I thought it was funny at the time. There we are. I think that's pretty much it. Nice, gentle, relaxing music. appropriately game over. Now, I'm going to stop sharing at that point. And I hope you can hear that. There's various things in the chat over there. Here we go. I'll try and answer some questions, if that's okay. Did you manage to see it? I guess you managed to see it all right. Here we go. From the top then. Okay. Yes, I've had a haircut. Well spotted. Shocked my hairdresser. I haven't had my haircut for 4 months.
Right, I think there was a query about rotating a sprite somewhere.
Yes,
Was that the
indeed.
rotoscoping thing?
So the rotoscoping is where you take a picture, you do an overlay in your paint tool, and you draw around the outside in pencil. That's what they used to do at Disney to get a realistic motion of objects. And you can do that for walks and things, and you know, it makes it far easier to do, essentially. So the rotation is where you are just causing the RISC OS rotate routine. I've got a game kit function for that specifically.
I think the rest were just very complimentary about different aspects and how many you'd done and all that sort of stuff. I think you're one of the most prolific recent RISC OS games developer.
That's very kind. It's good fun developing on RISC OS. I find it easier to be creative at performance and not being distracted, as I've mentioned before. And I have a coffee machine, which means I don't sleep.
Yeah, ever.
Well, not probably as much as I should.
Yeah. I'll let anyone else pop in with any questions now.
Sure. That's very kind. Captain Caveman, yes, Vince Hunt is right. I was thinking of Captain Caveman when I did that. Was that a Borg cube? I suppose it could be, but not for copyright reasons. Attack of the Staples. Yeah, so that's that should hopefully turn up and drag and drop. It just depends on when it fits in the time. Not missing photorealistic rights and carbon graphics in one game. Better if just one type with the other. Thanks. If there's any questions about, as I say, the game kit is available. I'll be updating that. All the source codes included with all the titles. Source codes included with RDSP, which is my own synthesizer there. People are free to take code and use it for what they like. But obviously prefer not to clone things. It's the only thing I would ask. Are there any other questions? So, Rick, we're doing all right for time. It's 5 minutes.
Yeah, they've all gone very quiet.
I raised my hand, but I don't know if you saw it.
I'm sorry.
Well, no worries. Terje Sleppe from Norway. I just want to join in saying that I'm very happy that things are happening still on RISC OS. I have an ARM X6 computer, and I had Acorn stuff from the BBC time. I'm 54 now, and I love RISC OS, and I'm very happy that even games are being developed. So thanks a lot.
Welcome. Are there any other questions?
Just a quickie about the listings. You said you had a couple of things in a magazine. Can't remember which one you said.
Drag and Drop has got several, and hopefully the Monotron game would appear in there at some point soon. It's previously had the Boeing game. I had some illustrated code to show how you did upscaling, basically, and I put it into that as an exercise.
And that's a purchasable PDF magazine, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Cool. But again, if anyone thinks of anything and wants to drop me a line over email, you can do that anytime. And I'll say
yeah. If something subsequently pops up on the chat, I believe we'll be capturing the chat anyway, so we can point things in your direction if need be. Well, an hour's flown by.
Yes.
Hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Well done.
Have you had a haircut recently, Tony?
I have indeed. I had a haircut.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I was just going to say, you look a bit shorn compared to last time I saw you, aren't you?
Yeah, it's sort of mop top, literally, as per my boss's description.
Yes, it's not the pudding basin job then.
No, not this time.
Very good. Well, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Cool. Thanks for having me.
So, we've got a couple of minutes to nip to the loo or whatever they want to do before we start the next talk. I've had apologies, by the way, from somebody called Jackie Weaver. Apparently she can't be with us today, hosting some sort of parish council meeting, apparently. That will just go down in the annals of history, that will.
Is that the 5-minute argument, or is it the full half hour? That's the one, yes. No one left standing at the end of it, though, that's from what I remember.
Look, I'm sitting down.
And that's how arguments start.
Oh, no, it isn't.
I'm not being deliberately obtuse, but...
Well, I live quite near Barnsley, and they used to say a Barnsley miner could start an argument in an empty room. And I've known a few, and it's true.
Is the microphone working, please? Can someone tell me?
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
it is working.
absolutely fine. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Is Andrew Rawnsley there? I heard his voice earlier.
I hope so.
Yeah, that looks like you. Yeah, good. Are you well?
I noticed Chris checking his mic, so I'm expecting to be harassed from Chris during the the talk.
Oh, well, we'll shut him up if he's a nuisance. So you're on for the next couple of hours.
Until everybody falls asleep, I think.
Yeah, Sophia talk and Q&A, and then there'll be a half-hour sort of lunch break so people can go and get a bite to eat, go to the loo, whatever else they want to do. So, well, over to you, Andrew.
Thank you very much indeed. Am I full screen, or it's still? Yeah, there we are. Super. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm normally doing an afternoon slot, so it's interesting to be doing a first thing in the morning. Well, for me, first thing in the morning slot. Good to see everybody here. I'm going to start by talking about RISC OS developments and the various projects that RISC OS developments has been working on. The first hour, broadly speaking, will be RISC OS developments. Second hour, broadly speaking, will be RComp and RComp Interactive. If there's time, there'll be questions and answers between each. If not, we'll have to do all the questions and answers at the end of the RComp session. Apologies. I'm seeing that it's saying that I'm very quiet. Oh, somebody else is saying the volume is fine there, so I'll assume we're okay. Okay, super. Right, we're going to start on RISC OS developments with a look at the new pin board that we're developing. For a little bit of background first, for those unfamiliar with RISC OS developments, the company was set up a few years back, I think probably 3 or 4 years back now, initially to develop a state-of-the-art web browser project for RISC OS, and that has expanded over time when the opportunity to actually purchase the RISC OS IPR came up, when Castle needed to exit the market for financial reasons. RISC OS Developments has taken on the whole of the RISC OS IPR, and now that we actually own the operating system, clearly we want to see that operating system flourish and be used all over the world. So the company has, over the last few years, initiated a number of projects with the goal of improving, expanding, and increasing the market and audience for RISC OS, because the last thing we want to do is see the audience dwindle and dwindle and dwindle. Instead, we want to see RISC OS growing and finding home in uses all around the world. And that's been a successful project for us. We've seen interest from RISC OS from the 4 corners of the globe. And through projects like RISC OS Direct, which I'll talk about later, we're finding new users and drawing people in at the younger end and the traditional older end too. One of the things that we are looking at with RISC OS is how to tastefully improve the experience of the operating system so that new users feel more comfortable and existing users get more functionality. And one of the big areas that we felt had languished for a long time was the pin board. This takes up most of the space on your screen, apart from the icon bar, and yet has always been a fairly passive thing. You can place icons on it, save that, and have a wallpaper, and that was pretty much it. other operating systems had rather passed RISC OS by when it came to their desktops. And so we felt that the RISC OS pinboard was a good place to start in enhancing the operating system. I'm now going to screen share onto my ARMX6, and hopefully you'll be able to see my RISC OS desktop. Is that working?
Yes.
Super, that's great. So at the moment, I'm running the traditional RISC OS pinboard. If we press menu, you can see only a few options. I've got a few things pinned, and that's pretty much all there is to it. I'm now going to load the new pinboard 2, which you can beta test today simply by dropping us an email and requesting access to the test version. We will email you back a copy of the test version, and there's no strings attached on that. Anybody who's interested in trying out pinboard 2, just write to us. We're more than happy to provide you with a copy. I've now loaded the new pinboard. You'll notice that the icons that were previously pinned to the pinboard have red pin icons in them now. This is to distinguish between items that are pinned to the pinboard, in other words, applications that may live elsewhere on your hard drive, and files and documents that we can now save to the pinboard. It's worth digressing very slightly to the pinned items because they're somewhat unique on RISC OS. Traditionally, every file that you see on a RISC OS machine corresponds to an actual file on your drive. And the pinboard is one of the very few ways that a RISC OS computer can actually have links from one location to another. So things that you pin on the pinboard live all over your hard drive, but they actually appear in one place on the pinboard. So in order to indicate that, we now have the pin icon. Conversely, I can say start a text document. And I can now save that text file to the pinboard. And you will notice that that text file does not have a pin icon in it because it is saved to the pinboard. And this is how we can now distinguish between items that are pinned and items that live on the pinboard itself. The actual location is fully configurable, so you can choose where it stores it. By default, it's in the pinboard folder within boot choices, but you could set that anywhere you like. Files on the pinboard have access to a usual filer menu. They can be copied, renamed, deleted. You can count the size of them and bring up file info, etc., just like an ordinary filer window. So the pinboard on pinboard 2 is treated just like a folder or in the filer that you would normally use. The icons on the pinboard can now also be pinned in place, because a lot of people were reporting that they were dragging icons around by accident. So we can now lock the position of icons. And now if we try and drag these icons, they're now fixed in place. Makes it much more convenient to use your desktop when you're not overly accurate with the mouse. You don't find yourself accidentally copying and moving things around or dragging things into places you don't want. Again, just highlight it, selection, unlock the position, and then they're back to normal. You'll see up here that we have what we call a sticky note. Sticky notes are a new aspect of pinboard 2. You create a sticky note simply by pressing the menu button and going new sticky. They are writable text areas that you can adjust the size of. You can change the colors, you can give them a title, and you can see when I put my pointer over it, it's got the RISC OS developments title. And these are some notes for what I'm going to be talking about during the talk. You can edit those, you can export the text, you can set the colors, you can change the fonts. So for example, I usually quite like having things in Sassoon for sticky notes. I think the slightly handwritten look looks quite nice for a sticky note. So I can change that there. Pinboard 2 will automatically save things when you shut down, although that is configurable. And indeed, almost all the functionality is configurable in the new configure plugin. If I press menu as before, I can click configure, and you can see that there are now multiple sections to the new pinboard. Starting with the background, the image that I'm using on here is actually a very, very wide one designed for a 3440, 1440 resolution monitor. At the moment, we're using standard scaling, which scales to the space above the icon bar. New feature in Pinboard 2 is the full screen option. If I click that and set, you'll notice that things seem to move down a little bit in the background. This uses the full resolution of your desktop, including the space behind the icon bar. You may wonder what the point of that is, but that's how operating systems like Windows and Mac work, where if you have a 1080p backdrop, it fills the whole of a 1080p screen, including behind the taskbar or menu bars, etc. This means that if you've got a 1080p backdrop that you've downloaded off the internet and you use it on RISC OS, it doesn't have to be artificially scaled or modified. It can just be placed on the pinboard and used in the same way that it could be used on a Windows or Mac machine. Previously, you would generally either have to have a scaling factor applied, or you'd end up having to trim the image to fit because of the RISC OS icon bar. You'll also see that there's a carousel option, the idea being that you can have multiple backdrops and cycle through them as you go. That's a feature that's still being developed at the time being, so watch this space for that. There are also plain colors, the standard image, and you can set a background color. Under the appearance, we can choose the colors. We can use font blending, which I ought to have turned on because the backgrounds to those text icons looked very ugly. You can see now that once I turn on font blending, the icons blend properly with the background. We also have a draw outlined text option, which will put a shaded outline on the text. This will make it sure that text is always visible no matter the background color. So for example, if you have white text on a white background, the outline text will make that white text visible, much in the same way that Windows has a shading effect around its text when used on the desktop. We've also, if I go back there, we've also introduced the ability to choose the size of the icons on the pinboard. We can now have large icons, and let's blow it up. You see, this is why things are alpha and beta. Fantastic. I'm now unfortunately going to have to restart that machine. So I will keep talking while the computer restarts. We've added the ability to do differently sized icons on the pinboard. So, for example, some people like to cram as much information as possible on. They can use the small icons option. Meanwhile, we've added the big icons option for people who perhaps don't see as clearly. And if you choose that option, it will make use of Sprites 11 files, which are double detail files that many applications include, as well as the standard RISC OS ROM set, which includes Sprites 11 version of most of the RISC OS desktop. Excuse me for one moment. Just looking after the machine that's rebooting. Not my lucky day today with the pinboard demonstration, unfortunately.
It's what they call the law of product demonstrations. You know, the more important to customers, the less chance it is for actually working.
Yes, to be honest with you, I use it almost every day. Well, in fact, I do use it all day, every day, and I've never had any crashes out of it. So it's typical that we would see a problem once we try and tackle the exhibition. Other features of Pinboard 2 include the ability to cache image conversions. So historically, if you used a JPEG as a backdrop for the RISC OS desktop, it would try and constantly re-decode that JPEG, which would actually slow the whole computing experience down. The Pinboard 2 will allow you to cache the conversion so that the conversion is done once and then can be reproduced at full speed every time. That also allows you to use a wide range of image formats. So you can use PNG, you can use GIF, TIFF, basically any format that you can open with Change FSI is now usable as a desktop background. Beyond that, we've also added various minor features like the ability to use draw files on the pinboard to add watermarks to the corner of the screen. You'll see that later. And various smaller improvements to make the pinboard feel more modern and more useful. Right, okay. Finally, we're back. Hopefully you can see a desktop again, and hopefully if I run Pinboard 2, okay, we're back up and running. Super. As I described earlier, the pinboard location can be changed. You can choose whether it saves on exit and how it deals with overwriting files that are already on the pinboard. You can also control the setup of your stickies, the arrangement of the icons, and where possible, we've tried to maintain compatibility with the old pinboard in terms of the syntax and the files, as well as incorporating elements of the syntax used on RISC OS Adjust, so that pinboard files can be used across different generations of computer. Indeed, Pinboard 2 is quite happy running on a virtual Acorn system with RISC OS 4.02 or 4.39, as well as on a RISC OS 5 computer. So, Pinboard 2 available now, warts and all. Please drop us an email and we're more than happy to send you a copy to play with. Next up, I'm going to talk about our work on TCP/IP networking for RISC OS, which is a major project that we started at the back end of 2020. You may have seen on the rules website various bounties that they have relating to networking. Now, at RISC OS Developments, we were approached by one of our commercial partners who desperately needed the networking to be improved as quickly as possible for a project that they were working on. So without resorting to the rule bounties and therefore keeping rules funds free for other projects, we have tackled the thorny issue of networking on RISC OS and have developed a new TCP/IP stack, which is based on a modern OpenBSD networking stack. This incorporates features of IPv4 and IPv6 and also has the stack level support for wireless networking and all the modern networking features that you would expect in a modern TCP/IP stack. The work is, dare I say it, mostly complete. And indeed, this demonstration and this desktop that you're seeing is in fact running entirely on the new stack. And pretty much everybody inside RISC OS developments is now running the new stack on their computer. So if I do help internet, you will see that this is running on 5.83 dated 22nd of March 2021. The only feature that is preventing us making a beta release at the moment is that we don't yet have DHCP fully working. That the way it's implemented in the new stack is unlike anything else, I think would be the way to describe it. It makes use of a number of facilities that are sort of more Unixy, more Linuxy in nature, that are not traditionally available on RISC OS. So we have had to implement various messaging systems within the internet module to allow RISC OS to present those interfaces in a way that it will be friendly for DHCP use. I'm told that it's almost there, but didn't quite make it for the show. At the moment, we have drivers for the ARMX6 EtherTH, which has been the main development platform, primarily because that's the platform that's going to be deployed commercially. But we also have an Ether USB version, which has been worked up as a demonstration for programmers as to how to set up and work with drivers and how to create their own drivers. And as of lunchtime yesterday, we also have the guts of a Pi 4 driver, although that wasn't quite up to being demonstrated at the show. It has some issues with VNC server, which is what I'm using to share the desktop, so that would have been rather awkward in terms of using it for a demonstration. But the EtherTH ARMX6 driver seems incredibly solid, and pretty much every program that we test with it is now working, including things like Landman 98, which wasn't working last time I showed you. So I can sort of go to apps, get Landman 98, access my NAS. You can see there, just go straight in. The new stack hasn't yet been optimized for speed, but anecdotal reports are of significantly better performance than the standard RISC OS 5 TCP/IP stack. We've written the code to be as compatible as possible with everything that's gone before. So that's why programs like Landman 98 simply work without modification. And indeed, every program that I'm demonstrating is the same version that you would use on the normal stack. We haven't had to modify any applications for use with the new TCP/IP stack. It actually goes even further than that, because we've made several of the components of the new stack such that they will work on the old stack so that they can be integrated more quickly with the main rule build of RISC OS. This is particularly because some of the old modules used in the networking were closed source due to license reasons. And these have been implemented from scratch in the new stack in such a way that they will run on both old and new stack equally, depending on what functionality is available. So modules such as MBUF Manager and Resolver now exist in open source versions. In fact, that means that there's only one element of RISC OS that is now subject to non-disclosure if you want to develop it. And that particular element is not something that anybody who is using commercial RISC OS would likely to want to use. So as far as a commercial RISC OS user is or customer is concerned now, we have truly open source elements for all the core modules that you would want to use, which is quite important. It's hoped that those new open source Resolver and MBUF Manager modules will appear very shortly through the Rule nightly beta system. And the main TCP/IP stack is intended to be offered for public beta through Rule in the coming months. Of particular interest is the fact that this now supports IPv6, and the new Resolver module also supports both IPv4 and IPv6. IPv6 requires expanded commands to cope with the syntax of IPv6, unfortunately. But what we've done there, with a little bit of foresight, we hope, is created in the new Resolver module the ability to use one SWI on both the old and the new stack to do IPv6 compliant resolves. So basically, it detects what version of the stack is running on, and it will resolve accordingly. So if you do a resolve request with the new syntax on the old stack, you will get IPv4 and it will work. And if you do the resolve on the new stack, it will resolve to IPv6 and IPv4 through the new stack with the same command. This means that programmers who wish to take advantage of IPv6 can begin developing code with the new module and can do so right away. That code will then work on the old stack with the old the new resolver, which will be open source and can be used by anybody running any version of the modern TCP/IP stack, TCP/IP stack as per sort of rule version and later. I suspect it may even work on the old Acorn era TCP/IP stack, but we haven't tested that. MBUF Manager is primarily of relevance to network driver developers, but again, that is now open source and not subject to NDAs because it's being developed completely from scratch in a clean room environment. Indeed, the developer didn't even have access to any of the Acorn documentation, so that we kept it completely closed, and that allowed a completely clean room version of MBUF Manager to be created. Particularly exciting is the fact that the new stack includes the basics of Wi-Fi. There is a C source code file called 802.11, which covers the bulk of the stack level 802.11 wireless networking protocols. So in order to add wireless to the new TCP/IP stack, we simply need to create drivers for the specific pieces of hardware and bolt that into the 802.11 support that is present in the new stack. And to be honest with you, that's probably all you need to know. It's very close. We hope to have public betas in the very near future, and hope to release in cooperation with RULE. This is something that we talk about in each of our monthly meetings with RULE, and we hope that that will be coming to nightly betas as soon as possible. As I say, it's in live use on almost all the ARMX6s within RISC OS developments. I believe Richard has servers running on the top of it that are sort of live on the internet. To be honest with you, it's a solid piece of code. In due course, we hope to optimize performance further, but we now have a modern TCP/IP stack running on RISC OS. That leads me conveniently into the other part of networking that we are spending a lot of time developing, and that is the new web browser. I'm going to close this particular session and screen share a different window now onto my Forte. Okay, click screen share and Forte and share. And I am now going to show you the latest version of Iris. The big news with Iris as of this month is the inclusion of a JavaScript JIT, which stands for just-in-time compiler. This basically allows the JavaScript engine to go considerably faster. In synthetic benchmarks, we've seen improvements of tenfold or more, although in practice, I think better to be more restrained, but often it's sort of doubling in JavaScript performance. For most sites, that won't make a wild amount of difference, but at certain sites are very JavaScript heavy, and they show very tangible improvements to responsiveness. So we'll look at those in a moment. Perhaps the largest news for the show, I shall just go out and say it, we have now made Iris available to anybody who has purchased at any of the previous shows our OBrowser CDs. If you bought OBrowser and you got your CD, if you look on the CD, you will find a text file that tells you how to download updates. If you go to that website, you will now find an Iris for OBrowser zip, and you will be able to access the latest version of Iris and play with it on your own machines. Iris is now, OBrowser is now also available on Plingstore. For those of you not familiar with OBrowser, OBrowser was a project that we produced for shows a few years back to allow people to buy something to contribute to RISC OS development funds. It provided a front end at the time for Otter browser, and that's still available. And we've also in recent times made that a way of distributing Iris, the Iris beta, to a larger audience. As I say, consider it as a donation to RISC OS development's funds. This is a very expensive project to develop, but I think you'll agree with me that the results speak for themselves. If I go to the BBC homepage, for example, you will see that we now have a browser that will accurately display the BBC homepage. You can see interactive things happening, and accurate rendering. Each of these pictures is done with JavaScript. That's how they fade the pictures in and out as you scroll down the page, although they're coming in quite quickly at the moment, so you're not really seeing that happen. Perhaps a better test of the capabilities is Google Maps, which would obviously have been a complete non-starter on previous version of a RISC OS web browser. And you can see that that has immediately gone to the area around where I live. I'm not going to point my house out, but suffice to say that somewhere in that region is Acorn Central. We can even do the little drag and drop your guy, although this does get a wee bit slow, so you'll just have to bear with me. But there's Google Street View working on a RISC OS machine, and subject to how this will work with the VNC session, you can see that I can scroll around and use Street View as you would expect. Now, the minimum specification for Iris remains an ARMX6, but I will be honest that it does benefit from as much computer horsepower that you can throw at it, the better. So whilst computers like Raspberry Pi 4 and Titanium don't necessarily have sort of must-have applications previously, Iris does really take advantage of the extra oomph that some of these sort of higher clock speed machines can throw at it. But nevertheless, as long as you've got a reasonably nippy RISC OS machine like an ARMX6 or higher, you should be fine. And it will still work on sort of Raspberry Pi 2, Raspberry Pi 3, I believe, probably Panda board 2, but make sure you're up to date on your copy of RISC OS. Essentially, the older the machine, I would imagine, the slower some of the more complex sites will be. One that everybody likes to see is Amazon. The pandemic means that I think we all seem to use Amazon a lot more than we probably ought to. You can see that we've got the full desktop Amazon website, complete with sort of sign-in menus and things. And we can search for that, and boom, there you can see that we can use Amazon just as we would on a PC. We have facilities like a hot list, bookmarks. It supports RISC OS protocols like clicking on links in email clients, double clicking on files. We have tabbed browsing, so I can open up another tab. I came across this Electron emulator site earlier in today, which struck me as quite fun. So here we have an Acorn Electron being emulated in JavaScript in a tab in Iris. So I haven't tried Citadel, so I have no idea how that works. that seems to be there. I don't know how you play it on the Electron, but oh, there we go. I think the BBC version was a wee bit nicer, but you can see it. We're emulating an Electron in JavaScript in a web browser on RISC OS. So I think that's quite a nice little demonstration. Similarly for Acorn aficionados, another fun one that came up at the meeting of Rugal. Oh, let's have a little look at my history. That was working earlier. Acorn. This takes a moment or two to come up with the first page, but then seems to be okay once it's come up. He said boldly. We are working. Okay, not entirely sure what's going on there. Oh, Acorn Atom emulator off the table for today. It was working this morning, so I have no idea what's going on there. Possibly we've just been visiting too many other sites with that session. Favorite text sites like the Register just work beautifully. Complete with drop-down menus and the like. An interesting thing I came across the other day, which I didn't know about, was that you can save Wikipedia pages as PDF files. I hadn't spotted this before, but down the left-hand side, there's a download as PDF option. So I thought, why not try that in Iris? So we can click download. And it downloads, opens a save box. I can save that to my RAM disk. You can see the download. And now if we look in our RAM disk, there is the PDF. And for some reason, the PDFs tend to look a bit odd. You can see the colors on the graphics come out strangely in plain PDF. But nevertheless, you can see Iris downloading files from websites. We also have uploading in the latest version. So you can upload files. I'm told it works with things like Google Calendar. And indeed, I have had Iris working with Google Docs. I don't have an example page for this. Let's just see if Google itself can help us with this. It's always dangerous when you're doing things on the fly, because you have no idea what you're going to get. So if it blows up horribly, which has been my luck so far, Google Docs is an entire Office suite written in JavaScript, so it's a pretty evil test. It's not particularly fast, but then an entire Microsoft compatible Office suite written in JavaScript. It's not entirely surprising that it's not ridiculously fast, but it does work, and you can see it's not far. I would say it's far from unresponsive. I I think it's opened it in read-only mode because we're only getting a few options. If we download it as a Microsoft Word document, what happens? Oh, yeah, download box. Oh, okay, probably shouldn't have tried that. So yeah, Iris Beta still has a few rough edges, as you see, but coming along most excellently, and basically giving a modern web experience to RISC OS users. Available now if you've got O browser, and if you haven't got O browser, head on over to Plingstore where you can grab a copy and make a donation to funds and have a go. In due course, Iris will be made available free of charge once we've got it to a point where we think that it's not going to be sort of falling over and causing users grief. That basically, once we can get it to a point where the tech support burden is minimal, then it will be made available free of charge, because we don't have the resources to provide extensive tech support for web browsers, which I know from the past, with my Arcomp hat on, can be a huge undertaking. And even at the moment, it saps a huge amount of my time, which is why the Arcomp talk will be a little bit less eye-popping than the RISC OS development one. Sometimes Richard and I are spending 35 hours a week or more on RISC OS development, so it really does take a lot of our time to do this. But I think it's worth it, and we feel like we're really progressing things with RISC OS. Next up, on our little checklist, we have RISC OS Direct. RISC OS Direct is a project that we started just before the pandemic hit, February last year. The goal of RISC OS Direct was basically to create a version of RISC OS that would appeal to new users with as much software as we could arrange to include, so that the distribution was ready to go. You plug it into a Raspberry Pi, and it was backed up by a video series, so you could follow the video series and be introduced to RISC OS with our partners at Wi-Fi Sheep, and basically present a nice modern RISC OS ready to go, ready to download, and use that to essentially evangelize RISC OS with new users. The actual project, we bought in a huge supply of SD cards so that we could go out to Pi Jams and distribute cards to people, and actually encourage new users to try RISC OS by basically removing the barrier to entry. They just simply give them the card, or engage them in conversation first, give them a card if they seemed interested, and then they could literally just plug that into their Pi and try RISC OS. Of course, this project was completely scuppered by the arrival of the pandemic, and all the Pi Jams shut down. So Richard has a big bag of SD cards in his shed, awaiting the time when the pandemic is finally lifted, and we can finally go and make those cards available to the people who we want to share RISC OS with. In the meantime, RISC OS Direct provides an excellent fully featured RISC OS for anybody to download and use. As of earlier this year, we now support Raspberry Pi 4 and Raspberry Pi 400, and the system is designed to auto-detect networking. So depending on whether you plug it into an old Pi or a new Pi, it will auto-detect the necessary networking configuration, so that regardless of whether you're using Ether USB or Ether TH, just plug the card in, turn it on, connect a network cable, and off you go. You'll have RISC OS on the internet straight away. That's pretty much it for RISC OS Direct, I think. We're going to continue to expand that in due course. RISC OS Direct remains our preferred way to share RISC OS with new users, and we're going to continue working with Wi-Fi Sheep to produce videos and use the whole project to try and bolster RISC OS's attraction to new users, returning users, and basically anybody who wants to use RISC OS. And it does work. We've had inquiries relating to RISC OS commercial and semi-commercial projects from as far away as, I think, Paraguay. Japan. Funnily enough, we had one week where we had several inquiries, all from different parts of Japan, which was most peculiar. There's interest in Russia, there's interest all across Europe, Australia, quite a lot now from North America and Canada. So RISC OS really is getting an international uptake. Yeah, I think, you know, what we're all doing, it's not just RISC OS developments, it's Rule as well. And it's, you know, all the different RISC OS companies that are represented today. We're putting out a positive message now to a global audience that RISC OS is worth paying attention to, be it through the open sourcing with the Apache 2 license of the RISC OS code base, whether it's RISC OS Direct, whether it's the broad range of hardware that RISC OS now runs on. It's exciting times. So moving down my little checklist, the next thing that we have is Python 3. Not much to say here beyond that Python 3 is now available. You can download it. It's the easiest way to get it is through Pacman because it has various dependencies that Pacman will sort out for you. It now tracks to the latest version of Python 3 as far as I know. And it even got a shout out from Python 3 creators on Twitter. When they heard that RISC OS was now running the latest version, they were or seemed to be mighty impressed. So yeah, RISC OS up there with modern operating systems running the latest Python 3. There's still work to be done. None of the C modules that you can use to expand Python 3 work as yet, but all the Python 3 or pure Python libraries should be working as far as I know. So you've got things like Pygame to allow you to do graphics and sound through Python. And I believe someone's written a RISC OS Toolbox Python demonstration, so you can write RISC OS desktop applications in Python. So yeah, Python is an important part of modern programming. It's what kids learn at school. It's basically the basic, of the 21st century, and RISC OS runs the latest version of it. So yeah. So we've kind of ticked that project off on the checkbox, although obviously it will take time to keep updating it to track the latest versions. New releases this year, Landman 98 we've taken on, we've open sourced it with a very permissive license, CDDL. Some minor tweaks cosmetically. I think you saw it running very briefly when I did my TCP/IP demonstration earlier. Goal is to expand Landman 98 stroke Landman FS with more modern protocols. The current version of Landman, both Landman FS and Landman 98 implement version 1 of the CIFS protocol. The rest of the world is now on CIFS 3, so we want to move towards that. Apparently the biggest hurdle, because some work has already been done, biggest hurdle relates to the fact that everything is now Unicode in terms of text handling, and file name handling, and basically all text is Unicode in CIFS 3, which although that is nominally supported in RISC OS 5, the filer currently doesn't support Unicode, which means that everything has to go through translation layers. And of course, that's an absolute pig of a grind for a programmer to make sure every text operation in a network filing system is passed through appropriate encode, decode, Unicode operations. And so the particular person who's working on that is basically finding it somewhat tedious, I think would be the way to phrase it. But work is ongoing on that. I have had my jab. Impression, not a lot to say here. Impression style freely available. You can grab it on Pling Store. Even if you're a die-hard impression user using your own version, I'd strongly recommend grabbing the 2019 version of style. It is tweaked as much as we can within the sort of 26-bit limitations, so you do need Amula, but it has revised manual documentation. We've updated some of the user interface elements. There are, tastefully though, in ways you wouldn't necessarily realize. So it feels like the same application, but it's just been modernized. It handles Amula transparently, so you don't need, it loses it when it needs it, doesn't when it doesn't. And basically, it's the latest and greatest version of impression style that we could produce. So if you haven't tried that out, certainly give it a try. Impression's a fantastic program, and you'll be amazed at just how much you can do with style. I mean, although that's technically the junior member of the family, honestly, it does 95% of what the bigger versions seem to do. The main limitations are lack of irregular shaped frames and some of the sort of more advanced color handling in terms of CMYK. And honestly, majority of users won't be needing the CMYK stuff, swap colors, and so on. And the irregular shaped frames are nice, I grant you, but quite frankly, as I say, I think you'll just be amazed at how much style will do totally for free. Work is continuing on Impression X. We hope to have more news on that later this summer. But I don't want to get tied down to specific dates because we all know what happens when that occurs. Looks like we've got about 10 minutes left before we reach the 12:30 end of part 1 cutoff. So I'll just talk briefly about the future of RISC OS and then open up to a few questions. Obviously, you've seen a lot of the future today in the talk that I've just given you. RISC OS development's absolutely committed to developing more projects, supporting the whole community through projects that we're doing, supporting Rule with their bounty scheme, and just generally cooperating with anybody who wants to cooperate with us in terms of developing RISC OS and improving it forwards. We have a roadmap that includes addressing things like the Unicode issues that we talked about earlier, and various things I don't really want to talk about just yet. But suffice to say, there is a plan. And a big part of that plan going forwards is going to have to be the 64-bit issue. This is the big looming challenge on the horizon of RISC OS. Because modern ARM processors are moving to an exclusively 64-bit architecture. If you look at the new ARM v9 standard, RISC OS currently runs on ARM v7, ARM v8 processors in 32-bit mode. ARM v9 essentially makes 32-bit completely optional, and even then it only runs in a sort of user mode rather than supervisor mode. Have been people come up with possible workarounds for this, but all of this presupposes that any processor ARM v9 architecture actually includes any kind of 32-bit support, which I think is pretty unlikely, to be perfectly honest with you, that we're already seeing 64-bit only ARMs from the majority of manufacturers with the latest ARM architectures. So by the time ARM v9 becomes the standard, I honestly can't see 32-bit modes being in anything but the budget end processors. So 64-bit is definitely something that we need to be thinking about and tackling as soon as possible. We are looking at basically 2 lines of inquiry with this. One is the approach of a sort of updated 64-bit version of RISC OS. And then that would have to sort of be basically a 64-bit main RISC OS with some sort of 32-bit emulation layer like Amula. It's a pretty scary project, to be perfectly honest with you, because 64-bit ARM instructions are wildly different to the 32-bit version. And the question then becomes, if you're having to write a wildly different operating system as your 64-bit RISC OS, how much of the RISC OS way of doing things do you need to keep? Would you be better at looking at new ways of tackling problems, preemptive multitasking and the like, while you're tackling 64-bit? But then at what point does it cease to be RISC OS at all? So these are the challenges facing us, and we want to work with as many programmers as possible to tackle these issues and see what can be done and work towards a common goal. The second way of tackling the nut will not go down well with purists, but may provide an interim measure for RISC OS, and that is to use a shim layer between RISC OS and the processor. There have been a few suggestions of exactly what form this shim would take. Essentially, we're talking about a bare metal other operating system, and I don't mean a full fat Windowsy type operating system. I mean a very lean, very small hypervisor, I suppose, ish layer of operating system between the CPU and RISC OS, so that can present RISC OS with something that it can work with, if you like, a 32-bit emulated environment. Initial tests on this have shown that a fast ARM processor can actually get to almost ARMX6 speed doing that kind of thing. So this is not a completely stupid idea. And if that layer can be small and thin enough, then the experience of sort of starting up your computer is not going to be adding a second or two to the boot time, which you wouldn't even see. Bearing in mind that things like the Panda board used to take about 30 seconds to start up. If you've got RISC OS still now starting up with a shim in sort of less than 10 seconds, I really don't see that that's too horrific a solution if it means that all of our existing applications can continue to run in the meantime. So these are two approaches, and I think honestly in the end will probably involve a bit of both. But this is a sort of active discussion that RISC OS Development is having, both with Rule and with programmers. And this is something that, it's a very real problem, something that we're going to have to spend a lot of time and potentially a lot of money on. And that's essentially what you're doing when you're supporting RISC OS developments with your funding for the browser and for O-browser and all the donations that you've made to RISC OS developments, is allowing us to fund these projects and make things happen. And we're really grateful that you've given us the opportunity to do that. As you know, for Richard and I, it's a labour of love. And, we're really pleased to be able to do what we can for the RISC OS market. So, yes, I think at that point, I've probably said enough. And that gives us 6 minutes for questions. So over to everybody, if I close out that window. We should go back to me. And does anybody have any questions on what I have shown so far?
Yes, Andrew.
Yeah.
On the Iris browser,
Yes.
does it handle the document object model so that you can use JavaScript to write into blocks in the page?
Yes, I mean, that's a core part of the JavaScript interpreter. So, I mean, you wouldn't see the sites working that you saw today if it didn't support document object model. Basically, I didn't say in the Iris talk, is basically Iris is based on the WebKit engine, which is the same engine that supports Safari on the Mac. And it's what Chrome grew out of. I think they now claim that their own Blink engine, but the DNA goes back to WebKit. Essentially, all modern web browsers have WebKit DNA in their DNA. So we decided that that was a really good place to start, because if all modern web browsers on other platforms are using at least some derivation of WebKit, then WebKit was a really good place for RISC OS to be targeting too. Generally speaking, manufacturers put their own JavaScript engines in. Google have their V8 engine. WebKit has its own JavaScript engine, and that's where the JIT comes from. The JIT itself is actually quite exciting under the hood. There's a lot of new technologies that have never been done before on RISC OS in that JIT. For example, the JIT, which initially kind of scared us because we didn't think it was going to be possible. The JIT is written in Thumb 2 ARM instructions, which is not something you normally see on RISC OS. We thought that was going to be an unsurmountable one, but Jeffrey Lee managed to work some magic, and Thumb 2 is usable on RISC OS. So thanks to both Lee Noor and Jeffrey Lee, two Lees, one at the end, one at the beginning, for their work on that. The other thing that was required for the JIT was, and to be fair, I don't fully understand this myself. I believe it's called M-mapped memory. It's to do with, as I understand it, presenting memory as equivalent of file I/O, so that you can essentially access memory files in the same manner in a sort of agnostic way. It's how a lot of I/O is done on Linux, and is completely alien to how memory is handled on RISC OS. So basically, we've had to create a whole new memory paradigm in Iris to handle this, but without it, the JIT was not possible. Apologies if I've not explained this correctly, but basically, there's a whole load of totally new technology on RISC OS that has never been possible before, present in Iris.
I have one question.
Yes.
Yeah. So regarding new TCP IP stack, it's definitely very interesting work. So I'm just wondering, it seems to be superseding their role, funding scheme. So what will happen with them? I guess that they will be kind of phased out, or those,
so it's replacing what? Sorry, I don't.
Yes, it seems to be superseding or replacing the role bounties for the TCP.
Oh, the bounties. Yeah, I mean, effectively, the rule bounties is split into several phases. And in reality, when we tackled the project, we found that actually several of the later bits of the bounties slotted into effectively the first bit of the bounty. You couldn't do A without doing B and C, at least to some degree. So that does leave the bounties open. There will, of course, be some work that Rule will want to do in terms of validating our work and bringing it into the main source tree. So I would imagine that the bounties will, I mean, it's not my place to say, so I've got to be a bit careful. But if I were Rule, then I would use a portion of the bounty money to help with the integration of what we've done with their build systems and sort of their presentation of RISC OS, as it were. I mean, we're providing them with the source code, but the bounty system will allow them to integrate that in a way that is practical for them. And then I believe that the bounties will likely just be rolled on to other bounties that they are working on. But as I say, that was not really my place to say. The point is that we've done it without needing to take their money. So that means their money is free to do other things with. And I think that's good news for the RISC OS community, that instead of RISC OS developments trying to claim on Rule's bounty purse, which we could have done, we decided that we'd do it separately because we had the separate funding available to us. And that leaves the money free for all the other things that Rule are working on. So it just should mean there's more money to go around to do more projects, hopefully. Or to make the existing projects better. So
sounds good. And then we avoid the duplicate work. I mean, there's no point in doing it twice. So there are other bounties we can then focus on. So sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks.
Anybody else?
And Andrew, you've not touched on multi-core in your talk. Is there any news on?
I haven't. No. Basically, there's a whole lot of this sort of future bit that I didn't talk about because I could see that the time was clicking down, and I wanted to sort of try and not overshoot too much. Multi-core has to be on the roadmap, and Jeffrey's already made a lot of progress on that. You can download a ROM for an ARMX6 from our website that has multi-core enabled, and if you're a programmer, you can play around with that and try things out. If you're not a programmer, I probably wouldn't choose to use it because some bits of RISC OS are not particularly multi-core friendly. So it would be an interesting experience to use it as a day-to-day build, but it is possible to some degree already. In a very real sense. So yeah, I mean, obviously we want to work with Jeffrey to expand on that and go forwards. I fear that 64-bit may be more of a looming threat than multi-core in the immediate term. It's a tricky one. Raspberry Pi offers us a get out of jail clause for the foreseeable future in terms of 32-bit, in the sense that they have committed certain products to being available for the next 5 years. So if our goals don't exceed the Raspberry Pi Foundation's limitations, as it were, we do have a bit of time. But anything more exciting that comes along is currently off the table. So I think the 64-bit is really the elephant in the room that needs to be tackled. Although if there's low-hanging fruit in the multi-core world that Jeffrey can deliver, then absolutely, yeah. I mean, RISC OS Developments is keen to support all. I mean, at the end of the day, we have a limited pot of funds, but we are keen to support as many projects as we can. And I was trying desperately not to talk money too much in this talk, because I know I put a few people off in my last talks talking about money, and I do apologize for that. But honestly, the more you guys can support what we're doing, if you feel, I mean, look at what we've done. You guys judge whether you like what we're doing. If you do, then please help, because the more things we can support, the more we can get done, and the more, you know, hopefully the more fun things we can do. You know, there are things, you know, there are people that we can't afford to pay because they cost too much money, for example. But we would like to give them, you know, like to be able to afford to give them the work. So, you know, anything you can do, really appreciated. You know, if you bought O Browser a few years ago, you're now seeing it on Pling Store as well. If you've got the funds, buy a copy on Pling Store as well. You know, I don't know. Like I say, I didn't want to talk money because you guys, it's not, British people don't like talking about money. So let's leave it there on that. But yeah, clearly we're keen to support and initiate as many of these projects as we can, either independently through our own means or by way of supporting Rule and their bounty scheme. You know, there's lots of ways people can get involved. Yeah, absolutely. Any final questions?
Quick question about the Pling Store, Andrew.
Yes.
I just zoomed over there. When I moved over to the Pi 4, I just copied all my Pling Store over from the RISC PC. I've just noticed now the payment card details and personal details are blank. Do I just type it all in again?
Well, yes. I mean, depending on how you chose to, Pling Store lets you choose where and how much information you store, because we wanted to treat such information securely. It doesn't store anything centrally on our servers because that would not be secure. It would leave us open to hacking and things like that. So the whole point of Pling Store is to keep it local. So you may have saved stuff into boot choices, boot choices, Pling Store. You can copy that across, or you can retype it in and store it again. So you know.
Fine.
So up to you.
Thanks.
Just a quickie, Andrew. I very much like the new Iris. I've installed it. And it's not too bad on the ARM-X6. I can even run Facebook for the first time.
Yep, it does.
But I have a problem with the Python because the Iris, as you know, knocks out, well, takes the shared lib, and I can't run Python afterwards. I've written some code that gets rid of Iris altogether and puts Python back. But when do you plan to tackle the incompatibility with Python?
Before the main release. For those who are unfamiliar, but Iris is cutting edge, bleeding edge, very state of the art, as I've said. Essentially, this means it's got technology in that basically hasn't yet fully come out through other means. So that means latest versions of the shared library system. Again, the JIT required updates to the shared library system to support Thumb2, and various new kinds of executable and ways of doing things. It's very cutting edge, basically. So in order to allow users to run this in any kind of shape or form that's sort of doesn't require a degree in computer science to actually set it up, Iris includes its own version of shared libs and various of the bits and pieces, which gets run when you first run Iris. That does effectively mean that other applications that are using shared libs are pushed out of the picture while Iris is being run. You can, I think, rerun the old shared libs afterwards once you quit Iris, although I must admit I haven't tried. And I know that some of our users have actually tried merging the two together. And I know on Forte, I have actually created a sort of combined one that seems to do Iris and Python in the same shared libs. But it did get rather unwieldy. It was sort of 500 megabytes of shared libs or something horrific. But it is possible to merge the two. In theory, it may even be as simple as just doing a boot merge. But Rake in Germany, I think, was saying that he's managed to do that. So I think it is kind of feasible. But what I found was that everything isn't quite hunky-dory in shared library land, in the sense, I have a feeling it may be that if you've got shared libraries compiled for both hard floating point and soft floating point, i.e. VFP or no VFP, with the same versions and names on different ABI versions and things, it may get a bit confused between all the different editions of things that it's trying to juggle in memory, which is possibly kind of understandable, but I may be wrong on that. So I may be doing it a disservice, but it seems like something's not quite 100% there, which is why I've continued to do it the way that I'm doing it at the moment, is because that does work for people and allows you to run IRISC and what have you. However, it's obviously a goal before a public release is made, before the 1.0, as it were, the free general purpose version, that has to be solved. But I can't give you a date on that.
Yeah, you could satisfy with just one line of code, like restore the library that was there before. I don't mind when Iris is running, fine, I'm using Iris, but if I stop Iris, I'd like it to put it back so I could run something else. And it can do that by just rerunning shared lib. And I can do that myself, but it's a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to just mod, I believe it may that may just be as simple as modding the last. If you mod the run2 file in Iris, you could probably put a sort of rm kill so manager at the end to stop the current shared object manager, and then run, and then another line that runs shared libs, and that would probably be sufficient. Not something I would want to do without checking it, because obviously if I put something out, it has to go out to a larger audience, and therefore I have to make sure it's all squeaky clean. I spent about 2 or 3 days this week going backwards and forwards with people, just trying to make certain things squeaky clean as possible. So yeah, but for your own use, just probably just put it as the last 2 lines of the run file should, when you quit Iris, then run those commands, kill shared object manager, load the system version, and away you go.
And Andrea, just some feedback on what I've discovered. Although I have to quit things like PDF and NetSurf before it will allow me to run Iris, having run Iris, I can then quite happily, without doing any more on shared libs, run NetSurf and other things. They seem quite happy to run with what Iris has set up, so far anyway.
Yeah, that's because those programs don't actually use shared libs, but do use something called shared Unix lib. Again, I think it's actually in the README file, but probably only glossed over because it's more an exercise for the reader. But if you look inside Iris, if you shift double click Iris and go inside Iris and then resources, you will find the latest shared Unix lib, which I think is version 1.16. That's later than the 1.14, that's the sort of general purpose common release, I think. But if you were to merge that into your system, your Pling system folder, and replace the 1.14, you've probably got some in Pling system, then that would be used at power on, and NetSurf and things would use shared Unix lib 1.16, and that would then mean that you didn't have to quit PDF and NetSurf before running Iris. But other shared lib programs, the main shared lib programs I can think of are the Python applications, and I think MuPDF is shared libs based, and possibly one of the video players is possibly shared libs based. Just off the top of my head, there's not a lot, but there are. You know, if you're into Python, then it is a bit of a downer. So yeah, apologies for that. But on the other hand, it's the trade-off between wanting to give as sleek an experience as we can, where people aren't just sort of getting weird crashes all over the place that make no sense, and you know, this way we can present it in a way that for most people they can just run it and use it and off they go.
Can I just say thanks for your time and effort, and Richard and the programmers, and one question: how do you find the time?
Well, as you're about to find out, Chris, with the RComp talk, basically RComp has not been getting as much time as it should do. So food is getting harder to put on the table, let's put it that way. That certainly when you're working 35 hours, which was one particularly bad week on RISC OS development stuff, it means our comp gets squashed, and I am aware that we haven't got as many new releases on our comp as I would like, but you know, that's life. But thank you for your kind words. It is appreciated.
Your efforts are appreciated.
Thank you. You wouldn't believe how much that means to me, actually, because yeah. Okay. Hi, John.
So I've asked my question. I should put my hand down, I suppose, shouldn't I?
Okay. I think I am going to have to do a cut there, because we are now 12 minutes in over the thing, and so whilst the Acorn talk isn't going to be quite as sort of insightful as the RISC OS development one, hopefully there is some good stuff still to be had. I think Ruth still seems to have input focus. Or at least for me, I'm seeing Ruth's PC care service being advertised. I don't know what are other there I am. I'm back again. Super, thank you. Right, okay, so now I'm going to screen share back to my Forte. I can find it in amongst the sea of windows that I seem to have now got open. So where are we? Zoom is where it's got minimized itself. Screen share to that window, share. Hopefully you're now all seeing my RISC OS desktop. And if I just resize that one, pop that there, I have my notes for my Archon talk. Incidentally, at the top left here, you can see, because I'm running on one of our Forte computers, I've used the watermark feature of Pinboard 2 to put a little draw file in the top left corner, indicating it's the Forte. Showing how draw files can be incorporated into a RISC OS desktop there. Right, Forte has been our big release since Wakefield last year, which didn't happen. Forte launched in November last year, and we've been fulfilling back orders for the last 6 months. As of last week, we are now down to, I think, just one person waiting to have their order fulfilled. So we're almost there, light at the end of the tunnel. So if you're ordering after the show, we should be able to deliver your order fairly promptly now. So thank you to all of our customers for patience on this. Forte is our Raspberry Pi 4 based computer. It costs £250 or thereabouts, including VAT, and ships worldwide. Obviously, if you're outside the UK, you don't pay the VAT, so potentially, even with shipping, you can actually work out quids in. Forte is designed to combine both hardware and software. I will show the hardware for a second. So I'll just close this window and go back to my thing. I actually hold up a Forte. You've seen the in the previous talk in last November, last October, you saw the 3 or 6 USB port version, 3 on the back, 3 on the front. We now have a 7 USB port version, which has the full 4 USB ports on the back and 3 on the front, and also incorporates USB-C into the design. So you have front panel USB-C access as well as traditional USB ports. Key features of the Forte include the on-off switch and power LEDs. You can see panels for DIY users cut in the side, so that if you want to mod the machine, bring out additional connections, do things via GPIO, that's perfectly possible. But the unit has a full housing. There's no gaps or what have you in terms of the back panel or how it's presented. It's a complete computer. The design takes cues from the RISC PC, whilst being small enough that you can put it in your pocket and carry it around. And indeed, some of the facilities that we've included in the Forte tool software that comes with it are based around the idea that many users will carry it around, plug it in, use it to do projections or Zoom meetings and the like. So yeah, It's designed to appeal both to new RISC OS users. It ties into the RISC OS Direct theme. You'll notice the RISC OS Direct logo there. It was done in collaboration with the people behind the RISC OS Direct videos. And also to existing users who receive a computer that they can just plug in and connect up, and off they go. It's our cheapest RISC OS machine that we've ever produced, but that doesn't mean we've skimped on things like the software bundle or the hardware. The machine incorporates things like our acceleration technology, which allows applications to start more quickly. Iris, for example, can take up to 30 seconds off the SD card on a bad day, although we have improved that actually in the later, very latest version, includes some speed optimizations to start up. But it could take up to 30 seconds to load traditionally, but with the accelerator, we can get that down to 6 or 7 seconds. So that's obviously a nice feature of the machine. And it also incorporates built-in backup and data security, built-in recovery systems, so that if you have problems, you can recover your machine, and also includes a vast swathe of Acorn software to allow you to make the best use of the machine. So if I now switch back to the screen sharing, you'll see a bit of the machine. Where are we? Incidentally, all this screen sharing is actually being achieved with, why is that not showing up in Zoom? Refresh the window, there we are. All of this is all the screen sharing is being done with the Forte Tools software that we produce with the machine, which includes remote access facilities. So basically you just tick a button, if we go to apps, Forte Tools, network, we can just click a button, enable VNC, set a password and click start VNC session. We can also enable it at startup. This basically means that with one click, we can make our machine available over the network, password protected, and just remote into it from another machine. I'm sitting in front of a Windows PC running Zoom, and I just literally, I have a VNC viewer on Windows, which has icons for each of my RISC OS machines that are running software. I just click on the one I want, and in I go. Some of you may know that Raspberry Pis don't like running without a monitor, but I mean, one of the big uses of this is that you can run the machine headlessly, i.e. without a monitor attached, and use it just over the network remotely. I know that several of our customers use them on networks to do either run particular projects or run as servers, etc. And they just run them headlessly. And if we look in the display settings, there is a run headless at 1080p option. You just tick that, disconnect your monitor, Bob's your uncle, you get a 1080p desktop. So right now, this Forte does not have a monitor connected. If you try that out of the box with an ordinary Raspberry Pi, without a lot of fiddling around, you'll have all sorts of errors and things occurring because RISC OS and the Pi really doesn't like not having a monitor connected at power on. With Forte Tools, you just tick a box and away you go. Another big aspect of Forte Tools is the built-in networking, which is particularly useful if you're taking the machine around with you. Literally, it's quite hard to demonstrate this because if I did, I would lose the network connection to it, and hence the window would disappear and we'd have to wait for it to come back. But basically, it has dynamic hot plug networking. So literally, you're in the desktop, you plug the cable in, it will auto-detect the network, sends the cable, configure the networking, fire up ShareFS. You can even set it to automatically share your drives and things. Or basically with no clicks or no nothing from the user. You just turn it on. If there's no network, it doesn't matter. Just go straight into the desktop, plug the cable in, auto setup, off you go. The reason why I'm talking quite a lot about Forte Tools, incidentally, goes on for item number 3, something called Pine Tools, which we've made available at the show. It's our show release, available on Plink Store. Pi Tools is essentially Forte Tools, but sort of with the Forte specific bits removed and a few extra goodies from Forte added in, so that anybody with a Raspberry Pi, you know, if you choose to buy a machine that isn't from us, or you choose to do it yourself, you can buy Forte tool or buy Pi tools and get the Forte tool software and Forte operating system for an affordable price. It doesn't include all the vast swathe of other software that was included in a Forte. There's about £250 worth of software in a Forte. So you pay £250 for the machine, you get £250 worth of software. It's quite a good deal. You don't get that for just buying Pi tools. That would be rather crazy. But basically, the idea behind Pi tools is that we know there are other people who would like to have some of the facilities we offer on Forte, but either they're interested in building it themselves, or, you know, let's be honest, they just like a different case better. You know, if that's you, then you can still support what we're doing with buying Pi tools and get the benefits of Forte tools. It also works on Pi 400 and things like there's some nice little bits in keyboard and mouse handling for Pi 400. Pi 400s don't have F12 key, so you can make F10 work like an F12. You can remap the flag key to work like a break key. You can change the mouse buttons around, all sorts of good stuff. Pi tools also includes our lock screen technology for security, so you can make your machine password protected. You can do firmware updates, software installation. It has all kinds of monitor definition files, system error recovery, 4K support, super wide monitor support, so that you get correct aspect ratio on super wide monitors. A huge raft of stuff basically present in Pi tools and Forte tools. Obviously, if you buy a Forte, you don't need to buy Forte tools. Buy a Forte, you don't have to buy Pi tools because Forte comes with Forte tools. If you don't, then Pi tools is now available. All the software that we supply on Forte is full version. So whereas on other things we may have done cut down versions of our software, Forte includes full release versions. So things like Fireworks is the absolute latest version of Fireworks, not just Fireworks, but Fireworks Professional in its full incarnation. Similarly, you get Safe Store, you get Messenger Pro, you get Network Printer Drive. I mean, there's Data Power, I think, in there as well. Delegate, Grapevine, Music CD, Easy Clip, PDF Suite. So there's programming tools, I think, in there as well. Chartwell, you name it. There's a shed load of software basically. We've also included a few of our games as well, including graphics. The version of Doom and Quake. The version of Doom includes the music, which you don't normally get elsewhere. And so we basically put on souped up versions of some of our games on there. And basically just lots of software covering all the key areas. You'll see impressions on there. And although I'm playing it down, there is a couple of HTML5 JavaScript web browsers on there as well, although nothing quite as state-of-the-art as Iris. But you do have HTML5 JavaScript web browsing on there, which means you have a good out-the-box experience both for email with Messenger and with web. So yeah, basically lots of good stuff in Forte. And as I say, we've been struggling to keep up with the demand for the machines. You've seen the new version with the extra USB ports. Internally, you can have either USB flash or SSD storage. One interesting thing is that with the Pi, all storage I/O is over USB. And on RISC OS, that means USB 2. So basically, USB 2, regardless of whether you choose SSD or flash storage, you basically get quite a painful hit to performance, particularly for writing, which is always half the speed of reading, because due to the way USB 2 works, every write is accommodated by a read, and it can't happen at the same time. So basically, the hamstring of any Pi-based system is going to be the storage, because of the crippling issues of the USB system. So frankly, whether you go USB with flash or whether you go USB with SSD, there is no practical difference in terms of performance, as long as you choose good quality items. However, as I will be talking later, we are looking to address some of those issues with the Raspberry Pi in due course. So watch this space. Yeah, we call the software portion of the machine RISC OS Direct Plus, and we do have a plan, although I haven't yet actually made it available. We do have a plan to offer a complete disk solution of RISC OS Direct Plus to ordinary Raspberry Pi owners, which will effectively give the whole of the Forte software experience, including updates and technical support and everything, as part of a support scheme. We're still working on the pricing. I'm expecting that to be about £100. And that would include Pi tools and everything on an SD card. But because obviously there's 250 quid worth of software, we just got to work out exactly how we're going to price that for mass market consumption. Anybody who buys Pi tools will be able to upgrade to that. So don't feel like, if you're interested in that, don't feel like you don't need to buy Pi tools. If you buy Pi tools, you'll be able to upgrade to the full software kit if you so wish, once we've got that figured out and exactly decide what we're charging and how we're going to present it. As I say, it'll probably be an SD card and then access to the Forte downloads. But obviously the Forte still represents probably the best way to get that, both in terms of the hardware of the unit and the software together for a cracking price. Right. The next thing is cryptically titled Knight Rider Kit. I'm going to drop out of the remote session again so that you can see my hands. This is a prototype Forte that we've developed, and I do have some photographs, but I think, to be honest with you, if you see it live, you'll see what I'm on about. Let's get it in front of me so that you can actually see and it doesn't cut out. This is basically black and red. It reminds me of Kit and Knight Rider, and we have the idea to basically focus this on maximum performance. Knight Rider was famous for Kit doing a turbo boost, if you ever watched that particular TV show. And so we thought, well, if we get in with the Knight Rider Kit theme, incidentally, we can't call it Knight Rider Kit because that's obviously trademark names. But if we go with that kind of ethos, then we can make the Forte Turbo Boost with this model and go as fast as we possibly can. So this is a new Forte that we were planning to release in due course, optimized for performance, overclocking, cooling, etc. And we hope to have that available in probably the next couple of months. So yeah, that's a sneak preview of a product that is coming soon. If you're interested in sort of stretching, obviously with things like Iris, more performance, more power is always exciting. So that is the new next gen Forte. And if we switch back to the computer again. We talked a little bit about Pine Tools and Direct Plus. So basically, as I say, although not Pine Tools, Pi Tools. Let's get that right. Pine Tools was the version for the Pine book. Pi Tools, right? Okay, yes. Pi Tools. Basically, we've included as much functionality as we can. And there's, as I say, a few bonus bits for Raspberry Pi users in there. All stuff that's covered by the Forte software, so it's not, you know, Forte users are not missing out, but there's as much value as we can packed into that. And you just buy it on Plingstore, you download it, comes with instruction manual, describes exactly what to do. You can put in the operating system or not, depending on your choice. If you want to use the Forte OS, it's there. If you just want to use the off-the-shelf Rule OS, you can use it with that. It doesn't matter. Obviously, there's, you know, certain benefits to using the Forte version, especially if you're running newer Pi hardware. But your choice. Pop that in and just drag PyTools to your apps folder, double click it, it will install itself automatically and give you access to all the functionality right away. We've got sort of a few Raspberry Pi oriented graphics. I'm obliged to say that Raspberry Pi is a trademark of the Raspberry Pi Foundation, and that the software is not endorsed by the Raspberry Pi Foundation in any shape or form. Their guidelines are quite clear on what you can and cannot say with respect to the Raspberry Pi name. So yeah, Direct Plus being the full suite of software as we've discussed. Next up, we have the TIX or TIX. This is a system that I showed at the last at the London show, virtual show. Basically, a very high-end system, and I'll be totally straight with people. A TIX you can buy from us a Forte and a RISC Cube and get 90 to 95% of the same experience for half to 2/3 of the price. But the TIX is the sort of ultra high-end dream machine type thing that incorporates native ARM and native x86 in one box. What operating systems you choose to run on the x86 is up to you. There are a variety of choices of operating system that you can do with x86. But you can choose to have just an order, you know, at the cheapest end, you could choose just to have a simple Windows browsing box as a very low entry system combined with your high-end RISC OS system. And it combines it into one box with the 2 motherboards and 1 power supply. And links it all together, shares the resources between the two. At the opposite end of the schedule, we have people running with sort of 16-core processors, you know, video powerhouses on the Windows side, alongside their RISC OS. And yes, it costs a lot of money, but one customer, he said to me, it would be either this or a Mac Pro. If he buys the Mac Pro, cost him a lot of thousands of pounds. If he buys TIX, he gets the same level of performance and functionality plus RISC OS, and he saves himself £1,500 to buy an ARM-powered Mac Mini into the bargain. So, you know, can be expensive, but compared to some of the other alternative products out there, TIX is actually relatively affordable. I mean, typically a TIX machine starts at about £1,500. Although a fairly nice one would be sort of 2,000 to 2,500. Bear in mind that the RISC PC launched in 1994 money at about £1,700. So I mean, anybody who bought a RISC PC back then has splashed out a lot more than this on a single computer. TIX gives you 2 computers, a full native ARM system, a full native Windows system, and the ability to share the resources between the two. If I close this window and share the TIX desktop very briefly, I can only show a little bit of the TIX because I ran out of network cables and network ports on my switch in my workroom today, so please forgive me. That's a Windows desktop, I'm sorry. This is basically my work machine, which I'm in the process of transferring over to a TIX machine, TIX. I run different versions of Windows on different machines because it's how I can support different, whatever people bring in and ask for help on, I can support. So this is running a Windows 7. It shows how we can tailor the machines to whatever operating systems and things people want to run. So this particular one, the Windows side is set up to both run RISC OS and virtual Acorn. But of course, most people would want to run the titanium side for their RISC OS. So I mean, that's quite understandable. But basically, you're getting two ways of running RISC OS on there. It can also run Ubuntu in a virtual machine. Again, you can drive one machine from the other. If we look at the thing, you can see that there's the RISC OS titanium side of the machine. I only have it as a thumbnail because, as I say, I ran out of cables and things, so please forgive. But you can see there in the thumbnail the titanium RISC OS desktop. And I've also set this machine up so it can also access my ARMX6. Although that's probably not working because I think I already have a session open to that. So yeah. Oh no, there it is. There's the ARMX6. So that is basically VNC through a VNC session. So I'm now nesting VNC sessions. But net result is that we can access, it shows the principle of how you can remotely operate your machines from one or other, or you can access them natively with the keyboard, mouse, monitor, etc. It's completely flexible. Files are shared with the file swap, which allows you to share files backwards and forwards between the two computers. You can have features like RAID arrays of hard drives in there, so that if you want to put your file swap on the RAID array, you can have drive redundancy, etc., while still making your data available to both platforms. So the native ARM processor can benefit from RAID. You can support the latest NVMe technology. You've got Wi-Fi support. You've got remote access. Basically, TIX will do anything you want, essentially, as best we can. Some people will want to sort of see the actual hardware. I'm now going to try and make the camera come with me. I'm going to have to remove the virtual backdrop to do this, I think. Choose virtual backdrop, none. Hopefully now we can track this with my camera.
And
so
screen sharing.
Screen sharing. Good point, folks. Thank you. So we're now, I feel like an episode of that one where they went around people's houses. So I don't know whether you can see, I put some fancy lighting in with a water cooler overnight last night. So at the bottom you have the titanium board, and above it the PC board. You can actually switch them around, so you can have the titanium board at the top if you want a larger PC board beneath. I just went with a smaller PC board because that's all I needed. It's still got an NVMe drive, water cooling, i7 processor. It's a nice bit of kit. So yeah, if I pan out, that is the TIX. Essentially, we build them as beautifully and as technology state of the art as we can, subject only by budget and resources. So if you have an interest in combining RISC OS and Windows in one box, or just simply fancy a really cool computer, then please consider the TIX. Right, okay. Back to that, and if I put my virtual background on. Okay, Right. Oh. Next item also requires me to throw things around and show you things. So back to me again. I now have to open a box. Another thing that we've been doing a lot of recently is mini RISC cubes. We still do the full-size RISC cubes, and they still should be a key part of our business. But the mini ones have been quite popular recently, especially people buying, say, a mini one of these and a Forte, because of course that takes up virtually no space on your desk. So if you can see, I think I better take the virtual backdrop off again. How do we do this? Video, choose virtual background, none. Okay, so basically, if you can see, this is basically a square thing that's about the size of a moderately thick paperback book, nowhere near as thick as a hardback Harry Potter. Essentially, this crams in a quad-core PC, effectively no compromises, with HDMI, DisplayPort, USB 3.1 and 3.2. So that's got the latest 10 gigabit and beyond performance. You've got super speed USB, USB-C connections for phones with all the necessary performance that entails. You've got audio, you've got networking, you've got Wi-Fi built in, you've got Bluetooth built in. You know, that's an awful lot of functionality. And the brilliant thing is that we can do these at pretty good prices. Depending on it varies depending on your storage and your RAM and whether you want RISC OS on it and things like that. But I mean, we're talking about prices of sort of 500 to 750, which, given some of the prices that we have had to charge in the past, I think you'll agree that that's a pretty competitive pricing for a heck of a lot of functionality. And also included in the price is a monitor mount kit. So you can actually take this machine and put it onto the back of a monitor, and then literally you can hide it behind your monitor and just press the on-off button on the thing to turn it on, and it takes no space on your desk, and you have you know, a completely transparent machine, and just have your keyboard, mouse, and monitor effectively. And that can run Windows, it can run RISC OS, it can run the two together, you can do the remote stuff. And if you would like, we can do a lot of the things that we do with the TIX, but with a Forte and one of the mini PCs, or mini RISC cubes. So that's proven to be quite a delightful product recently for people, just because there's so much functionality in such a tiny box, really. And of course, people like tiny computers, don't they? Especially when you can, you cram the functionality of a big giant PC into a big little teeny tiny PC. Yeah, lots of fun. Right. So enough of me on camera. Back to the notes. I think I made a mistake putting my notes of my talk actually on a VNC session, but it seemed clever at the time, but having to go backwards and forwards to the VNC is nowhere near as slick as I would like. Now then.
Just to make you aware, Andrew, it's 1:15.
Thank you. Right, well, we're getting on. I think I'm going to skip forward because if time's running out, I think you'll all want to see Project PyTX, because I said there weren't going to be any particularly exciting things, but I think Project PyTX might just catch your fancy, or at least I hope it does. You heard me earlier talk about the fact that Raspberry Pis have rubbish disk I/O. It's their Achilles heel, and it's why, despite selling Fortes and really loving Fortes, and Fortes being absolutely cracking machines for the price, a lot of my work still ends up being done on an ARM-X6, which is a technically slower processor, but it has native SATA and SSD. Wouldn't it be nice to have both? I give you PyTX, PyTX is a board that we've designed in collaboration with Seventh Arm, and basically it's designed to solve the problems of the Raspberry Pi when it comes to RISC OS, and just be a jolly exciting project. It's designed around the Raspberry Pi compute module, which basically gives the functionality of a Raspberry Pi 4, but without the form factor of a Raspberry Pi 4. You do still have to supply quite a lot of your own chips. There's a lot of things that the Raspberry Pi compute module doesn't do, but that's why there's a whole bunch of other chips on this motherboard. ITX is the standard form factor in the PC world for small PCs. It provides room for effectively the back panel of a PC case plus one expansion slot. So it's a neat form factor, gives you a wide range of cases and a wide variety of prices, styles, and everything else. And basically PyTX is designed to deliver all the good things that you could possibly want to do as best we can at a vaguely deliverable price. Let's be honest, designing a motherboard is horrifically expensive. Certainly bringing it to production is. We're talking about, you know, probably 10K plus. It's a huge project. So don't expect this to be a dirt cheap thing. If you're looking for a cheap computer, Forte is brilliant. But Forte isn't the solution to every problem, and so that's where this comes in. Essentially, what we've done is to take the compute module and add in, at the heart is a PCI Express switch. This is an expensive part that basically takes the PCI Express bus of the Raspberry Pi 4 and allows multiple things to connect to it. So that instead of having to have just one thing connected, which on a Raspberry Pi 4 would be the USB 3 controller, we can have multiple things connected to it. Basically, the more things you want, the more expensive the chip costs, but it does get quite frightening. But we've split it a few ways. I think it's 3 ways on this version. Each with a PCI Express switch, each just like a network switch, each port gets full speed. So essentially, it allows us to deliver maximum throughput multiple ways. You can see that on the left-hand side of the board, there is an actual PCI Express expansion slot. Then we have a native SATA controller with 4 ports. You've got 3 down the side of the board and an M.2 format 1. M.2 is our favorite format for drives because you can just slot them in and you don't need to have lots of cable spaghetti. You just click the drive in, screw it down, and away you go. Some will say, if you know M.2 and the PC world and PCI Express, you'll say, why is it SATA only? Why isn't it NVMe? Short answer is Raspberry Pi performance. You get 4 outputs with the. We decided that we had to have a SATA chip because we want to connect more than one device to the board. If you're going to do that, a SATA controller on the PCI Express bus gives 500 to 600 meg a second. If you look at the capabilities of the Pi's PCI Express bus, NVMe PCI Express based SSDs, the bandwidth of the Pi's PCI Express controller is not enough to do due diligence to an NVMe SSD. So essentially, back of a postcard calculation suggested to me we were actually about probably slower than the peak of SATA going over NVMe. The same restriction would apply to the SATA, just to be clear, because they're both going over the PCI Express bus. But nevertheless, going PCIe would have basically meant we had to have a 4th way split on the PCIe chip, PCIe switch, more cost for the same performance. It just didn't make sense. If you want NVMe storage, you can plug in via the PCI Express slot on the left-hand side. But honestly, the performance level is going to be plus or minus 50 megabytes a second. It's negligible when we're already talking about hundreds of megabytes a second. So that's why SATA only on the M.2. You've got fan connectors, you've got front panel connectors, you have GPIO expansion for both Pi 0 boards and full-size hats. You have USB 3 Although, of course, on RISC-OS, that's still likely to be limited to USB 2 speeds. Gigabit networking, essentially all the features of the PyCompute module brought out on the back panel, with the storage of that you would want from a modern computer and the bits and pieces. The big challenge right now with PyTX is simply production. There is a chip shortage on. Parts are scarce. The board is, as you can see, designed. It's simply a case of getting hold of the components and finding production capacity to get the board manufactured and built, and that's costing a lot of money. So if there are any, if this excites anybody out there, please get in touch. I mean, we are proceeding ahead as best we can, and trying to locate parts and components as best we can in order to get prototypes and things put together. We're still obviously a few months away in terms of being able to do that, but the board is designed, it's ready to go. And compared to sort of other Kickstarters for this kind of project that we saw that run everything over an internal USB 2 bus, I think it's pretty clear that using the PCI Express and native parts for SATA in USB 3, PCI Express expansion, etc., is the way to go, the way to tackle this. So yeah, Project PyTX is particularly exciting for us in future, and Pi Foundation have confirmed availability till I think 2028 for the compute module. So it should give some kind of longevity to the product, assuming we can get the components in and these stock shortages resolve themselves. We have about 6 minutes left. Right. Fireworks and other apps. I think I'm going to probably skip on the fireworks. If you haven't seen the demonstrate, oh no, quick, very, very quick fireworks demonstration, if I can just find the example files. And this is basically the latest feature that we added at the back end of last year to Fireworks, which is dynamic data sharing between applications. So if we load up TechWriter, for example, we can do fun things like taking our little table of data. So you can use, firstly, you can use Fireworks to make tables, a bit like TableMate or something like that, which is quite a nice little thing. And then we can drop that into Fireworks. Sorry, not into TechWriter, EasyWriter, TechWriter. Also works with Impression and the latest version of Ovation Pro. The point is that this remains fully editable. So we've saved our document into there, but we can just double click it. It loads it straight into Fireworks. If we change that, let's do editing cell. Find editing in the cell to be more natural. And you can see that has now changed to 40 degrees, like in the original spreadsheet. That in and of itself isn't hugely interesting, although obviously the ability to share data and have it dynamically update is pretty cool. What is a lot more interesting is if we then take the graphing capabilities of Fireworks, we highlight this data set, and we make a line graph of it, for example, and we plot that there. And then we say, actually, we would like to embed that graph in TechWriter. Oops. Never try and do a demonstration too quickly. On page 2. And there's our graph in TechWriter. Now what we have here is now a data-backed graph. So we could type around that and sort of, use TechWriter as we would normally do, and we can blah blah blah. We can put in an equation, I can remember how to do that. I don't have the fonts installed, so let's not do that. But you create your TechWriter document about your graph, but then you discover that you've got a new data set. You need to change the data. So what do? Well, because our graph is actually data backed, we control double click on it. We see that there's our table of data. We decide that on Thursday it wasn't 15 degrees, but in fact it was -2. And you can see that the hold on a minute, what's going on with that? -2 wasn't a good idea. Let's say it was 5 degrees. I see. There we are. So we see our graph has changed. But so all we do is we save the changes, and lo and behold, our graph in TechWriter has now been updated to contain the fact that it was 5 degrees on Thursday rather than 15. We can change that again, I believe, and decide that it was actually 55 degrees on Thursday, and we all got very sick indeed. And once I've saved that, you can see our graph now reflects the changes. We don't need to keep that fireworks document. It's embedded within the TechWriter document. So on our hard drive, all we have to do is save that EasyWriter document. You can close that. Later date, we open the thing. There's our chart. And if we want to modify it again, we just control double click on it, and we change that back to 15 degrees where we started, and press to save, and boom, our graph is now back to normal. So that shows basically how the latest version of Fireworks Professional can be used with other applications, be they Impression, Ovation, TechWriter, EasyWriter, to bring spreadsheets and graphs together as a single dynamic entity with the documents that you're creating. The latest version also included enhancements to Excel handling, I think to mail merge, some user interface improvements. Fireworks Pro includes both import and export of Excel, by the way, including multi workbook documents. I think there's I think it's in examples. I have a rather ugly one. Where are we? Spreadsheet. No, not that one. That's just 2 pages of data. Let's be sample. Yeah, here we are. This has 14, I think, different pages of data in it. And basically, when you open it in TechWriter, it basically creates a series of linked spreadsheets linking them all together so that you can open an Excel workbook containing multiple linked spreadsheets. When you save them, it saves them you can save them in Excel format. You can incorporate, the software has a whole set of functions that are designed to mirror the functions present in Excel and also the OpenOffice spreadsheet or LibreOffice spreadsheet, so that those functions can be used automatically when exporting to contain, so that you get function compatibility, or importing and exporting to give you function compatibility with your spreadsheets when used on other platforms. So that's the latest Fireworks. Not much time for other things. There's been improvements to, I think, network printer drivers, Messenger Pro, tweaks to Music Man, lock screen and stuff all over the last couple of months. If you want to know more about those, ask me. Networking and NAS before we finish, just closely. We do an awful, as many of you may know, we do an awful lot of networking products, particularly specializing in network attached storage and network printing. Network storage basically means having hard drives available on your network to all your computers. A lot of people think they don't need this or it's not relevant to them. Most of you own more than one computer or device, whether it's an iPad or a tablet, a phone, a PC, a Mac, a RISC OS machine, a Raspberry Pi, or several Raspberry Pis, an ARM-X6 or whatever. You own more than one device these days. I'm sure there's somebody who doesn't, but the vast majority of us own multiple devices. If you own multiple devices, you owe it to yourself to have some kind of network storage to share data between them. Particularly a multi-disk one, sort of 2 drives or 4 drives, so that you've got redundancy and against failure, so that if a drive dies, you're covered. Network storage is a particular, as I say, particular favorite of mine. And one of the exciting things with Iris, just going backwards a second, this will be a tad slow, but I think it's incredibly cool. One of our favorite brands of NAS is QNAP, because they pack a lot of functionality into a fair price. They use an entire operating system written in JavaScript. NetSurf won't go anywhere near it.
Really just sorry to cramp your style, Andrew, but time is getting on.
Yep. This is going to be my last.
Yeah, well, you may want to take 1 or 2 questions afterwards.
Okay.
Leave that to you.
Well, yeah, that'll cut into lunch, so people want to go to lunch rather than talk.
Yeah, there's some very loud rumbling noises coming from my stomach.
All I wanted to show was the fact that the QNAP operating system used by their NASes does indeed work in Iris. I updated my NAS yesterday, and the apps that come with it. Where are we? Entirely through Iris. Basically, it's an entire operating system with drag and droppable windows, complex user interface. You can see the pop-ups, entirely written in JavaScript, and entirely working in Iris, which is, I mean, I didn't think it would be even vaguely usable, but as you can see, it is doable. We can leave the page and exit out, and that's entirely working within Iris. The QNAP NASes allow you to do all manner of file sharing, cloud access, printing capabilities, virtual machines. There's a huge amount of functionality. So if you've got any interest in shared drives, shared storage, local servers, anything like that, give me a shout. Happy to talk at length. And with that, I will say thank you to everybody for listening. It's been a long session. I apologize for that, but hopefully there's been some exciting stuff in there, at least the web browsing and stuff, that you've been able to enjoy. Anybody have any questions?
A quick fireworks question. My fireworks says 2.30B2, 21st of October. The one on the Pling store is the 24th of October, and it's just 2:30. Is there a difference? Is there any point in?
I think the current version, I'll need to check, to be honest with you. Some things have got away from me a bit, as I did say earlier, with the limited time. The current version is 2.30.1 of Fireworks Pro. So if the P stands like it's the preview version.
So B for Bertie 2.
Oh, B, okay.
Bravo 2.
That was, I mean, it's probably just the release, the sort of day before the show version, and then I think
yeah, right.
30.1 had a small bug fix or two in shortly after the show. If it hasn't made its way up there, apologies. I will check into that tomorrow.
How do I upgrade if necessary?
Well, I mean, if you assume most people have bought it through Pling Store, if you've got physical, I mean, basically, if you put your version number and how you obtained it in the special instructions when you put an order in on Pling Store, I won't charge you if you've already on a sort of 2.30 subversion. There's a small fee if it's an older version.
Right, okay, I'll sort that out with you.
Basically, the special instructions is the key. I always read that when they come in, when the orders come in, and if there's no charge, then I'll just approve it. Even though it looks like you're buying it, you can put nonsense card details in. I'll just click approve, and you'll get the software.
Lovely, thanks.
Anybody got any other questions? I haven't been able to look at the chat, so I've got no idea what's been going on while I've been talking. So.
Hi, so just a quickie one here on RISC OS Direct. You said you got a lot of SD cards lying around in a shed somewhere. Just a thought, would it be worth distributing some of these to clubs and then people can pay an amount to RISC OS Direct as a bulk thing if they decide to take up those cards?
It's a thought. I mean, we really wanted the actual, what we were concerned about, why we haven't done that, is that we really wanted the personal contact, because what we were concerned was you send them a bunch of cards and they just reformat them and use them for Linux.
No, well, I mean, you know, we could possibly distribute at our end if we know people.
Oh, I see. You're thinking about,
say, you know,
in my head, I'm always thinking about non-RISC OS users. So the idea is, I mean, the nicest way, a RISC OS user will gladly pay £10 for a card to cover the cost of the card.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking.
12-year-old at a pie jam is not going to pay money to try out an operating system. So the key thing with the project was that we were basically out of RISC OS developments. We were able to raise a small amount of money to buy the cards. And the idea is that we were going to put the legwork in to actually make up the cards and then give them out, but only to want people who actually engaged with us. We didn't want to just hand them out and then just get them reformatted. If they engaged us, talked to us about what we were doing and showed an interest, then the cards would go out, because I think if you can actually engage with the person who's trying it, they're more likely to actually put it in and use it. And even if they just bounce off it and reformat it after they've done that, at least we've tried. And at least, you know, they walk away having heard of RISC OS, and even that is a win. And they think positively at RISC OS, because RISC OS was the company that gave them a free SD card to try. And it's hearts and minds at the end of the day. So yeah, I mean, we're happy to supply the clubs. Sort of, I did wonder about sort of Big Ben Club in Holland as being good.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously, you could post.
In terms of costings, yeah, I mean, basically, contributions appreciated, but as I say, the whole point was to give things away free to people who who wouldn't normally pay to access RISC OS, because the sort of we're trying to. With a lot of what we've done with the open sourcing and things, it's trying to remove the paywall from RISC OS for new blood, but there has to be a paywall because we can't all operate on thin air. It's a constant battle. That this RISC OS is my day job. It's how I feed Steph and the family, and it's how I could keep a roof over the head. So I need to do stuff. But on the other hand, you'll never get new customers if they don't know what's on about.
It's doing that balancing trick.
And our audience is unfortunately all, for the vast majority of it, is over 50. I'm often considered one of the young ones, and I'm closer to my pension than not. So yeah, we need more new blood, and we need.
So we should buy the web browser on the what's on Pling Store, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Andrew. So.
Web browser, it's not.
So yeah, if you want to go for lunch and things, feel free to do so. But I will stay on for the next half hour or so if anybody else wants to ask questions or just discuss or shoot the breeze with me, or shoot the breeze amongst themselves for that matter.
Did you just say that web browser was on the Pling Store?
Yeah, it's under O browser. Basically, do please think of it as purchasing O browser and donating to support RISC OS developments. Please do not think of it as buying Iris.
Right.
No, it's a subtle.
I can see it.
I know it's a subtle distinction, but and the other thing I didn't say is that because it is effectively donationware, if you're going to use it on more than one computer, pop a note in the special instructions and do think about pledging a wee bit more than the standard asking price. We did used to say 100 quid if you're going to use it on lots of machines, and that shows. But I'm not to a particular figure, but you know, if people can justify a bit more, every little helps, as Tesco would say. But on the other hand, like I said, don't want to go on and on about money because I know how much that upsets people. So Yeah.
It is there. I've just bought it and added a small donation.
You're a brilliant hero, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I have that in writing, please? The wife.
Expect an email later if you give me a oh, Steph has brought tea. Oh, you're a star. Thank you. Oh, what's left of a RISC OS Developments mug as well. So keep calm and enjoy RISC OS.
Well, thank you, Andrew. That was very, very interesting, very useful.
Thank you.
Very entertaining. Thank you.
Hopefully, I haven't put too many of you to sleep.
I've asked you to send the new pin board. I just did it to the RComp address. Is that all right?
Yeah, doesn't matter. It all goes to me eventually. There's Andrew at riscosdev.com or any of the RComp ones, and I'll bounce that up. Chuck that over to you. I will say just for clarity, the way Pling Store works, all transactions are run through RComp's or RComp Interactive's payment facilities. That doesn't mean that RComp is pocketing your money when it comes to things like overroutes and things. But when you saw it on the credit card statements as coming from RComp or RComp Interactive, I can imagine that some people would raise an eyebrow. Essentially, the way it works is that Pling Store RComp gathers the money and then disperses it to the software developers periodically.
Andrew, going back to the 64-bit question. So I guess it comes back down to what is RISC OS and what makes us use RISC OS. Is it the apps or is it the OS? Because you could envisage a two-pronged sort of attack on it. You could say, like you were saying, a shim to run RISC OS as we know it, or with a 64-bit version, aka doing something like Apple has done. Yeah. And I guess it comes down to
effectively two approaches. I mean, if you look at Apple, I mean, they've made multiple switches of hardware and indeed the operating system that, the modern Mac OS X, or whatever they want to call it these days, bears very little resemblance in terms of code to what they started with Mac OS 1 to 9. The modern one is based on NEX, the BSD core. So
what did it catch on? No, they brought the catch on.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, basically Apple have done it several times, but on the other hand, Apple have they're the biggest, the richest software company in the world, computer company in the world, as far as I know. So they do have the resources to do it. It's the one thing I can say is that hardware is not what makes RISC OS. That was the mistake that was made back in the Acorn era when they first tried to sort of buy out the Phoebe before RISC OS Limited happened. There was an aborted attempt to continue on Phoebe production. Hardware is not, it's in and of itself what makes RISC OS. RISC OS and the software that runs on it is what makes RISC OS. So I think anything that we do has to acknowledge that, without the programs that we use and the feel of the operating system, then we might as well just be using Windows and Mac. So whatever we do has to accommodate the software, and we can't be losing more software. When we went to 32-bit, thankfully we had Emula, but otherwise we'd have lost an awful lot of software. 64-bit is potentially far worse, because whereas 32-bit was effectively the same instructions, but with an alteration of how you use the address space and how you present the address space to the instructions. Essentially, you couldn't do the naughty tricks that people were doing previously. 64-bit is a whole new set of instructions that work in a rather different way. I think you have an awful lot more registers, for example. And so translation of 32-bit, 64-bit is not a simple task. And that's why in the immediate term, we might have to look at some sort of emulation shim to make it practical to continue running on 2632-bit software. The key is basically to make that as subtle, for want of a better term, as possible, so that the experience of the user is not one of using an emulator, but rather of a native computer that just happens to have a shim that you never see in the background. So yeah, I'm sure RISC OS Open, I just noticed something. RISC OS Open will have something to say on this, I'm sure. And obviously, in the meantime, if we can bring PyTX to market, then that provides us with a stopping gap for the next few years for PyCompute modules and things. But obviously, it'd be nice to go beyond the capabilities of Raspberry Pi and move on to newer hardware. I had intended, if time had permitted, to show the rock chip ports for RISC OS, but I ran out of time, so sorry, you don't get to see the rock chip ports. It's still a long way from maturity. I was in two minds of whether to show it anyway. It does mean you can run RISC OS on some interesting devices, but at the moment there are an awful lot of holes, and it boots off a USB stick on USB 1 speeds, for example, so not necessarily what you'd want to see. But I did get an example running last night just in case. But I think we have plenty to discuss as it was.
Yeah, and I guess, Andrew, this, you bit about not doing multi-core. It comes back to this other fundamental.
Just to be clear, not doing it. We want to have a lot of irons in the fire.
Yes.
But if push comes to shove, I personally would say that we need to have more of an eye on 64-bit than multi-core, because without some sort of solution to that, we could be really up a gum tree in 5 years.
Yeah, and I think
if we had 64-bit but no multi-core, then we're still going. If we don't have 64 but we do have multi-core, we're stuck with the computers that more or less that are available today, and that's going to look very dry in 5 years' time. That's why I'm looking at it like that. So I'm not trying to scare people, because we've managed to rise to the challenge. I would say we as a community, not we as Acorn, we as RISC OS developments. As a community, we've risen to the challenge. RISC OS Open, particularly Jeffrey Lee. I mean, just look at Iris with what Lee Moore has been able to achieve. As a community, there's a lot of talent in there. I don't believe this is insurmountable, but I think if we don't think about it and come up with and try and help in any ways that we individually and as a collectively can, we're going to end up hitting the buffers in a few years' time in a way that will be quite ugly. So we need, it's got to be there. We've got to have plans. We have people looking at it, but this is not something that one person is going to crack on their own, I don't think. I mean, never say never to Jeffrey, but equally, I don't. That puts a lot of pressure. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. We've seen people do amazing things, so I'm not going to say never. But on the other hand, it is an epic undertaking, and we need to tackle it as such.
Yeah, I guess it was a poor choice of words I used there, Andrew. I was just trying to use the thing that, like you said, is about priorities. Do you concentrate on filling missing gaps to the detriment of not having anything to run on if you're not careful?
Yeah, I think we've got to balance it. I mean, certainly RISC OS development isn't going to put all of our irons into that one fire. We've got projects like the pinboard, the TCP/IP, the browser, etc., that we're doing. There'll be more to come. So we're very aware that we need to deal with things. You've seen that with the networking, we're looking towards tackling the Wi-Fi. Bluetooth I see Timo on. I think Timo is looking at Bluetooth side of things. So, Bluetooth is something we want to support, but I don't really want to talk about it at this stage because there's nothing to say. But these are projects that we want to support and we want to happen quietly in the background. USB 3 comes to mind as well. But it's balancing the limited program availability and time. The cost of, some of the rule guys, for example, would work on RISC OS projects if we funded their time, but we put simply, we can't afford them because they're used to proper salaries. And whilst RISC OS Developments does try and pay, fair amounts of money out, real world Cambridge rates would burn money quite quickly, and we've got to still be around in 5 years' time. And we don't keep doing whip rounds and things, or try to. In the last few newsletters, I've purposely not asked for funding because, right now we are okay to do what we're doing. The projects that everything I've announced is funded for now, but yeah, we're having to look at projects, what we could achieve with different levels of funding and who's available, who we can pay to do the work, which projects we tackle. And there's the rule bounty scheme there as well for people to come in through. So there's a lot of approaches that are being used to bring programmers in, develop things and keep those irons in the fire. So yeah, I've tried to show a variety of things today of ways in which ROD and RComp can contribute to the scene and bring our much loved operating system forwards. But as I say, we do all need to think 64-bit. In a way, I'm scaring people to make them aware, because if you don't know it's out there, you need to plan accordingly, even if that just means buying an extra sort of 32-bit machine in the meantime, just stuck under the desk as a spare. It's just, you guys need to be aware that this is a looming thing, and that it's something we are looking at, we are trying to work towards. And sometimes people have been sort of a bit down on certain approaches on the forums, certainly the emulation approach, so it gets a lot of flack from the purists, and I get that, but I think people need to understand that this is not something that we're going to skin just with one thing. There's almost certainly going to be different ways of tackling this nut, and as long as those applications run, as long as RISC OS and the RISC OS desktop and the feel of the machine is not compromised. I think if you sort of look at emulation on a virtual Acorn, for example, or RPCMU, there is an ethos that people don't like, the fact that it's reliant on Windows or Linux or Mac or what have you. But also the experience means that you have to wait for Windows to boot up. You have to load virtual. With RPCMU, I think it's still has to start in a window and then you've got to go full screen. The experience is not slick. It's not what RISC OS is about for a lot of people, where it's turn their computer on and sort of a few seconds later they're in a RISC OS desktop, boom. And then the other aspect of emulation that people don't like is the fact that often the emulation is of RISC OS, a RISC PC, with all the limitations that imposes. I don't see why an emulation needs to be of a RISC PC. That seems ridiculous to me, that if you're going to emulate something, what you want to emulate in your shim is a much more generic system that has an ARM processor that is 32-bit ARM v7. I mean, yes, you could have a flavor that's 26-bit for those that really want to run 26-bit software natively without emular, but I would envisage a sort of 32-bit shim. And as I say, that kind of thing is eminently possible. It has been demonstrated that something like that is possible, but it just needs the right development resources to happen. But that would, I think, if done right. I mean, I always thought virtual Acorn ought to evolve that way into a sort of not emulating a RISC PC, but rather emulating a sort of dream RISC PC, for want of a better term, a dream piece of Acorn hardware, tying into the various subsystems that were exposed by Windows, 3D graphics, multi-channel sound, video acceleration, could all have been filtered through somehow into the RISC OS paradigm. And especially when they were developing RISC OS 6 at the same time, they could have merged. You could have had video acceleration through DirectX, etc., tied into a RISC OS 6 component that interfaced with that through virtual Acorn. And you could have created something that was not just an emulation of a RISC PC, but an emulation of a perfect ARM system almost, incorporating, essentially letting the host operating system do the legwork for you on the difficult bits, whilst RISC OS plugged into it to offer that to a user. I don't know if I'm explaining myself very well.
Andrew, we're almost ready to start the next talk.
Oh, right. I thought that was 2:30.
It's okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay. But anyway, final comment is that I don't see the shim layer being something that's anything like Windows or anything like that. It needs to be something that's completely transparent.
Thanks for clarifying that, Andrew. Excellent addition to your talk.
Yep, you'll have to book 3 hours next time, Andrew.
There's always more to say. But,
yeah, no, all good stuff. All good stuff.
Hopefully, people found something of interest in what I had to say. That's all I can ask.
We should do. Your peak audience was 66. How many watching on YouTube? I don't know, but 66 on Zoom.
Possibly a Q&A day.
Yeah. Well, you're in charge this afternoon, Peter.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Yeah.
So I'll leave it. I'm not afraid. I'm off.
I know. We know that. Yeah.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Well, thank you to everyone who's been in this morning. That's Tony Bartram, Acorn Games, Andrew Ronsley with his dual hats on RISC OS development or RISC OS developments and RComp, and lots of stuff going on there. I shall try something now. And we'll see how dangerous this is of sharing the screen. If I can get back from it. Oh, very good. Which bit of the screen did I want? That one. Will this work? Let's try that. There we are. That's what we would have had at the show theatre to tell you what. So we've done the 10:30, 11:30. Hopefully we've all had some sort of lunch at 1:30. And we're going to go to RISC OS Open next, which I believe is not Steve Revel. I think it's Rob Sproson. So we'll pass over to him if he's available.
Hello. Definitely Steve.
I'll just stop my screen sharing somewhere. You'll have to remind me, how do we do this one, guys? Click on the bottom, stop share. There we go.
Somewhere up the top.
That's it. I think we've got it.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope
right.
everyone's not falling asleep after their lunch. I'll try and keep you awake, stay upbeat. So welcome, I'm Steve Revel from RISC OS Open, and I also have lurking in the chat Rob Sproson of LSR, long-time helper. So hopefully he will be able to help answer some of the questions that come up in the chat. We've got quite a lot to talk about today, so without further ado, I will switch to the shared content. And can we see this? Thumbs up. Are we good? Excellent. Thank you. So it's been a fun and challenging year for all round, but thankfully the end appears to be in sight. Things are starting slowly in the UK, at least, to return to normal. And there's been no let up in progress in the RISC OS world. So we would like to talk you through some of the things that have been happening there. So the things I'm going to cover today are what's changed since last time we talked publicly, some of the things that are being released and have been released that you may or may not be aware of, some announcements about our bounty scheme, and some thoughts about RISC OS into the future, and then I can open the floor for a bit of Q&A. So looking at what has happened recently, just before Christmas, we launched a custom build of RISC OS specifically for the Pi 400, which was a bit of a surprise release, I believe. So it was an all-in-one Raspberry Pi built into a keyboard, like people from the past, from the Acorn Electron days and beyond. I'm sure we all remember these. We did a custom build with a bit of custom graphics just to give it a bit of polish. And this was released freely to the community alongside the new hardware release from Raspberry Pi. And all of those downloads are available on our website. And it can actually run on all Raspberry Pis, but it felt like a moment of celebration, especially at the end of quite a difficult year. Another thing that we have released recently is an update to our development tools. And people who are interested in artificial intelligence will find some of the technical changes quite useful and interesting. There's been the usual bundle of improvements and bug fixes into the development tools, and people who already have the development tools get this free issued. So get in touch with us with your license key if you haven't received information about this, and we will sort it out. Also, the basic manual, which I am holding artfully here, this was out of print because it was so popular we sold out of it some time ago. And we've taken the quiet period in between to make some significant errata fixes. So we fixed a few corrections that were fed in from the community. We've added a few more bits and pieces to it. And now we've up-issued to issue 3, and this is back in print. So if you want to buy it, you can buy it from our store on Amazon. And for the first time ever, we are releasing it freely as a digital download on the Rule website. So if you go to the downloads part of our website, go to other downloads, scroll down that page, and you'll see some of the books that we've released for free in digital format. And this is now one of them. So that is the complete basic manual. It's quite a hefty tome. It covers everything. An essential starter for learning to develop in RISC OS, and you can get it for free now. Also, bounties. We've had quite a lot of progress on this front. I'll talk more about the bounty scheme as a whole, but one of the things I did want to talk about today and show you is that one of the ambitions was to support the PNG image format, or PNG. I don't know how people prefer to pronounce it. I prefer PNG. So this is now in Change FSI for exporting pings, and it's also in Paint for exporting pings. We've had support for importing pings into Change FSI for quite a few years now, but this is a new feature. And I am going to attempt to switch to sharing a quick screen grab. Here we go. So hopefully, if you can see this, yep, excellent. I will launch into this and explain what you're seeing. But this is how the new feature looks in use. And forgive me if it runs a little bit slowly, but it's always a bit laggy showing video over Zoom. So as you can see, we've got ping output as a new option in Change FSI. And you've got all the options there for compression and monochrome versus color. And what we're going to do here is we're going to demonstrate taking a sprite image and converting it to a ping in Change FSI. And just to show how universal this image format is nowadays, one of the things we can do is save that image and then load it in the sorts of applications that would be used to seeing these universal image formats. So I'll save it over here, and then we can load it into, as an example, NetSurf, the popular open source web browser for RISC OS. And we can see just by looking in the title bar, it is indeed, no surprises here, a ping image. But you will find these things, especially for computer graphics, all over the web, and it's great that we can create them ourselves, especially when sending images to people who may not have a RISC OS computer. So the next thing is we're going to load the sprite into Paint. And now going to attempt to exercise artistic talent, very loosely defined artistic talent, just to modify this sprite in Paint. Oh, this is looking great. I think we're nearly there. What do we think? One more circle, just for luck. Great. So this now is artfully modified. We can save straight out of Paint as a ping image, or a JPEG, in fact. And you've got the compression there as well. Slightly simplified export from Paint compared to Change FSI. Here we go. It is now chugging away. It's done it. So if we just get rid of this, we can do one of the things here. Oh, let's do this JPEG. Why not? For completeness, here's how you create a JPEG from Paint. So now we've got a JPEG, we can do what you would hope to be able to do with a JPEG, which is update our backdrop image with our new, very tasteful piece of artwork. So let's see if this works. Drag it over. Let's make it scaled and pop it on the backdrop. Hey, victory. So there we go. That's a fairly trivial example, but hopefully that gives you a flavor of what this new feature or these new features give the user. And it's something I think we've been wanting and hoping for quite a long time. In addition to that, we've got plenty of other progress on bounties. We've got the thing that has been, I think, on many people's wish lists for probably a couple of decades, which is to unify some of the headline features that RISC OS Limited did back in the past in their RISC OS 4 and RISC OS 6 fork with RISC OS 5 and the old Castle RISC OS Developments fork. Now that we only have one of those remaining, all of the good features that were in the other fork that's now abandoned, we're looking to bring those across. So we can benefit from, in particular here, all of the new enhancements and features in the toolbox once this bounty is complete. And that will be great for developing applications that look slightly better and have slightly more user-friendly functionality. We also have a tool called Git, very friendly name there, which is a very popular development tool for managing source code. And not having support for this natively in RISC OS always complicates the process of developing software on RISC OS that in particular comes from open source projects in the broader community from other operating systems, because more often than not, they'll be stored in Git repositories and you'll have to switch to a different operating system to interact with the source code just to get it onto your machine and then develop your program. Now, if we can get a Git port that works natively in RISC OS, that will enormously simplify the workflow for someone developing. You can track the status of all these things as ever on our bounties part of our website, and very easy to get to. It's in the top bar of the website. So some of the things that have been released, these are not really bounty related, they're just other things that have happened. Moredesk, which is something I wrote back in the day. It has been a commercial application up until very recently, and I made the decision to open source it. So now it is available for free for anyone to use, and it is a very powerful virtual desktop manager, amongst other things. We used to include it in what is called NutPy, which is now the Epic distribution, which is a commercial distribution of useful RISC OS tools and applications that RISC OS Open sells. It's no longer on there. What we've done is substitute it for another popular commercial application called CloudFS, which, as you can probably imagine by the name, is a file system that has a cloud backend. So it uses a cloud provider to allow you to natively in RISC OS have a transparent interface onto all the stuff that you're storing on the cloud. So that's a very handy application. It's now in the Epic distribution that RISC OS Open sells. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Moredesk make its way into our normal disk image download on the rules site in the near future. Also released recently is this, what's it called? Sample Player. Sorry, I nearly forgot. So sample player is like the counterpart to AM player. So AM player is a popular MP3 player for RISC OS. Sample player back in the day was very popular for playing WAVs, AAFFs, similar compressed but not lossy audio formats. And it's transferred hands a few times in its history, and it has finally ended up in our hands, and we have taken over maintaining this application. So we've resurrected it a little bit from the dead, and it is now available for free, and it's part of the RISC OS source tree. So anyone who wants to work on it, enhance it, add new features, please feel free. It's open source again. So bounties, looking ahead, we're going to reflect on the fact that it's been a decade now, pretty much next month, since we launched the bounty scheme. And I personally believe it's been enormously successful. It's delivered a lot of valuable new features and applications and fundamental pieces of operating system functionality. All of this has come basically from the community putting their money where their mouth is and sponsoring developers also from the community generally to take on these usually quite significant challenges of adding these important new things. To date, we have completed quite a lot of bounties here. You can see there's 7 major ones completed. There's several in progress right now, and we're accumulating significant amounts of money in the pots of the bounties that we've still got open, including some quite notable donations recently, enormous donations. So thank you very much for everyone who's over the last decade has been showing their support. And I hope you've been reaping the benefits as well and making use of all the new stuff that's been arriving as a result of this. One of the potential criticisms that has been leveled at the bounty scheme, and I think it's unfairly, is the question of what happens when we've all put our money into a bounty pot, but the bounty never goes anywhere. No one claims it, the work never happens, and the bounty expires. In certain crowdfunding sites, typically what happens is once you've reached your target, the project can either succeed or fail, and people will either get the results of that or they'll get nothing and lose their money. I like to think we have a slightly more transparent process here in that it will always be put to good use. So for example, the 2 bounties that have failed to actually connect the pot of money to a developer and deliver the final goods, both of those in the end, that feature that was being sought was added to RISC OS anyway. So they still ended up being successful, even though a more roundabout route was required to deliver the features that were requested in the bounty. The other thing to note is the money that was in the bounty pot, if it is expired, we just redistribute it across all of the other open bounties. So if we can't achieve a particular piece of development, we will just spread that across all of the other developments that people are starting to put their money towards to try and spur them on a bit. So it's never wasted. It always ends up, hopefully, in a good place. There is a diagram that I'm going to show you I'm going to float it in front of you and then I'm going to whip it away. There's a lot of detail here, so I don't plan on describing it all now, but I think it's a good narrative of the decade of progress we've had with bounties. It highlights all of the features that have been delivered through the bounty scheme. It shows some of the historic milestones that we've been through in the last decade. There's also a highlight of the bounties that we have open, how close or far we think they are from achieving their target and being kicked off. And it also provides a hint into the roadmap of the future. And we're always looking. I'll talk about this a little bit more in a few minutes, but we're always looking at what next. It's great having the stuff that we're focused on now, but we have to always keep an eye on the future. And this has been described in earlier talks today, is you can't take your eye off the future because the world does not stand still. So in orange, we do have 3 kind of little cloudy thought bubbles there, suggesting some ideas for the future of particular interest. And I will leap over to those soon. But what I will say is one of them is about finishing something that was started a long time ago. So the support for something called Unicode, UTF-8, this was added to a lot of the core of RISC OS decades ago, but there's still some rough edges, which mean the experience for trying to use particularly international languages and international fonts is not as smooth as it could be, and you can run into some dead ends at certain points. So this bounty is about polishing those rough edges, eliminating them ideally, and giving us finally the experience that we would like for an international operating system. We're a bit, sometimes it's a little bit too easy to be convinced that English is the only language, and of course it isn't. So let's make sure that this operating system is representative of the global stage that it's operating in. The next bounty that we are going to be opening really soon is the next phase of the filing system development. There's already been 2 phases of this, one of which is still in progress and is making great progress, and that one was addressing partitions. This one is basically about big things, big disks, big files. There's a few other pieces to this which are significant, like maybe moving away from the current on-disk format called ADFS to something a bit more industry standard, perhaps. So what we would like to do is make sure that as the never-ending increase in disk size and file size is, as that marches on, RISC OS doesn't find itself, as it often does, in a world where we can't access all of what's out there because of the inherent limitations in our file system and the operating system around it. So there's a big bounty just kicking off about this, which will be continuing our journey of improving the file system in general. And finally, the third one that we are going to be launching right now is updating the programmer's reference manuals. I have a copy of them over there from 20 odd years ago. They're about that big. There's many pages of documents here. And we're going to have to do this in phases because it's such an enormous project. But the first phase is just about tidying up the programmer's reference manuals into a more coherent set of books. At the moment, you've got a set of volumes, you've got an extra volume with some other bits that reference lots of other bits in the first 4, and then you've got additional volumes of errata and addendums. So what we're going to try and do is bring it all back into a sensible sequence of books where it's just describing everything without having to jump back and forth between different volumes all the time. Where some of the volumes are saying, ignore what was in that volume because it's wrong, here's what you should do. Let's just get it all so it's representative of RISC OS today, and then future phases will start adding more and more of the stuff that's changed in the meantime. So these documents are not only, they're a bit of a snapshot of a moment in history, and they've not been kept in sync with the way the operating system itself and all of the things around it have developed in the last several decades. So lots of work there to do, many man-years of work, in fact, but this one is just the first tranche, the first phase. Looking ahead, this is critical, really, and you know, it's easy to be negative, but I don't think we should. I think we should be positive. There are a lot of opportunities for RISC OS, and there's a lot of things that we could focus on, but we have tried very much to keep adding the things and focusing on the things that are foundational and important in allowing us to keep pace with the rest of the world. The worst that can happen is we lag so far behind that it becomes impossible to move from outside of RISC OS into RISC OS. And as in our position, I think we've earned over the time since RISC OS Open started back in 2006, we feel that as the hub of the community where people come and meet and share ideas, we also feel in a privileged position to be able to see what everyone is talking about, what all the ideas are, and coordinate them a little bit and help bring the right people together. So for example, we work quite closely now with RISC OS developments. We have regular meetings with them. And we also work with a lot of the key developers in the community to try and bring a sense of a plan, a sense of a grand scheme, and perhaps a prioritized backlog of things that we could do that we're all aligned on. So we're not competing with each other on this. We're not going in different divergent directions again, like has happened in the past. We feel a responsibility to try and bring some coordination to the process. We're working in 6 particular areas within RISC OS Open. We've got our eyes on 6 particular things, and I'll talk briefly about them today, but over the coming year or so, I think you'll be finding out a lot more about where our thoughts are pointed and how we think we can start addressing these 6 headline topics. One of them is about just supporting more RAM, so more memory in devices. Some models we can gain access in a limited way to large amounts of memory, but RISC OS basically has some hard limits, and we want to try and raise those limits significantly, as most people's desktop PCs now will have more than 4 gigabytes of RAM in them. Most people's laptops even will have more than 4 gigabytes of RAM in them. So RISC OS's limitations, although it's very lean and you quite often don't need lots of memory for RISC OS type activities, applications, the more you start thinking, well, on more powerful hardware, we might be able to do video manipulation, and I've got this HD camera over here generating enormous files, then it becomes relevant again. So that's one topic that we're looking at. How do we solve it? What's the easiest way and the way that gives us the best bang for our buck? We're also looking at BBC Basic, the language. We're looking at how to modernize it a little bit. So a bit of a revamp there. In particular, structures and dynamic memory allocation, blah, blah. I can almost not spit that one out. We want to bring some modern language features to BASIC without moving away from what feels like the core of what BASIC is, its essence. We're talking to various people, and we want this to be a coordinated effort so that the language that we arrive at is sound and future-proof and a good basis for other further developments to the language in the future. And this has been mentioned many times in previous talks, but there was recently an announcement by ARM that in the ARM version 9 architecture, the 32-bit ARM architecture that we're all very connected to in the RISC OS world, is going to become very, very hard to access, if impossible. So I'm trying to think of a very simple way to describe it, but for the most part, it's easy to think that most processors that are ARM version 9 won't even support the 32-bit architecture. And even if they do, it won't be to a level that RISC OS could run on. So to make sure that we have a future to run this operating system on hardware that will come out in future years and make the benefits for all the other improvements that come with that hardware, there's some fairly hard problems to solve. And this is where the coordination between RISC OS Open, within RISC OS developments, and other key developers in the community, this is where we have to be talking together and coming up with a combined plan, because the amount of engineering that has to happen to support this stuff is significant, and it quite often will come at a cost. So how that cost is realized is a bigger discussion than just RISC OS Open, bigger discussion than probably our bounty scheme. The fourth thing to discuss is multi-core support, which has been making actual progress. So this is great to see. We've made a couple of announcements recently about this. So if you follow us on Twitter, you'll have seen some of our tweets. But this is creeping along in the background. Jeffrey Lee is being a bit of a star here, and he's been making good progress on this one. Multi-monitor support is something we would like to see because we already have several platforms, several pieces of RISC OS hardware that can, in theory, do multiple displays. But RISC OS itself doesn't natively support this. And now there was a tool called Geminus in the past, which allowed you to do this on certain hardware. But what we believe is the right answer is to make the operating system, and in particular the desktop, understand how to do this natively, so you don't end up in a world where error boxes appear halfway between two monitors, for example. And finally, there's another piece of work which is actually underway, which is called vector floating point. It's quite technical, but what it basically means is a lot of difficult math stuff can be accelerated significantly by taking advantage of a lot of the features in modern ARM cores. And at the moment, we don't take advantage of those features. And especially in the tools, the build tools that we sell, if you compile your program into the thing that you can then give to people that runs on their machines, it's not taking advantage of all these whizzy maths features in modern processors. So there's work to be done and actually underway, focusing on this. But generally speaking, that means some hard mathsy stuff like crunching videos or doing difficult calculations. That could all potentially be speeded up significantly by this improvement. So that is the end of the scripted content, if you'll call it that. I'll just open the floor now to any questions.
Steve, thank you very much. This and together with the presentation from Rod was absolutely amazing today. Vectors.
Yep.
Have you guys already started to lay down some code? Because I actually started to work on something like that for the AI part. To exploit basically Neon to have a math library. I started with GCC, but the goal is to actually make the library available to DDE. So transform it back into an AIF library. So maybe I may have, I don't know, something. I know you guys are much better at this thing, so, but.
I tell you, it sounds like we should definitely talk about this offline and make sure that if you can help us with what we're doing, that would be fantastic. Yes, we have started writing code. We've started adding features to the build tool code in the background as well. Rob Sproson's been keeping an eye on this one quite closely. So I don't know if he could chip in, but we could certainly get in touch. If you got in touch with us outside of this, we will hook you up and start planning how you can help us and work on this.
I've been writing lots of test harnesses and ways of checking that the code is calculating the correct value. That's generally the hardest part. It's, the adding, subtracting, dividing and multiplying isn't overly difficult. It's knowing that you're doing it to a precision that allows you to carry those calculations forwards. If you do 3 multiplies in succession, you need to make sure that you're not rounding off the values at each stage and losing some bits. So yeah, it's interesting maths under the bonnet there.
Yeah. Actually, Genon could be a potential very good test environment for that, because basically it uses an impressive amount of floating point, especially when you do the back forwarding neuronal network, because the back forwarding try to train back the neuronal network after the forwarding has happened. So it kind of like move back and forth, right? That's what's called back forwarding. And so their calculation goes exponentially crazy. which is why I started to work on this as well. Like this, performance were not particularly good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll definitely have more conversations offline. I think we might set up some Zoom calls. That would be great. I just saw a question in the chat about the status of the file system part 2 bounty. You're correct in an observation that this one hasn't really moved very quickly since kind of a spurt of progress about a year or so ago. What's happened there is the person who's claimed this bounty has found themselves engaged in a significant piece of contract work for a client. So they've put it on the back burner for a bit, and we know they're going to do a great job. So we're not pushing them to finish the job right now. We'll let them pick the time that suits them so that they can close that bounty off. But we can see the benefit of opening the next phase early, because there's some other bits and pieces that we can get cracking on in the meantime. So we're happy to have both of those open in parallel, but it's also worth saying that the second one still needs to accumulate enough money in the first place to start progressing. So we're in a way, we're getting ahead of the game on that one.
It's probably also worth saying that the part 2 of the filing system bounty was originally scoped out as just bolting on partitions underneath. That proved to be impractical from a technical point of view, and rewriting it in C turned out to be the more prudent, but the more direct solution. And that, of course, helps you in the future, because once it's written in C, you can recompile it and take any advantages that you get from a C compiler change, rather than having to go and rummage around in 50,000 lines of assembler.
I've got a question about Compute Module 4. The eMMC on board the Compute Module 4 doesn't seem to work under RISC OS at the moment, and the light versions seem to only start up correctly once in 4 times with the mouse freezing. Do you have any comments about that, please?
Not really aware of what that one is, so it sounds like a bug report to raise so we can put it in the bug tracker. But yes, sorry, I'm afraid that's the first I've heard of that one, but yes, I'm sure we can look into it.
I can explain a little bit more. The eMMC on the Compute Module 4 uses an 8-bit data bus and uses eMMC2, so I suspect it's not provided for yet.
Yeah, the Compute Module 4 came out about 2 days after RISC OS 5.28. Unfortunately, unusually, no samples were made available beforehand. So previously, some contacts within the Raspberry Pi Foundation, you can usually get your hands on some of the prototypes a bit early, so you get some visibility, but that wasn't the case with the Compute Module 4. So it was done slightly by guesswork, wondering what it might look like, and I guess the guess wasn't very good, or the guess wasn't quite right. So there's definitely some more engineering required to sort that out.
Yeah, but we do have an area on our forum for bug reports. So by all means, start a topic there, and we'll be able to transcribe that into something in our bug tracker.
Steve?
Yes.
I've got a question about Git. You mentioned it. I knew I downloaded something called Git by someone called Addycat. I don't know who he is. Is that related to your Git effort?
So there have been a couple of efforts at porting Git clients that have gone to various lengths. They're not as complete or integrated as we would like them to be. So I don't think this is anything to do with the one that we've done in our bounty. We're looking at a slightly different approach that's a bit more native.
With the GUI, presumably.
Ideally.
I mean, the Git I've got downloaded is command line only, but I haven't really used it much. I don't know if it works even, but
yeah.
Okay.
Git, they're very divisive having a user interface on Git. Some people swear by it, other people swear about it. I think so. We'll get the fundamentals working, the command line side.
I know that Linux Torvald said he hated GUIs and he invented Git, so I guess it's par for the course not to have a GUI.
Yeah, I think we have a role to keep an eye on both sides of the arguments.
Okay.
The PNG work that you did, you were demonstrating in Paint and Change FSI, does that also mean that we can now save screenshots from Paint with in those formats so that we can email them in sort of?
Yes. Yeah. So the screenshot tool will still just open in a new Paint window, and then you can save it whichever format suits.
Okay.
Steve, going back to your bounties that are there, the USB Stage 2 update seems to have been stuck there for a while now, even though it's exceeded the bounty. Do you know a reason why that may have not attracted anyone?
I think there's just quite a lot of other projects going on for all the main developers in and around the community right now. There's some exciting stuff going on, like web browsers and some of the other bounties that we've got open. I think it just speaks to the fact that we don't have all that many developers available who can claim all of these things simultaneously. So it's a shame, but we take a view. We don't expire bounties on a particular timescale. We don't say we'll leave it open for 3 months and then expire it. We give it a reasonable run where we think if it's just that the time isn't right, then that's why we don't think it's been claimed, or maybe we think we need to rethink the target and set the target higher, then we'll extend its life and we'll leave it open for quite a long time. As you've seen, we've only actually expired 2 bounties in the decade, I think. So typically it'll stay open and it will eventually happen. It's just we're not yet in the lucky position that some of the other operating systems are, where we have many developers available to potentially claim these things.
Yeah, I guess it comes back to some of the work that Rod are doing, trying to get new people in there, probably Cloverleaf, and some of the work that yourselves have done to try and get new blood into the community that may be able to help on.
I believe it is working. I'm seeing plenty of new faces on forums, people asking relevant and useful questions, people getting involved and even claiming some of our bounties. So I feel like the reach and the exposure is increasing rather than decreasing. So that's a great thing for RISC OS. Long may that continue. But we're always walking a bit of a tightrope to make sure that we are getting the important things done so that we're not being left behind, so that people are being attracted in. And I've talked in the past about virtuous circles. These virtuous circles need to keep being fed.
Steve, I've got a question about ping support.
Yes.
Is it packaged so that someone else could use it easily?
There's a library underpinning it, yes.
I'm thinking of Artworks. Now, obviously, Martin's doesn't do much these days and he's very busy, but having ping output in Artworks would be wonderful.
There's a underlying module called compressed PNG, which has a very, very similar interface that you can call from BASIC or C or whatever. It's very similar to the compressed JPEG module that we've had since RISC OS 3.6, I think. So there's a start SWI, then you write the rasters, and then there's a finish SWI, and the result is a PNG file.
Okay,
it almost sounds like the sort of thing Martin might be able to squeeze into an evening of development. Maybe ask him the question.
Does that include 8-bit masking? The alpha channel support. So if you feed in raster with 8-bit an 8-bit mask format, do we get PNG with?
Yes, so you can have either masks or alpha blending. That I think is what you mean.
That's supported by the module, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Nice work.
That's something for your browser as well, Andrew. Fantastic. Any other questions?
Steve, there was one that whizzed past on the chat while you were talking a moment ago. That was on the on that infographic, the thought bubbles on the right-hand side. Just to talk a bit more about whether those are aspirational or all in progress, or how are they selected, or that sort of thing. That was from Nitrek, someone from Nitrek. But you've muted yourself.
I'll just sit here and talk to myself in silence. I'll switch back to that graphic. Here we go. Are we seeing this?
That's the one, yes. It's
Great. Okay, so
on the right.
The stuff on the right is a combination of things from the rule wish list that the community has been feeding into. We also have a roadmap area in our wiki where we try and capture and collate the high level stuff that we could see needed for RISC OS as it goes forward. You could think of it as the idea car park. So it is the list of ideas of the big picture things that RISC OS would really benefit from. And if someone were to come along and say, here's £5 million, we'd probably get most of this stuff done. And RISC OS would be a much richer operating system as a result. But with the way the community works at the moment, we have to be a bit more strategic about it. So this is the sort of thing that we would present when we're having conversations with RISC OS developments, when we're talking to developers. We're seeing where there are sweet spots, where there's perhaps some ability out there to make something happen, and there's an alignment of belief from the different people involved that it's a worthwhile activity. And that's when we start pulling things forward. Some of the things that RISC OS Open can independently pull forward into our bounty scheme. But as I say, some of the things are just too big and too complicated, just too hairy. So that's where we have to have the bigger conversations with other people in the community to say, how are we going to unstick these? How are we going to make these things happen? And I think, as Andrew Rawnsley has said earlier today, sometimes you have to think outside the box a little bit and choose something that's maybe a bit more radical. And it's not necessarily the traditional solution we would come up with for RISC OS, but it's a stepping stone to getting these things into RISC OS. We've seen examples of this in the past. We've seen ports of Firefox just so that we could get some modern browsing. It came with all kinds of compromises and issues, but at least for a period that solved a problem, a real problem. We have to try and find good, solid, future-proof solutions for these things. But it quite often will take a lot of coordination. And so don't expect all this stuff to happen quickly unless we suddenly have an enormous windfall and can hire lots of developers and give them a job developing RISC OS for the next several years. Okay, we will put this on our website and we can have a bit of commentary, a bit of discussion on the forum about it as well.
Steve, what's the plans on USB 3 development?
I believe that's in one of our bounties. Hold on a sec. Are you able? Yeah, thank you. Rob, is it in the, let me just check, is it in the open bounty right now?
Yeah, so it gets a passing mention, and this is perhaps a reflection of how the bounty text has dated since it was first opened, because at the time that the bounty was spec'd, USB 3 support in NetBSD, which is where the USB stack originates, was very, how should I say it politely, so very infant in its infancy, and so in the 3 or 4 years while it's been open, that's definitely moved on a bit, and it may be that can be that's sufficiently stable now that it would be of use to RISC OS. But yeah, at the time the bounty text was written, it's just penciled in lightly as a may be able to support USB 3 on the understanding that it wasn't actually finished in NetBSD at that point.
Right. Any other questions?
Yeah, another one. So sorry, half monopolised. Just a bit of a can of worms. In the future, do you see RISC OS going down the sort of Linux distro style route? I mean, or will there just be one? I mean, at the moment, there's several distros now, basically, that aren't very different. I just wondered if you saw your job as rule as providing a kernel and other people putting distros together. Say, for example, the new pin board, for example, would that be something in a distro, or would you see that as coming out in the base product?
I think the future you're describing is already now. It's already here. So RISC OS Open, we host the source tree, and we happen to build builds each night. So we build new releases off the latest source tree. We host these on our website, but they're essentially our distro of RISC OS. Now that it's open source under the Apache license, anyone else can host it. Anyone else can host their distro, build their distro. And for example, RISC OS developments have their RISC OS Direct distribution. And that is essentially derived from what we're hosting with some extra special sauce that they've added. And it's just eminently possible now for anyone else to create their distro. Maybe they cut it down for some particular purpose, or they add extra pieces for a particular vertical market. So we don't see that as a problem. We see that as just part of the making the whole ecosystem of RISC OS richer. But we still see our place in the middle of it as the hosts of the source code and some amount of trying to coordinate collaboration of how it moves forwards, how it develops the core of RISC OS. Anyone else could fork it and develop it in their own particular way. There's nothing we can do to stop that. There's nothing RISC OS developments can do to stop that. It's part of the terms of the Apache license. But it's in the best interests, I think, of the community that we do try and have a single point of truth for what RISC OS is, because there's so little strength in depth of developers out there that you don't want to dilute it too much.
I'm really wondering about how people who do produce good stuff outside of rule get you to adopt what they've done without causing bad feeling, as it has been with the audio stuff.
Could you unpick that one a little bit?
Well, if people say, for example, Andrew today demonstrated the pin board. Now, I know that Rod are talking to rules, so that's not a problem. He has a route to get stuff in. But if you're developing stuff and you're not part of Rod and not part of rule, and you would like it adopted because it's good enough and should be in the core, how does one go about it?
Well, just get in touch and ask if you want to, how you can put it into our sources and into our nightly builds. One of the things that we do have is we're hosting a source tree, a GitLab server, where all the sources are. You can create your own private projects in GitLab, or even public projects in GitLab that are essentially forks of RISC OS. So you can create your stuff in there, hosted on the same server, and increasingly we could make it very easy to adopt those things into the core, rather than being sat out on the fringe as your experiments or your own personal fork. You can bring it in to being part of the normal RISC OS nightly fork. It makes it, if we host those projects on our server, it makes it even more convenient to make that transition.
Okay, that looks like the way forward to me then. It's to use your Git source.
Yeah, the GitLab server, yes. Okay. But that it doesn't have to work that way, of course. You could host your sources wherever you want, but it's convenient to start in that place and in our structure. Then it makes the migration of bringing it into the heart of our builds much more straightforward for various reasons.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for the sampler thing. What's a music player extension thing? That's one I used to use a lot on RISC-OS 4 and 6, so that'd be very useful. I just noticed Andrew Rawnsley said that he'll be feeding back the pin board to yourselves to go into presumably nightly builds before an even point increase. That's how it works, isn't it? Normally odds are nightly builds taking up your own risk to some extent, but generally fairly stable.
I believe so. I believe it works well. One of the things that I do know, I think there may be some incompatibility between some of the extensions made there and Moredesk. So I think I've got an open ticket on myself to fix Moredesk.
That's a concern of mine, Steve. I couldn't. I've had to stop using Pinboard because of caches with Moredesk, and I can't do without Moredesk. So if you can fix that up, yeah, that'd be very good. I can report them to you if you like.
Yeah, I will try and I promise to try and find time this year to actually do some work on Moredesk.
Would that be including putting the code into RISC-OS, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I talked about hosting your code on our GitLab server. I think one of the things I've done in violation of my own open source license for Moredesk is I've not yet published the sources. It's one of those, I'll get around to it. So my thought is I will just host it in the RISC OS source tree, the way other third-party software is. And then that way it'll make it very easy for us to just put it in our nightly builds. So if you want Moredesk, you just, when you download the latest disk image, you'll get Moredesk in it. There's no reason not to now that it's open source. So that's certainly my plan. And once it's there, it'll be quite a lot more straightforward for me then to fix any issues like pinboard incompatibilities.
Well, I've got a helper to Moredesk called Rotor, which I've stopped using because I had some zero-page problems with it. But I'll promise I'll get back to that as well now that Moredesk is becoming more in the open.
Yeah. Also, don't forget to check out Cloud FS, which is now taking its place. It's something that's often overlooked on RISC OS machines is have you got good backups? Are your files safe if your hard drive blows up or increasingly your SD card in your Raspberry Pi, what happens when it stops working? Where's all your files? So it's well worth having a look at that.
I got an offer today from Cloud FS for a lifetime's membership and 500 gig for £110. Is that good value?
Sounds reasonable.
Sounds per year. Sounds quite good.
It's for a lifetime, one-off payment for a my life's not that long now, but if I were a young man, I would go for it.
Take an optimistic view. Assume another 50 years.
Yeah, I think we should be coming towards the end of questions now. We've just got 4 minutes before sign domain starts at 3.
Thank you, question, please. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, go on.
Are there any plans to get around the live font licensing problem on the user guide so it can be free? And will the PRMs have the same problem?
So the problem is essentially that the fonts that we are using, we bought a license which only RISC OS Open can publish these documents because they're the fonts that they used historically. Changing the documents to use a different font is an enormous pile of negative work. It would take a vast amount of effort to arrive at something that looks the same. So the right answer is to buy a more permissive license for those fonts. But right now, whoever wants to distribute these documents without coming into that licensing problem, I think it's down to them to front up the money to pay for the better license, because RISC-OS Open don't see why we would want to pay an additional several £100 for a more permissive license when we've already bought the license ourselves. So I think if there's a general desire to host some of these documents, these books in digital form, for example, then certainly get in touch with Rule and we can let you know what the licensing details are and what it would take to bump it up to a more permissive level so that other people can publish them.
Could a bounty be
As like a bounty, yeah.
on that?
It could even be a bounty, yeah.
Do you know what the figure is?
I don't know. It depends on. Well, I know for more permissive, it would be about £400, I think. Last time we looked, but I don't know how many other rights holders that extends it to. Whether that's just generally, it could be published in digital form by anyone. I'd have to go back and look into it. But it was certainly of the order of several £100. So well within the reach of a bounty, for example.
There were quite a few questions about PRMs and cost and things in the comments. So everyone should get in contact with yourselves. There's two different ways of doing that, I think.
Absolutely. So thank you for all the great questions. It's been a good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks very much. Always useful to see that things are ongoing. So yeah, good. Looking forward to the future of the RISC OS. Thank you. And we're coming up to sign no mean at 3 o'clock. So hopefully one of the technical elves will swap us over at the right point.
Just as an aside, my copy of Archive magazine dropped through the door a couple of hours ago.
Right. We were hoping that was in everyone before today, weren't we? So yeah, I don't think I've got mine, but there you go. And I can almost see the post office from here.
Mine's usually a few days later and it hasn't arrived yet.
I think it's going to be a Monday for a lot of people. Well, Tuesday, if it's bank holiday. Yes, as somebody said there, it'd be nice to have a next show in person, even if people have to travel, I'm sure, yeah. All right.
I don't think it is a bank holiday on Monday, is it?
Well, was it some big saint's day on Friday? That must have been it. The one that never gets celebrated, the English one. Anyway, hello.
The bank holiday is a week on Monday. If it arrives after that, I'm going to be getting annoyed.
You'll definitely be upset. Yeah, anyway, if we can cross over now to Matthew Phillips and sign them in, if you want to get control taken. Or if Ruth or Steve can pass it on. There we are.
Ooh.
That's it.
You've spotlighted my video, right?
That sounds fine.
I'm afraid this is a London show background rather than Wakefield. I didn't remember to get a photo out in time. But, there we go. Sorry about that. Just to warn people, it's always dangerous doing live demos. We saw that with some of the stuff Andrew was demonstrating earlier. And it's particularly dangerous when you're demonstrating new software, which is hot off the zip file today. We had a bit of a worry about just before lunch when I did some testing, when I started thinking about what I might demo. And we had some horrible crashes. Bit of investigation. It appears that there's some unpleasant interaction between RISC OSM and the VNC server that we were using to be able to share the screen onto the PC's desktop. But fingers crossed, we might not hit it if we're careful, but if it does, then please bear with us. I think it maybe depends a bit on what VNC client you're using, and it seems that the one that's running on this PC hasn't yet triggered it to crash, whereas Avalanche was quite good at making it crash. So we might investigate that further, but just to be warned. So first thing we're going to demonstrate is the new version of RISC OSM. We're calling this RISC OSM 2.0. Not really because it's got incredible new features in it, but because there's been a big change in the data format. And so everyone will need new data downloaded to take advantage of the full features, though it does support the old data format as well. It's just you can't load new data with the old RISC OSM. So as we were getting up to about version 1.83 or so, we thought, well, let's jump up to 2.0 and then it'll be really clear what's going on. So I'm going to try sharing my screen if that's been allowed. And hopefully you should now be seeing a desktop. Good. And I'll try not to go too fast because I'm aware that Zoom goes really, gets quite laggy sometimes. So this is just a Raspberry Pi 3 and not quite on the latest version of the operating system. And the first thing we want to demonstrate is actually, what shall we do first? Shall we do the tracker first?
No, we do the tracker.
Well, you better go and yeah. For a while, RISC OSM has supported various WIMP messages which allow you to transmit information to RISC OSM. And Chris Hall has taken advantage of this with the SatNav software, which if you've got the appropriate equipment attached to your computer, will get a GPS reading and then tell RISC OSM where the computer currently is. We also use this in Recce. It's about time we published the information on it, and I was about to upload it this morning when I realized it had a few sort of personal notes in it about things that needed fixing. So hopefully sometime in the next week, we will actually get this uploaded. But we have shared it with a few people, and if you're interested and we don't seem to be getting it published quick enough, do prod us. One person who's had it for the last, had that information for a while, has been developing some nice software for use with a GPS tracking device, which works on mobile data networks. And he's shared this with us. So this is not polished software. It's not for sale or anything like that. It's just something that one of our users has been trying out. And I haven't got one of the devices to show you, actually. This is a bit of a mistake because the two devices are currently outside being walked around the area. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to see where they are. But the devices are about maybe 1.5 inches by 2 inches, you know, they're about the size of a couple of matchboxes. They take a SIM card, and with mobile data, every so often, once a minute or so, they say where they are in the world. So let's hope this works. I'm just going to run this. Software here. It opens. It writes some information into a file on the RAM disk to say what's going on. The icon, there's something wrong with our version here because there's no icon here, but it does have some little text underneath. And what I might need to do is wake up the trackers. I think we'll probably have to do that. Don't know how long this is going to take. So there are two of these devices, and what the software is doing here, it's running directly on RISC OS, and it's written in BASIC, and it's essentially a web server application. So we've set up our firewall on the router to send communication from these two trackers. These two trackers have been configured with our home's fixed IP address and on a particular port, and they're communicating over that port. The firewall is the NAT in the router is transferring it to the machine and through to the Raspberry Pi, and that's being picked up by the GPS tracking software. And here we now have our first fix. That's now showing here the address. It's looking up the address via nominatim. DU247 is a grit box somewhere on Archery Rise in Durham. Now the other one The other one apparently is on 20 Dalton Crescent. That's somewhere completely different. What I'm a bit surprised about is, have we actually got a map? There we are. Right. I'm just going to go into the pins and tracks thing, because there are a couple of old ones from when we were testing earlier, which I just want to get rid of off the map. So here you can see that actually our keen assistants have got a fair distance. And one of them is, well, we'll zoom in a little bit. And we can, with the pins and tracks window, you can set these data streams to record if you want to. And that will then start building up a GPX file. So, and as you can see, when it moves, we then have a starting marker and the current position of the tracker, it seems. I have to say this this seems to be showing up a slight flaw in the software, because I'm not sure we've ever really used it with two devices which were a reasonable distance from each other. It looked to me like when it was updating that it was dragging the map over to close to one of them and then over to the other one. But I'm hoping if we zoom out far enough that we'll be able to see both of these things moving. Now, we'll keep that running, and in the meantime, talk about one or two other things. We've, oh, hang on, what's gone on there? Sorry, it's just the mouse works in a bit slightly odd way with when you're using VNC. So I don't actually want this open at all. We have, yes, I did actually. Sorry, this is very polished demo. One of the things I just wanted to show people about is a feature in the pins and tracks window. So we've got these two tracks down here, but we've also got a lot of other pins and tracks that we've saved before. One of the things I didn't know about, which has actually been improved recently, is the find feature. So if you're on the pins and tracks area, you can do a search. And I'm going to look for the word refuge, because I know that it happens to appear in the descriptions of 3 of these points. So the search feature used to just search the titles of pins and tracks, but it now also searches the descriptions, which is where the word refuge appears. And it expands the folders that they're in, and you can then, if you want to, go pin and track selection and put them on the map, new map. There have been some enhancements to this as well, because you can now choose whether you want to add the items to the map or show the map only showing these new pins, because you might have had some others that you were viewing and you want to get rid of them. Or you can even show the selection without drawing a map if you want to just plot them on the screen. So I'm going to add the selection, and they will then appear on the map. There we are. Oops. Yeah. And our mapping's moving because the tracker is moving. I think one of our assistants has covered quite a lot more ground than the other. But right, hopefully we'll now see both of these tracks, and yep, both of the tracks and all of the pins. Okay, right. Next thing to demonstrate, I think we've probably finished with those tracks really, because if I start demonstrating the next thing I want to show, it'll start moving me back. Hang on. I'm just worried whether the map will get moved back again to where the tracks, where the trackers are. But I think we can turn that off, can't we? We can say that we don't actually want to follow the point with the map. So let's do that, and we can keep those running and demonstrate some other features. Okay. So the main purpose, the main improvement with RISC OS 2 is that we now have much faster map loading of small scale maps. This is something which people have been bothered about for a while, that if you go into really small scale maps like 1 in 500,000 or even smaller, they could take a very long time to draw. Now, we'll just demonstrate this. This is where I then have to entertain you for a little bit, because although the speed has improved, it's still not as rapid as you might want for a live demo. So maybe at the next show we'll slap some paint on the wall and point the camera at that. But for now, you'll just have to make do with this lovely white screen. And I'll use the time to explain what's actually going on. We found when we started looking into the efficiencies of the system that there were quite a lot of things wrong with what we were doing at the very small scale maps. So one of the things we have to do when we convert the map data is structure it so that it's easy to load in the objects that are actually going to be rendered on the map. So you don't really want to have grit boxes and lampposts and really small things like that loaded into the data when you're on a small scale map. So we subdivide all the data and we layer it so that the right bits are loaded at the right time. Now, it turned out I'd actually got that wrong because I was responsible for writing the OSM convert data structuring application, and Hilary wrote RISC OS to load in the data and render it. And it turned out I'd misinterpreted some of the instructions she'd given me. So in fact, we were loading in at a relatively small scale quite a lot of areas of land use that she didn't want at that level because I'd made a mistake. So we got that sorted out. That was quite an easy one to fix. But we then thought, well, you know, even though we might be interested in woodland at a certain scale, like 1 in 50,000, we don't really need to load any areas of woodland which are so small that they're just a single dot at 1 in 50,000. So OSM Convert has now been improved to actually calculate the area of every single area that's going to be rendered, and it pushes it down to the appropriate level so that it's not going to end up getting loaded in when it's not even going to appear on the map. Similarly, things like routes, which are long distance relations of ways, they can be bus routes or long distance cycle routes or walking routes, Roman roads, things like this. Again, they are being pushed down in the data so that you wouldn't be loading them in at small scales. Oh, you know what, it's finished. Right. We also changed the style sheet a little bit so that some of the things which aren't so interesting at small scales aren't rendered at small scales. And we also improved the efficiency of the data loading so that the structures are better and actually operate quite a lot faster. So we've done quite a lot of work to achieve all of that. Now, I hope that you found that interesting enough that you didn't really get too bored while it was rendering the map. I'll just show you how quickly it did this. So this is a 1 in 2 million map centered on Nottingham, and it's taken 2.5 minutes to load. Well, in the previous version of RISC OS with the previous data structure, that would have taken 7.5 minutes. We've actually knocked 5 minutes off the data loading process for that. And if we weren't running a VNC server, by the way, if this was actually running direct on the Raspberry Pi and I hadn't got the VNC server running, it would only take 2 minutes. There's a half a minute is just the extra processing that the VNC server is doing to send all of that screen information across to me. So we've cut 5.5 minutes off the 7.5 minute rendering time, loading and rendering time, which is pretty good. Because of that, 1 in 2 million used to be the smallest scale that we would allow RISC OS to render, because we didn't want people to get so incredibly bored that they would throw the software in the bin. Because it's now much faster at loading the data, we've changed the limits so that you can go to 1 in 8 million. With 1 in 8 million, you can get the whole of the British Isles depicted in the screen this size. If your center is on Carlisle, that works quite well. You might not realize how much of the north there is if you live somewhere down south. And I'm including Wakefield in down south here. So you can now go up to 1 in 8 million. It will be slow. It's still not desperately speedy. I think the map of the whole of the British Isles takes about 2.5 minutes. So you know, when you can get hold of a wonderful new web browser that runs on RISC OS and can do OpenStreetMap on the web, you'll probably want to use that for just looking at maps. But of course, RISC OS adds all the extra features of vector formats to be able to manipulate your maps and do all sorts of other things with them. So we will just go back quickly to these intrepid explorers and see if we can do map follows point again. And I should have probably switched back to a more sensible scale first. And we'll just see where they are. And it looks like they are actually meeting up somewhere, I think. They may be on the way to a rendezvous. So there we go. I'm going to quit the tracking now. You see it disappears, and we can go and in fact grab GPX files which have been recorded by the tracking software. So that's as an alternative to what we were doing with our track recording. And it puts in these little root points which can be expanded with, it shows the addresses as have been looked up as we go. Is this a good point to demonstrate exporting a file, a track with CSV? Because this is another little improvement. Exporting CSV was something we didn't used to be able to do for a track, but now we can. I'm going to put a few more things into the, we'll put a grid reference in and the time. And then we'll drop that onto the RAM disk. Actually, to view the CSV file, it's quite handy just dropping it onto RISC OS, really. So there you can see the latitudes and longitudes of the points, and the comments that have been put in, and national grid references which have been calculated by RISC OS. Right, well, that took 20 minutes, so we've only got a very small amount of time left to cover a couple of other new developments. I do not want that drive, I want this one. So along with RISC OS, we also sell a product called Recce, and Recce has been enhanced to cover the weather. So if you'd like to know the weather forecast, you can now, as well as all these other things like viewing photographs, planning applications, various other sorts of data, we've now got weather forecasts. And this has been released today as well. It's a chargeable upgrade for both RISC OS and for Recce. They're each of £5 to upgrade from the previous versions. We're continuing with the practice of donating the proceeds from Recce to the networking bounties for RISC OS Open because we rely very much on those improvements for the software. So as you can see, we've got pretty good weather at the moment, and you can tab through to see the rest of the week. If you don't want the 48-hour details, you can just have every 3 hours. Oops, don't know what NetSurf's doing there. And you can also customize this. So if you want to put in the humidity, but get rid of the UV index and the probability of rain, you can turn those off. Maybe you want to have the visibility expressed in miles instead of very good and stuff like that. Temperature, you can switch to Fahrenheit if you want. And you can export a draw file of it. Let's try that again. It's quite tricky with the VNC because you can't actually see what you're dragging. So as you can see, here is a draw file generated of the Weather Forecaster Observatory Hill. I'm not sure why the wind is always north. That's
it's just that particular forecast.
Oh, okay. That weather forecast point never has any actual wind speed, apparently. And you can also export CSV, which again, I'll just drop back onto RISC OSM because it's got a nice way of displaying CSV. So you get all of this information of, I think, probably the things that you've selected in the display. So that's quite nice. Right, 7 minutes left. What's that? Oh yes, and good point is you do get the weather forecast displayed on the map as a draw file, and we can indeed. Let me just demonstrate this. We'll find weather over here as well. We also support Open Weather Map. That's an alternative source. So here we have Open Weather Map forecast for Langley Moor, and one's in Fahrenheit and the other's in, yeah, let me just change that. We'll put them both into Celsius. Oh, goodness sakes. Right.
Just have to click on one.
So what I just wanted to show you is if we want to look at the forecast for another day, we can click there. And in fact, it'll update the symbol on the map for both locations to the appropriate date and time that we've picked there. So that's quite good fun. And this is all done using communication protocol between RISC OSM and other applications, which, as I say, we will be publishing shortly. And then you can also write things like this, which we'd be glad to see. So I think that's enough of RISC OSM, and we will very quickly say that there are some improvements to Impact. With Impact, we now have a new field list window, which allows you to see all the information about the fields that you've got in your database. And you can print that as a draw file or export it as a draw file if you wish. So that's a useful overview of the structure of your database. And with imp email, we've now added extra fields. You can have blind carbon copy, reply to, and sender if you wish to add those fields to your emails. And I better stop there in case we have any questions. 5 minutes left, I think. I hope you heard all of that because I can't hear anyone.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine there. Yeah. Quickie question, any special show weekend prices, or what are the prices and how do we get all the bits and bobs?
Oh, well, the new software, Impact and imp email are not yet up on the website. They will be very soon, I hope, but there's still a little bit of tidying up to do. Recce and RISC OSM are up on our website, which I hope you all know. We'll put that into the chat as well. There aren't special discounts for the show, I'm afraid, but that's because it's all so cheap anyway.
I must say there's been a couple of comments about how amazing RISC OS M and all the other bits and pieces are. And I must admit, if someone said maps are interesting before you wrote this, I would have gone, you are joking. And they're amazingly interesting. We even got a comment in the box there from a town council, and he said, "Oh, planning applications." That's really useful.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah,
it's amazing how much it links into, and absolute bargain if you're at all interested in any of that. I'll wait for any more questions.
If you've got organizer, if you've got click on a postcode, you can load RISC OS OSM immediately. And on my Pi 4, it does it in a blink of an eye.
Yep. Though
Can't on the Matthews.
Though I have to say, we do not have Northern Ireland postcodes, just in case. We've had a couple of people spot this. The postcode data only covers Great Britain because it's provided to us not by the Royal Mail, who charge a lot, but by the Ordnance Survey, who release an open version of the postcode data, which isn't quite as precise as the Royal Mail. But the Ordnance Survey do not operate in Ireland. There's the Ordnance Survey of Northern Ireland, and they don't release that data, and nor does the Northern Ireland authorities. So we cannot, I'm afraid, cover Northern Ireland with postcodes.
One gotcha I found, it doesn't work with post office boxes because they don't have an actual physical presence anywhere. Apart from that, it's brilliant.
I understand you cover some other countries as well. Is it Canada and Holland, or are there some more now?
Well, we've got available for download. We have Canada, USA, Australasia, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and Germany. It's basically, I think, all of the countries that we've got customers in. So that software is all available for download. But we can convert many other countries. I mean, we do all European countries. We've done Africa and South America and Central America in the past. The ones that we don't tend to bother with are Asian and Middle Eastern countries, because unfortunately, you really need to have better font support for exotic, non-Western fonts, really.
Yes, yeah.
You can render things to some extent, but we don't go to the trouble of doing the data conversion. Takes hours and hours, and we don't go to the trouble of that when I don't think you get a very good result from the map mostly.
Is there a rule bounty, do you think, that needs to be done there?
No, I don't think so, actually.
Because it's not part of Unicode, presumably, is it?
Yeah, but the thing is, we use the Ruffle library, which was written for NetSurf to render Unicode fonts, and that works very well, but it doesn't support right-to-left character sets. So that's, if you look at a page that's in Hebrew or Arabic in NetSurf, it'll all be the wrong way around and probably even more impossible to read than normal. So I have looked at trying to see whether I could work out how to enhance Ruffle, which would benefit NetSurf as well, but I can't get my head around the code. It's written in a very clever way.
Okay.
So that would be an enhancement.
I think we'll have to finish there. I think we've just run over by a minute or so. Unless there's one quick last question.
Please, if I may.
Yes.
I've converted some of the open map data for places you don't cover. Would I need to reconvert them for the new version of OSM?
The new version of RISC OSM supports the old converted data just as well as, if not better than, the old version of RISC OSM. So you don't have to reconvert anything. But we have uploaded the converter tool in a new version, and so you'll feel free to reconvert stuff if you want. But you'll get some of the benefits just by having the new RISC OSM.
So do you advise downloading new maps as well?
To get the full benefits, you will need to download the new maps. There's a slight improvement in data load in the speed of data loading without the new map data, but the majority of it comes from the combination of the new map data and the new software.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to pop over to Rob's Prosen and LSR now. We've run over a little bit.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Me partly to blame.
Thanks, Peter. All right, so it says 3:30 on my clock, so maybe
There we go.
maybe my clocks are wrong. I'll let you off.
I've got the adventurous clock. It sort of speeds things along.
You're a minute ahead. Yeah. Good afternoon. I've swapped out of my rule polo shirt and into a normal t-shirt to talk about some products and updates from LSR. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Here, hold a moment. That's its thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent. Pressed all the right buttons in the right order. If I click run presentation. These are my things I'm going to be talking about today, hopefully squeezing it all into half an hour. So firstly, making a 4-point turn, not a 3-point. Make yourself a slot for the driving test center, which I see has got a 400,000 backlog of tests to perform. I'll make a 4-point turn and do it in less than half an hour. How to install a Wi-Fi hat, and then talk a bit about TextD Studio. I'm just going to minimize my Zoom window, it's getting in the way. So a little bit earlier in the year, there were some updates to CloudFS released. Now, CloudFS is a way to share photos and files across all of your devices. So, for example, if you take a photo on an Apple mobile phone, you can then pick up that photo on a Windows PC or copy it to your RISC OS computer. So all of the storage is held on a service called pCloud, which is a Swiss-based company. You can then open that in OmniClient, and it looks just like any other shared network mount like you would have for LAN-MAN-FS or for Access, that sort of thing. So the changes that came up in version 0.33 were to add support for opening mounts that are held on their EU servers. So if you're concerned that your data is held somewhere that the NSA might request access to it through the American government's rules on a US server, you can now migrate your data or create an account that's held entirely in the EU and therefore covered by the GDPR, so the more strict data protection rules that affords you. So you can now mount that directly. You used to be able to do it anyway, but it involved fiddling around with some system variables, so you can now do it all just through the OmniClient dialog box. There's also a feature that stopped working a few years ago, where if you leave a link unused for some time, so if you mount a drive and then walk off for an hour, when you came back, it would have disconnected you, believing that you were no longer using it. So there's now some keep alive logic in there that will mean that the link is kept alive over an extended period of time. And then also some under the bonnet performance improvements and the way that the buffering works. So depending on what how your broadband connection works, that can give you up to a 300% speed increase, which was quite impressive, I felt. You can buy CloudFS. It's £24 plus VAT, so £28.80 with VAT included. And as was mentioned a little bit earlier in one of the talks, there's now a Raspberry Pi specific version of it available, which appears in Epic, so the NutPi add-on available from RISC OS Open. Another product that's seen some Profit is a complete accounting package for RISC OS, which allows you to manage your customers, suppliers in a pair of databases, and then you have a sales and a purchase ledger and ways to track your bank accounts. And then at the end of a quarter, you can generate automatically a VAT return, and then at the end of a year, your full accounting return. Now, the interesting thing about VAT, if that's a possible, it's not an oxymoron phrase, interesting thing about VAT is that Profit also supports the making tax digital system, which HMRC runs in the UK, where you submit your VAT return directly into their brains rather than having to fill in the conventional green paper form, the VAT 100 form with filling in the 9 boxes, so you can submit that directly to them. So that was one of the things that got updated in version 4.08, which was to move to HMRC's new version 3 spec. They keep changing it every few months for reasons best known to themselves, and if you don't upgrade your software repeatedly, they'll at some point stop accepting your VAT return. So they've threatened to do that, but haven't actually done it yet. But it seems wise to stay one step ahead. And then a couple of feature suggestions crammed in as well. So if you're generating an invoice where you have deliberately excluded VAT, but you are VAT registered, some of the columns are now highlighted in red, so that it's a bit more obvious that you're about to send out a nonsensical invoice where VAT is hidden. And then when you're doing shortcuts, entering things into the ledger, what used to happen, the logic would be it would look one line earlier in the ledger and then add 1 to that number. But obviously, if you have multiple customers, their invoice numbers might not be sequential across all of your customers. So it will now work backwards for the previous ledger entry to that customer and add 1 to that number instead. So saving a bit of typing there. So Profit is available now. That's £79 plus VAT. Of course, VAT you can reclaim back if you're a business as well. And then the Making Tax Digital add-on is an extra £54 if you need that. So not all companies need to use Making Tax Digital yet. You can skip it if you're below the £85,000 VAT threshold at the moment. And then the other two products that got point minor upgrades with the Wi-Fi hat, so changing some of the way that the driver works internally to fix a couple of small problems, updating the network coprocessor, which is what sits on the hat doing all of the Wi-Fi magic, and then TextEase, which both of these things I'm going to be talking about in a bit more detail, so I'm going to just skip over them for now. But in TextEase, unbeknownst to many people, there's actually an implementation of Logo, and Logo allows you, as well as drawing pretty squares and patterns on the screen, if you ever remember using a Logo turtle at school, you can also use it for document automation within TextEase. So you can, for example, get it to save the file if you click on a graphic within your document. So you can tie together, trigger an action from an object in the document and call a bit of Logo code. It's already quite clever. So on to hats instead. So this is, we've talked about software. So hat is an extension, so hardware attached on top, that the Raspberry Pi Foundation came up with, where you can build standard add-on boards that clip on the top of your Raspberry Pi in a known location with a known outline. And LSR's developed a hat which includes the WILC 1000 network coprocessor chip. So that allows us to indirectly connect your Raspberry Pi to a wireless network, even though rest of RISC OS doesn't yet know about Wi-Fi itself. It does it by a sleight of hand, pretending that it's actually a wired interface, so that the driver declares itself as though it were wired. RISC OS is none the wiser, but actually the packets end up going out through this network coprocessor onto the network. So it's pretty easy to install. If you push it onto the header and install the software and reboot, that's pretty much all there is to it. But rather than killing you with more and more slides, if I use some more magic of Zoom, it should be possible for me to show you that happening. So these are the hats in person. There's one variant of the hat that has a real-time clock chip on the top of it, and then a battery holder on the back of it. So that will store the time while it's turned off. And then there's one that's £10 cheaper, which doesn't have a clock and doesn't have a battery holder. Pretty simple distinction to make. So first thing to do, unplug the Ethernet cable. We will not be needing that again. Push that onto the 40-pin header. And then you get a bundle of nuts and bolts and spacers. So you jam a spacer in to just to stop it flapping around, and then same on the other side. There are actually 4 that you're supposed to be doing here, but watching me doing up screws via Zoom isn't very exciting, so I'm only going to do 2 just to make it stable. Doing up the screws. Okay, that was the hardware being installed. No soldering required. So over in RISC OS, once you've booted up, if you open Configure and go to install stuff in your boot sequence, the driver for the Ethernet the hat includes a few updates to boot, which you can merge with your normal boot sequence. So that's the driver and the Wi-Fi manager that it's installing. And then if you go to the network setup plugin, you'll find that there's an extra interface has been added to the list, which is the WILC 1000 network chip that I mentioned a moment ago. So turn that one on and turn off the wired Ethernet. You don't need that. And then for the most part, people will use DHCP to configure the interface. So you can enter a network address manually, but generally with Wi-Fi, you'll find reconnecting via DHCP is the most sensible. And then scary moment when the screen goes blank and the computer reboots. And when you next start up, you should find a Wi-Fi manager on the icon bar, and middle clicking on that, you get a list of all of the Wi-Fi hotspots that are in range. These are some of my neighbors' hotspots, so they've only got relatively weak signal, 14% signal strength. If you did know the password, you could join your neighbor's Wi-Fi and scrounge off their Wi-Fi, but my network is called Just One More Thing, and that's got a much stronger signal, 79%, because obviously it's within my house. So entering the password and clicking connect, does its DHCP thing, and then you get little green bars on the icon bar icon to show the proportional signal strength. And if you look at the hardware, when it's booted, there'll be once it's loaded the OS, there's a link light when the link is established, and then there's a small activity light that flashes whenever some data is going past. And that's pretty much it. So installing a hat, installing the software. So all pretty easy. And those have been very well received by people wanting to free themselves, or if they're out of range of the ADSL router in your house and you haven't got Ethernet in the shed that you're trying to work in. It's very handy for that. 2 options available. £52.80 for the Wi-Fi only option, so 44 plus VAT, and then, as I said earlier, the clock's an extra £10 if you need a real-time clock with battery backup. So now on to Texties. So we've done hardware, back onto software again. So Texties is actually a suite of 6 applications originally written by Danny and Jeff at a company called Softease. And they subsequently went on to make a new company called Just Too Easy. And if you're noticing reuse of a word in all of everything that they have touched, ease is the keyword. Everything that they do that is really well thought out in terms of its ease of use. If you almost don't need to know how to use something. If you think I need to move that text from the left hand side to the right hand side, what you do, you pick it up and you move it from the left to the right hand side. Everything is very obvious in the way that it's been designed. It's really quite clever. So the 6 applications are desktop publisher, I guess is the main body of it. Painting program, spreadsheets, like a miniature version of Excel. Presenter, which is what I'm using to do this presentation here. And then for an educational audience, there's also something called Turtle, which is the logo language that I mentioned had an upgrade earlier, and Branch, which is a database for comparing and classifying objects. So the DTP is probably the sensible one to start with. Mouse anywhere on a sheet of paper and start typing. It's as simple as that. As I said, everything has been very well thought out and easy to use. If you're making something with multiple columns, for example, a magazine, you simply draw the text frame, connect them together, and then as you type, the text will flow between the frames into the columns. It's all very simple to use. If you're wanting to bring in other items from within the RISC OS desktop, for example, sprites and draw files, they can be edited either outside and then dragged in using drag and drop, or once they're in the TextEase document, if you control click on it, it will reopen it in Draw or Paint respectively in an OLE session so that you can edit it outside. And then as soon as you've finished it, will then update the document correspondingly. There's also a built-in spell checker, currently only for English. There are some bits of German and French dictionaries available as well, but I haven't found anyone who's eager enough to update those yet. So at the moment, the spell checker is an English only one. And then when you want to come to print out your masterpiece, you can even get it to do poster prints up to 9 by 9 meters. So it will automatically divide up a large artwork into smaller pieces and then give you crop marks so you know where to glue the corners back together. And it also integrates with eSpeak. So it's quite, somebody who does quite a bit of proofreading, it's really easy to scan over a block of text and not notice mistakes. So I'm terrible at mixing up from and form because my brain is expecting it to say one of those 2 words in the sentence that I've written. So even though I might have chosen or spelt the wrong word, when I'm skim reading it, it looks correct. So playing back paragraphs out loud is a really easy way of picking up that class of mistake where the word is correct and spelt correctly, but it's been used in the wrong place. I suppose allowed and allowed would be another one. So you can, of course, integrate your text. So it imports JPEG files. I mentioned sprites and draw files earlier. Because there used to also be a cross-platform version of TextEase for Windows, it will also import Windows meta files. So that's a type of vector artwork, a bit like a draw file, and Windows bitmaps. GIFs, including animated GIFs. I'm not sure how well that works over Zoom, but there is an animated bunny running there, which is integrated into my presentation. So this presentation is done in TextEase, and I've just dropped an animated GIF into the page. And ACE films, which are part of the Complete Animator, which is an animation package that RComp sells. So yeah, the built-in painting package allows you to basically scribble on top of the page, so you can draw and apply effects, some of which are quite fun. The wet finger tool is quite interesting. If you've got a JPEG or something like a photo, and then use the wet smudge tool, you can blend the edges out as though you've gone over it with a watercolor brush. This is quite an interesting effect. So there's a variety of 12 effects to choose from, and various brushes and mirroring and copying operations as you would expect from a paint package. And then if you're wanting to follow a particular color scheme, for example, you've got a house style on the way that your newsletter is written, you can keep your keep a palette to one side and then pipette the color scheme back into the document again, so you can pipette a color from anywhere else in the desktop, which is quite handy. And then one of the other packages within the suite is TextEase Table. So this is a spreadsheet package. It has the basic set of calculation functions, so min and max and trigonometry and summations and that sort of thing. So I've shown there a sales breakdown by region, UK, EU, Asia, Africa, rest of world, and I've coloured the cells in with various different colouring schemes. And then the percentages are calculated from other cells in the sheet and obviously totalized to 100. So you can then generate a chart from that, and it will pick up the same color scheme and show the data in various different ways. So it's all dynamically updated. If your sales for the following month changed by 10%, the chart would obviously regenerate itself. And then TextEase Presenter is the thing that I'm using to show this. So there's a catch-22 situation. I've shown a set of thumbnails of the slides that you are currently watching embedded in a slide that you are currently watching. These are individually, that each of the pages appears as a TextEase DTP document, so you can integrate any of the parts that I've mentioned earlier. So you can paint and you can drag graphics in, add text. Even when you're running the presentation, if I pick the red pen tool, I can then freehand scribble on the page while I'm doing the presentation, which is sometimes quite handy, or jump to an individual slide. Deselect the pen. There we go. So TextEase Studio is available now. It's 32-bit compatible and runs on any version of RISC OS that you're likely to have. Oops. Lent on the mouse, scroll one page too far forward. The installer downloads the latest version from the LSR website. So if there are minor updates, point updates like I mentioned earlier, you simply rerun the installer and it will download it again, with the home version starting at £60. Now, if I exit that, the bit that I was hoping to show, and it's literally hot off the press, and it's a shame we don't have smelly vision, because just arrived in the last couple of days is the new edition of the TextEase user guide, which is a 153-page tome, including details of how to run each of the individual applications. There's the paint application. So if you prefer, or if you don't like sitting reading long PDFs of how to use TextEase, there is a handy guide now available that you can scribble on with a biro or add your notes to if there's something that you've forgotten how it works. I think those were the things I was hoping to talk, and I've managed with 6 minutes to spare. So if there's any questions that we can squeeze into 6 minutes, I'll try and answer them. Bamboozled everyone.
Question from me: How does TextEase Paint compare to RISC OS Paint? What's different about it?
Right. So yeah, I would class the RISC OS Paint is very much a bitmap editor, is how I would describe it. So it's good at drawing simple circles, simple squares, toggling pixels, and so forth. The thing that's in addition in TextEase are the ability to apply effects. So you can, for example, there's a pen. Rather than it just drawing solid lines as Paint would do, you can have a pen that looks like a crayon. So as you start drawing, it has a crayon effect, or there's a spray can effect, which you can make have the paint will run out as you're using it, so you can do arty effects on the page. I think that's probably if I had to choose one sentence, that would be the key difference, is the ability to have a much wider palette of tools and effects than you have in normal paint.
Okay, that's great, thanks.
Yep.
The question just came up about a crash with TextEase. Am I using the right one here? Wrong one.
Yeah, so I've got the chat open now. I can see in the corner of my eye. Yes, so from David. So, okay. TextEase branch. Okay, right. Yeah. So branch is the branching database that's part of TextEase, where you can classify things. So, for example, if I said, "Is it a fruit?" the answer is yes, no. You can go left or right, and then does the fruit have pips? And then you eventually conclude it's a strawberry after a few branches. So that's what TextEase branches. There was I'm not sure which version you've specifically got there, but there was a version that was missing one of the crucial files, which meant that it did crash when you clicked on something. So I suspect, in answer to the question that's gone past in the chat, is that you might just need to upgrade so that the missing file gets added. Yes, I found a few of the bugs in TextEase branch while updating the screenshots in the manual. I thought, oh, I wonder what happens if you click here. Oh, it crashes. I wonder why that is. And then I found, yeah, there are some effects modules and things missing. So hopefully that's all fixed now.
And I seem to remember that TextEase can export to HTML, which could be useful, couldn't it?
Yes, so you can save things as web pages. Obviously, you lose some of the finessing of the positionings because it's under the bonnet. It's having to translate it into into a table. So you don't get the pixel accurate alignment as you would if you were doing it in the DTP itself. But yes, if you want a quick cheat way of doing a simple website, you could design it all in TextEase DTP and then save it as HTML. Yeah.
Hi, Rob. Going back to your Wi-Fi hat.
Yep.
How difficult would it be to implement a feature that it actually shared the Wi-Fi connection? So you've got your IP address and your connection across out back onto the Ethernet port. So in effect, if you've got a Raspberry Pi with your Wi-Fi hat in a room, then you've got several other RISC OS machines that you could actually use that Wi-Fi connection.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, a bit like bridging in Windows, when you can bridge from the Wi-Fi on a laptop and then back to Ethernet again, which I sometimes do at a show. I'll use my laptop to the hotel Wi-Fi and then connect that to a RISC OS machine. So yeah, in principle, RISC OS already supports that. So there's something called IP forwarding, which is in the Internet module. I wouldn't say that it's probably not been tested for like 10 years. It used to be used a lot in the paste set-top boxes. So at some point in history, it has been possible to forward from one interface to another. And I guess Ethernet must have done that at some point as well, because you would have had an Ethernet card and then forwarded to your IP to the Ethernet, to the rest of the Ethernet. So I think at some point in history, it did all used to exist in RISC OS. It may not work anymore. I haven't tried it recently. But yeah, IP forwarding is the term that you want. And there's a star command in the Internet module, which might still work. But I haven't tried it.
Okay, I think we're going to have to finish there because we're coming up to 4 o'clock and it should be Chris Evans and CJ Micros. So hopefully our tech team can do a swap.
Yep, thanks a lot, Peter. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm here.
And hello there, Chris Evans of CJE. You have your half-hour slot now, I believe. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll just remember how to share screen. And do... Right. So you've seen my logo full screen?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, we had a very interesting year. Been very busy. People have been busy. Well, had more time for their hobbies. So, and a lot of our customers, it's hobbyist use. So we've been very busy selling stuff, repairing stuff, and people having clear outs and giving us stuff, which is very nice. So just go through a few things that I think are new certainly since Wakefield last year. We've got some reasonably priced HDMI KVMs, because up until then we were looking at well over £100 for a 2-port one, but we've now got 2-port at like £59, and where are we? And a 4-port at £89. And then last month, people may have spotted that we announced a new A7000 backplane. Now that, because they were, obviously Acorn made them, but they were very rare. We sort of like got hold of one every other year sort of thing. But so we decided we'd make a batch. And you'll notice that there's room on this one for a PCF 8583B. And well, we'd always planned on putting an I2C bus on it so that we could plug in one of our real-time clocks boards that we do for things like A5000s and RISC BCs and that. But then someone on Stardock said, well, why not build it onto the actual PCB? So we're basically supplying it as standard with all the components barring the clock chip. We're actually going to fit a socket there. So you'll only just need to plug a chip in and attach the battery to give you a real-time clock, because obviously A7000s suffer the same problem as RISC BCs in that the real-time clock CMOS battery is soldered to the motherboard and often leaks and causes damage. It can be a bit of a pain to replace, because the leaking often then means you try changing some of the components around the leaks and the pads just come off the board, things like that. So we're doing that, and they start at sort of like the £49 or £69 with the real-time clock fitted. And we've even got the proper metalwork for it that we supply fitted. And then what we've also recently been able to do is get hold of some IDM one of these ZIDFS mini modules that we do. And yes, we could.
We just lost the last sentence there. You had a bit of a problem on the microphone. If you could just say that again, please.
Okay. So this is one of the mini module ZIDFS is that we do, and we offer. Normally, we used to offer it with either ID to compact flash adapter or an ID to SD card adapter. Well, you could plug in a rotating drive, but hardly anyone ever uses those nowadays, we find. But we found that we could get a suitable mSATA adapter and suitable mSATA cards. And obviously mSATA is really more aimed at being used for as a drive rather than compact flash or SD cards. So we're now able to do those, and you know, the interfaces start at £95, and with the 2 GB as mSATA at 159, and then we've got ordinary module. It's a small short module. There's no point having a full-size module for these. And you know, the modules start at 89, but with the mSATA, well, some people just go for a 2 gig, because if they can be plugging into something like an A5000, there's no point in having it larger than that. But we also can supply, you know, well, all the way up to 128 gigabytes. Then also, users may deduce or spot that this is an A3020, and we found that we managed to get some 1 gigabyte, well, Discon modules with a 44-pin connector. So you just basically plug this straight onto the motherboard, and it is your hard drive. So we've got a sort of those. It's only limited, but we've got a reasonable number to keep us going for, well, certainly several months on that. And then talking of actual full compute, back in the London show, we launched the Raspberry Pi 4, and this is one of the new cases that we're offering out in. And the Raspberry Pi 4, nice mini ITX case. The Pro includes the SSD drive, and it provides a nice, neat RISC OS experience. At a low price, starting at £249. Then a slight aside to something we've not got actually anymore. We never thought we'd say it, but when Castle stopped selling computers, we bought a job lot of all their remaining odd stock, which included two or three massive boxes of Econet modules suitable for A3020, 4000, BBC Master, Archimedes, those sort of things. But we have actually now sold every single one. We do have a few boxes here that we've still not opened after moving, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to find any more of those. And something else it's on its last legs. We've sold over the last 2-3 years nearly 1,000 USB mice that don't have a scroll wheel. There was a particular Hewlett-Packard mouse that didn't have a scroll wheel, but it's USB, but 3-button. But we have just literally down to, I think, the last 20 out of about 1,000 of those. They are absolutely silly money at £69, I think is the latest price each, but they still sell. It's quite interesting. The common uses seem to be either in CAD or in air traffic control. We've sold sort of 20, 30 to various air traffic control units around the world, but they are no longer. But then back now to yes, it looks like it is the same case as the Raspberry Pi 4, but this is a case that we're now also offering our Rapido iIG in, the iGet V5 based unit, and the Rapido that's obviously gives you a really good RISC OS experience. I think it's the cheapest RISC OS system with a fast SATA drive connection in it. I think is a correct statement. But now they start at $699, and then of course we have, well, yes, we're getting low on stock on those, but we do have stock still at the moment of those and can get more. Now this though is this case we use for the Rapido TI, where we put the titanium inside because it needs a larger case than the Rapido IG. But where this is, we supply it with optical drive, obviously SSD, all the normal bits that you get, the full features. It obviously offers the option of twin monitor output, which so you gain that, but it obviously costs a bit more at $899 than the Rapido IG. But then something new, totally new. Well, we're announcing it today. We've actually had them available for a couple of months, and that is Raspberry Pi that wasn't made by the Raspberry Pi were our clocks, and we've sort of rather changed the design. So this is the one just being plugged in on a Pi 4. being told my network was slow there. Am I okay still? Have you lost me?
Sound
hear you
fine.
there.
Yeah, Karen, Chris.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll carry on. I got a screen popped up saying you had an unreliable internet connection or something like that. But anyway, right. So we've moved basically the battery to the top of the board rather than underneath to provide clearance for heat sinks, because obviously the later Raspberry Pis really could benefit from a heat sink. Now, at the same time, we've also added an extra connection to our board, which allows you to do this. So this is the board fitted into an official case with the official case's fan, all plugged in and merrily working. And thanks very much to Chris Johnson up in Edinburgh. He's modified CPU clock, so it will automatically cut the fan in and out as and when the temperature sort of requires it. So we have those in stock. Actually, I realise I really need to order some more cases and fans so that we can supply a complete solution. But we've got very good stocks of the actual clock module itself. We don't normally actually fit the pins for the fan in the standard version, but we will be offering it with the pins for, I don't know, £1 more. It'll be just a nominal sum amount extra. Then going back sort of retro market, you may spot that is a 9-pin mini DIN. Now, one of the things on the Acorn mice that causes them to stop working is, when the cables break down, because obviously they're just bits of metal being bent back and forward. So in time, they will eventually break. Now, we've been trying to get hold of suitable suitable cables. And we eventually found people that would make us do the wiring at the mini DIN end, which we certainly decided we didn't have the expertise to do that reliably. But we had a great problem was trying to find suitable cable that is nice and flexible. RS actually sell a cable that looks very similar to what you'll see there, but it's thicker and much stiffer. But we have managed to get hold of a batch of these cables, so we will be making them available wired up suitably for all mice that were done on the Acorn. Well, I believe Wakefield actually the mouse. I'm not sure what connector it had on the other end, but this one is this cable, the CTC mouse, the CTA Ergo mouse, and then this one is with a 10-way JST that is used on the later Logitech mice, like most of the mice that came with RISC PC. They use that. The earlier Acorn mice, which use 0.1-inch connectors, we will be providing those as well. Now, and we'll also going to be hopefully doing a number of mice where we will actually have fitted the new cable to it and fitted new micro switches to the buttons so that they do the job, and offering a refurbishing service where possible. Right. Now, the next thing is Photodesk. Now, every show, some people say to us, what's the latest with Photodesk? Is there a new version? Now, to be honest, development's rather stalled over the last few years, and my apologies for that. Myself and the main developer have been rather preoccupied with other things. But I'm very pleased to announce that today that Paul Roivers of Example Technology has now taken over all aspects of Photodesk development, sales and marketing. And Example, they'll be making announcements shortly themselves, I believe. But very glad that it's going to carry on, and that looks very good for the future there. Other products that are imminent is that we have very occasionally have been obtaining second-hand BBC B and BBC Master monitor stands, and we put them up on our website and up on eBay, and they normally sell almost straight away at quite silly money. So we've realized that there is a market out there. It's been a bit, we think we've now found a suitable source, because at one point it looked like we were going to be being charged £40 cost price, which would have made it uneconomic to sell on. But hopefully we've now found a source and we'll use a design rather like this one here. But I'm hoping that they will be available next month on that. Other things that just trying to remind myself what the next slide is. Oh no, that is the end. Right, so I'll stop sharing and mention a couple of some other things. Oops, so easy. What do I do? Oops. Okay, I want to cancel work. Right, yes. Minimize that. Right. So I should be back now on camera. Right. One of the other things we're hoping to do, and I had hoped to have tested, have running now, but one or two things didn't turn up that I wanted, or needed adapters that I didn't have, was basically some routers that would allow you to connect via 4G. Because nowadays so many of us really rely on the internet so much that if our ADSL goes or DSL goes down, what do you do? But there are routers available that will actually fall over to 4G. So I'm going to be testing it, one for our own purposes, and once we found a good decent range of that, we'll be making those available. Because I've got at least one customer who wants one, but he doesn't actually have a phone line, so he will be using just his 4G. When I was talking to another user who his internet connection, he only gets on the internet when he goes into the library, so he's been rather bereft for quite a few months, but hopefully he might be interested in one of those as well. Now, I was going to say that we're working on another project, a RISC OS 5 related project that would, RISC OS 5 new hardware that would have a unique feature. But Andrew's just earlier on this morning, in announcing his Pi ITX, has sort of means it won't be totally unique, because his is going to have the same unique feature in having the main unit being upgradable. We're not able at the moment to show any designs, but we're hoping that things will progress relatively quickly at the moment. And the great thing is, yes, again, we're not just doing it on it's not a project just for us and for RISC OS. It is something that other people are involved in, so the costs are going to be shared. In actual fact, it will go ahead. They will be going ahead without our involvement or with our involvement. So as far as I can gather, but something to look forward to, because hopefully then the Compute Module 5 would be able to be dropped in. This obviously is dependent on the relevant 32-bit mode being available on that, but is something that sounds like it is a possibility, maybe even a probability, but not certain. The other thing is, before I come on to questions, let's see, I have a little bit of time left. Just explain a little bit how Brexit has affected us. Knew that it was going to involve, because quite a lot of our sales are into Europe and around the world. Now, around the world, you'd think it wouldn't make a difference or very little difference, but it certainly does seem that there are one or two more problems dealing with that our customers are coming up against regarding importing. Now, whether it's because they're no longer importing from the EU, I don't know, but there have been one or two problems, and certainly to EU countries. There's two boxes that are sitting in our hallway here at the moment. They have been to Germany and back to us, and then been to Germany and arrived back to us on Thursday again, because the relevant people are not managing to communicate with the end user to pay the duties that now are becoming available. We've certainly had some rather upset customers who said, but why should I have to pay duty and VAT? But that, unfortunately, of course, is what happens when you import from outside the EU. One of the aspects that, well, it may affect some of the listeners is that if you, it's always been the case, if you import from outside the EU a parcel, then you would a small parcel coming by post, you would get a card from the post office saying, oh, you've got a parcel, there is VAT duty to pay. Now, the VAT 20%, often there's no duty to pay, or it's 2 or 3%. But the thing is, they then also say, oh, here is our £8.50 handling charge. So on a small item that say costs £10, it can very quickly become over £20. And quite a few of our sales to Europe have been of things like £10 specialist cables, micro USB extension cables with a switch in it. And so users in Europe now have that hurdle to cross. Sorry, going back to the UK importing, if you're importing something, there used to be anything under, I think it was £15, you didn't get charged VAT and handling fee, but that £15 lower limit is now basically dropped to zero. So anything you import, even a gift, will be charged VAT. I think there's special things about gifts under £35 don't get duty, but that's different. Now, one of the other things that we have to do is every time we now send anything to Europe, we now have to fill in the CN22 or customs documents, and we're now sort of often insisting the couriers that we insist on putting in the tariff number of the item that we're sending so that they can apply the appropriate duty. Now, I don't expect many of you realise that nearly all the computer equipment they've ever bought comes under a tariff code where the main heading of it is nuclear reactors, boilers, machinery, and mechanical appliances and parts thereof. But it's a nightmare having to find those out, because there are lookup things to tell you the result, But if you type in things like computer monitor cable, it says, no, don't understand that. It comes under, I forget now, but some weird and wonderful display devices, parts thereof. But yes, all under the nuclear reactors, boilers, machinery, and mechanical appliances section. So no, and the other thing, of course, is all our sales to Europe, all the 4D sales, there's a sales of second-hand items and that, because 4D isn't VAT registered, so it bumps the price up for EU buyers by 20%, and they have all the hassle as well. So, yep, I quite agree with Vince had it in the comment section there. Yes, I will say no more on what I voted for regarding Brexit. Right, I think that's pretty well covered what I want to say, apart from the fact, yes, having listened to all the other talks so far, RISC OS really seems to be going very well, and I'm very pleased with how things are going generally. But any questions?
Yeah, I think we've just got a couple of minutes for any questions. I've got one for you. I don't know if I missed it. Prices of the mouse cables, were they?
Oh, actually, yes, I've realised that in some of the things I've talked about there, I haven't actually got round to actually putting them up on the website yet.
Right, okay.
Mouse cables, I knew I hadn't, because literally it was only Wednesday did we actually wire one up and have it working on the Logitech mice. Yeah, I'm not going to commit quite at the moment, because I hate to say one particular and have a higher one, but it's I will be getting that up there and hopefully making an announcement certainly next week for that. Yeah. So
yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, it's just I realise you haven't given a price for those and nabbed nearly everything else.
Yeah, no, good point.
We'll have a look next week then. Thanks.
Chris, a quick questions. Any chance that in the future we're going to have more device like the PC, what's called the PC encoder, so that we can actually use regular keyboard with retro hardware like the Archimedes or the 5000, etc.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I think you tried buying the one we said we had in stock, but when we went to find it, said it was on the website, but when we looked on the shelf, it wasn't there. Sorry about that, Paolo.
No,
right. Well, as soon as I can find some time, I recall that some years ago, the people that did make one muttered something about either they may have some old stock or some boards left, or they could make some more, or I can't remember, but it was certainly they seemed to indicate the possibility of more one way or t'other. But I've got to try and contact them and ask that question again, because that's obviously, yes, it is, because the older keyboards the Archimedes and A5000 keyboards that it basically is used to replace, because those keyboards are getting rather old, and they are basically, once dust gets into the key switches, it's a nightmare, because apart from the fact they're held together with about 40 screws, if not more, as soon as you try screwing it back together, some of the plastic posts that they screw into split, and has the side effect of the keys that are right next to them won't work anymore. They physically jam. So no, that is something that's on my to-do list. In actual fact, that we have 2 or 3 other projects that we would love to do as soon as we can find time. One of the reasons why I'm surprised Andrew Rawnsley has managed to do so much, because I'm finding I'm still working on. I'm now officially going to be able to get my pension later in a couple of months' time, but I'm now working, I think, more hours than I've ever done, and just so many things that have been put off. But anyway, I hope to get back to that one, Paolo, not too distant.
No worries. Also could be helpful, just as a thing, to actually have the documentation about the original Archimedes port. We could use an Arduino and just, you know, one side USB and the other side transform it into whatever the Archimedes one, because it's not PS2. It is a PS2 port, but it's not PS2 signals.
No. I don't know quite how much information is in one of the TRMs. I know there was circuit diagrams, but I'm not trying to think. Did they? There was, yes. I'm pretty sure there was an 85,000 TRM, but quite how much detail it went into on the keyboard interface, I don't know.
Okay, I think we're going to have to call a halt to it here.
Yep.
I think we've just run over by a minute or so. And we need to pop off to Vince Hood and Soft Rock Software. But thanks very much, Chris, and we look forward to any new bits and pieces along the way.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so right, so if our technical team can swap over to Vince Hood, Soft Rock Software.
Okie dokie. Right, I'm just going to share my screen with you. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yep, that's all fine.
Yep, okay. So I'm going to talk a bit about the evolution of one of my games because I'm releasing a new version of it today. In other words, I've basically taken the talk I gave at the London show and rejigged it a bit, added a few new bits for this talk. Before I do that, though, don't forget that the RISC OS Awards are currently running the poll. So if you haven't done so yet, please go to riscosawards.co.uk and cast your votes. Right, so back to Escape from Xeria. The original version of the game was written on paper, but incomplete, as a 6502 assembly program targeting the BBC Micro. I didn't actually have a BBC Micro at the time. But when I did get a BBC, I started working on something else, and that game got forgotten. But then I got an A3000, and I did actually then turn back to that game and decide to write it for the A3000. So it was the first game released by Soft Rock Software. It was a BBC Basic game called Escape from Xeria. The idea of the game, it takes the basic Pac-Man concept of a maze and some ghosts wandering around a maze, but adds a puzzle element to it, which you'll see later when I demonstrate it. And in fact, I'm going to explain a bit of it here. Instead of a simple maze to collect pills, the player can only access part of the maze. You collect all the pills of the first color, and once you've collected them all, that gives you access to the next part of the maze, and so on through. And you eventually get to the exit, and you move on to the next level. In the original release, there were 40 different mazes, which took far longer to design than the game itself did. I think I wrote the basic code for the game in not much more than a weekend. The level designs took months. And unlike Pac-Man, I programmed a movement algorithm for the ghost, which was simple and predictable, which made them easy to avoid on the easier levels, which gives you a chance to sort of see what they're doing. But then on the harder levels, you do have to pause for thought to work out where they're going to go and how you can avoid them. The original release had 256 colors and ran at 640 by 256 pixels. I think that was mode 15. And there was just 18 sprites in the entire game. And the program itself, which used GoTo, so there were line numbers, was 310 lines. And an important point here is it ran far too fast and needed to be slowed down. That is relevant in a few minutes' time, so I'll come back to that. And the silliest thing I've ever done was give it a difficulty setting where you change the number of ghosts. So the easiest setting had no ghosts, which made it very, very easy. And the first level, look like that. So you can see what I was talking about, the different colored stars. You collect all the blue stars, then the blue rocks turn into red stars, and then you collect all the red stars, and the red rocks turn into green stars, and so on. And if you look carefully at that screen, as I said, the ghosts had a very simple movement algorithm, which is that they started off moving upwards. Whenever they hit the edge of the screen or an obstacle, they would just turn right. So the first ghost, which is immediately above the player in the bottom left, would start off moving upwards. It'd get to the top of the screen, go right, get to the far right edge, go down, and then it would get into that bottom row, and it would just go back and forth along there. But as you opened up different parts of the maze, so when you collect all the blue pills and open up the blue rock, and then get into the red ones, once you've opened up the red ones, that ghost's movement changed because it now had a new path open to it. It would get to the edge of that bottom row of blues and it was able to go up then to where the red ones are. So that was the simple movement algorithm. After releasing that, I decided to get the handwritten 6502 version running on the Beeb, and it did mostly work. It did need some tweaking and some completion and a bit of basic glue to bring it all together, but it did work. And I released that in 91. But I don't think I sold more than 5 copies, probably 3, I can't remember. And while as I said before, the A3000 version ran far too fast and had to be slowed down, the 6502 version was actually too slow to start with. So it had to be sped up, which just shows the difference between the BBC and the ARM-based computers. And unfortunately, that game is now lost and it's not likely to turn up, which is sad, but that's life. So in 94, I purchased a RISC PC and decided it was time to rewrite the game. So in 95, I released a new version of the game, which I tend to refer to as the 94 version because that's when I started working on it, with higher resolution graphics and a new twist to the gameplay. The ghosts were still as predictable as before until a certain point in the game. As the player is wandering around the screen, he's always leaving a hidden breadcrumb trail. And at a certain point, the ghosts transform from basic controllers into trackers, which basically means from the player's point of view, they turn blue and they turn nasty. They follow the breadcrumb trail, simple as that. I'm not sure if I did it deliberately. I think I might have done, but in some cases, if a particular ghost isn't on a breadcrumb trail, it will go through walls and head straight for you. I think that's in a particular situation. I think it might be if they're trapped rather than able to move around. And also because they're following your breadcrumb trail, whereas before, if they reach the edge of the screen, that would be treated as an obstacle. Now, because they're following your trail, if you go across the edge of the screen, they will go across the edge of the screen, which makes the whole thing more difficult when you get to that point. And there's at least one screen where the player has to die at least once in order to complete it. Yeah, I'm a bit evil when it comes to level designs. This version's 800 by 600 pixels, still 256 colors, and there are many more tiles to allow for some simple transitions. The program itself is 3 or 4 times as long, but still written in BBC Basic. And the first level looked like that. It's the same design, but with better graphics. Although looking at them now, I think they look a bit garish. So a few years ago, I decided to think about another rewrite. The intention being to rewrite it in C with new twists, more levels, and even higher resolution graphics. Some of the ideas I had for the new twists, I decided I could implement within the BBC Basic version, so I started using that as a test bed. Although some of the ideas I've got wouldn't be suitable for in that, so that's going to have to wait until I actually do start rewriting it. But having done some work on the 94 version to test these ideas, I realized some time ago that it could be good enough to release in its own right. So today I'm launching Escape from Xeria, a new old game. It's a 16 million color screen mode running at 1920 by 1080 pixels. So it's suitable for all the new hardware since the first Raspberry Pi, and it also works on Virtual RISC PC and RPC EMU. Instead of the original 40 screens, there's now 80 with a new twist from level 41. It has new sounds, which are implemented using Amcog's RDSP. And at long last, I fixed a bug in the 90s version. And level 1 now looks like that. And just for fun, that's the 3 screens from the 3 different versions on top of each other, so you can see just how different they are in terms of the resolution, etc. So that first version in the mid right there really is that small compared with the current version. And it's now available from store to buy for just £5. So now I'm going to stop sharing the slideshow and attempt to play the game. Let's hope this works. Right, hopefully you're seeing the RISC OS screen now, which I'm going to make full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to find where I put it because I had the file open earlier and I've lost it. There it goes.
Yeah, that's starting up.
Yeah, good. So this is the new version of Escape from Xeria. I'm going to start with the very first screen because that's the very simple one that I've shown you in the screenshots. So it starts off paused, you start it going, and as you can see, the ghost is doing, as I said, it's turning right at each obstacle until it gets there, turns right, back along on itself, turns right again, hey presto, it's stuck there. So I can go around collecting everything, and I can go right down to here. I'm perfectly safe because he's very stupid and just turns right. So what I'll do is I will follow him along part of the way, then go off the bottom and on the top. I'll wait for him to go back again, back up. Now if I go off somewhere safe, and you can see what I was saying before, the path has now changed. If you follow those 2 ghosts, or just pick one of them and follow them, you'll see that they go around the outside, up there, along there, and back up, and they're out the outside. That pattern is now set until you open the next part of the maze. So what I'll do is I'll wait until that one's gone past. Wait for the second one to go. And now again, their path has changed because the maze has opened up. And if you follow one of them carefully, you'll see they're doing a sort of a double loop. But again, where I am now is perfectly safe, apart from that row at the bottom there. So once he goes past, I'll go back up there. I'm perfectly safe in here again. Until I collect the last of the green ones. And now they're following my breadcrumb trail. So I'll quickly complete that one. First level obviously is very easy. Second level is also very easy. But the good thing about the second level, although I don't need to do it, I can use this one to demonstrate a trick for completing some of the harder levels. So I'll just get the first few gates open. Oh, by the way, are these sounds working?
No, I can hear the sound effects, yeah.
I wasn't sure if I set the zoom right for that, because there's an option that you need to tick. One of the mistakes people make, I've seen people making with this game when they're playing it for the first time on this level, is they get these green pills to the right last because they're closest to the exit. But in practice, you need to get them before the ones to the left. So this is the trick that you need to use later in the game, which is because you're leaving a breadcrumb trail, instead of just collecting those green ones, I'm sort of leading a slightly longer trail. Oops, went too far. And I'll show you why that is now. If you follow these ghosts now, see what they're doing over on the left? Oops, there was one over there that I forgot about. But in principle, if you leave a suitable breadcrumb trail, it slows the ghosts down because they're going off somewhere else. Now what I'll do is I'll just complete this level because the third level is when we actually do need to use that technique. I won't bother playing this level, but it's actually a surprisingly difficult level for so early in the game. What I will do now is I'll come out of this. I won't bother setting the high score. I will go to a hidden menu and I will change the starting screen to 41. And I will start from there. Now, if you look at this level carefully, you'll see it's the first level again, but flipped horizontally and some changes added to it. So it's still fairly easy, but it demonstrates the new way that the ghosts move. I'll just collect most of the red ones first before demonstrating that. Which is that they now have line of sight. Whereas before they get to an obstacle and just turn right, now they get to the obstacle, they look along the paths they can see, and if they see the player, they will go in that direction instead. And if they can't see the player, only then will they turn right. So you can use that to draw them out. Do that again. And I'll draw them along here a bit this time. There, right. Now I'll go in there and, oops, I mucked up. Okay, the game's defeating me, and it's actually a fairly easy level. I go along here, then I go down to there, then I go to there. But you can see the idea in principle. So what I'll do is I'll quit out of that again. One of the things it does do is it will play as you're playing, as you complete levels, it stores that information, so it knows what level you've reached, so you can play the game from the current screen. So this is currently set to 67 because that's where I've reached playing it myself. I won't bother playing that one. What I've also done, though, this version is slightly different from the version which is available, because I've added a thing this morning whereby I've decided that cheats don't prosper. What happens now is if you access that hidden menu, the screen you've reached is reset to 1. So you can't carry on from where you've left off. And that will remain like that until you quit the game and restart, and then you can start building your progress up again. And there's a very simple difficulty level. All it does is make the game very, very slightly slower. Oh, look, it's gone back to 41. Right. I don't know if you can see how much slower it is, but it is marginally slower. Someone actually requested that because they thought it was too fast. Whoops. And that's that. So if I stop sharing, I've got to quit this to do it. Oops. And we're back to normal, hopefully. So there you go. Very quick talk on the evolution of Escape from Xeria and a quick demo. Any questions?
Somebody said challenging levels somewhere along the way there. But if you got, was it 80 altogether?
Yes.
That's going to be some time, even if you're very good, isn't it?
Yes, it will take some time. And some of the levels, the levels I showed you are the easy ones, even though a couple of them defeated me. There are some levels which are
evil,
very, very evil.
Yeah. So whatever the price is, you've got years of guaranteed despair. Maybe, I don't know.
Quite probably, yes. I remember when it was first released back in the original version back in 19 89 or 90, whatever it was. One of the magazines put out a review of it and said the first level was impossible.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think they realised you could go off the edge of one screen, one edge of the screen, and come on the other.
But this is what happens sometimes. I've played some games and I'm going, how do you? And somebody goes, you just do that. You go,
yeah,
I hadn't even considered that. Yeah, yeah.
If you don't do that, if you don't go off the edge of the screen, you can't do it at all.
No, I was looking at it while you were doing it, going, you can't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I missed the price somewhere along the way?
It's £5.
And is it from Pling Store?
Yeah.
Okay.
At some point over the next few days, I will put a demo version up on the software website and probably put it in Pling Store as well, so that people can try it and make sure it works on their systems before committing to buying it.
Yeah, I take it you've tried it on a number of different systems, have you?
I have, yes. Partly the reason I'm going to do that is because someone asked me on Twitter earlier on if 1920 by 1080 is the minimum resolution, which technically it is. But I seem to recall that Pi does a very good job of scaling the output to whatever screen you're on. Although I'm not sure if that's supported by RISC OS anymore. I can't remember. And I have found it, I didn't realize this myself until yesterday, and it is quite obvious thinking about it now, but Virtual RISC PC and RPC EMU scale the display to whatever your native display is as well.
That's right, yeah.
Every time I've been working on the game, if I've been working away from home and I've been working on the laptop, I've made sure I've had it plugged into an external monitor so that I could run it 1920 by 1080 without realizing it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I have a funny way around that. I use some 22-inch sort of TV multi-purpose things, and they scale down from 1920. But if you had something that was 1280 by 720 native without a scaler, you might get stuck.
Yes.
But how many of those are left anymore is a different question.
Yeah. So as long as you're capable of displaying 1920 by 1080 in 60 million colors, it should work.
Yeah.
I mean, the code itself is still largely the 94 code, and that is on a RISC PC. So in theory, if you had a RISC PC with 8 megabytes of video RAM, it would work on RISC PC.
I think that's where RISC PC start to fall down a bit. Yeah.
What about using any mode with this, Vince?
Don't know. Never tried it.
Yeah.
You still have to create a 1920 by 1080 60 million color mode in order to how would any mode support that? I think any mode can scale things up, can it, but not down.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, as I say, using this TV monitor I've got, the advantage is it has built-in scaler going downwards because the native res is the 1280, so it automatically downscales 1920 by 1080. So bizarrely, buying something cheaper than a monitor, or nearly the same price, but with more features, has more features in a useful way. So there you go. Available from Argos and your local supermarket. I think mine was about 120 quid for a 22-inch with Freeview HD tuner. So there you go. Thank you, Ruth. Yes.
Does Lidl have an equivalent of the Aldi sort of mysterious third aisle?
Oh, I've got somebody there that's not got any sound on. Trying to work out whose picture it is.
Was it John Rickman?
It could be John Rickman, yes. I was just having a look, found that somewhere. Or Christopher, somebody else with their sound turned off.
I'm just glancing at the chat to see if there's any other comments there or questions. But I can't see any.
Where am I? Oops, I've gone into a different world. What did I press and why? No, go away. Well, I think it's an absolute bargain, I can safely say.
Yeah, well, the original version I think was £3.50. Then the RISC PC version in '94 was a £5. So adding inflation for the 20 odd years since the RISC PC version, yeah, £5. You've got more levels.
Absolute bargain, yes. Yeah. It's your retirement fund then, obviously.
Oh yeah, probably about 50 quid in total, probably. In the RISC.
Well, I don't know. There's 57 participants. Took it as 10% of those. That's 6, isn't it? So,
I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Did I enjoy updating, rejigging the original? Yes, I did. Which is why I did it, really, because I do what I want to do when it comes to programming, and that looked like fun. And do you plan on any more games in the future? Yes, I've got plans for one to release at the London show. With the London show being about as close as it's going to be to Halloween, I thought a horror-themed game would be a good idea. I've got some ideas for that, but it's been a long time since I've written a game from scratch. So it's a case of don't hold your breath. It might happen, it might not happen. But I also plan to rejig some of the other older ones, with Drop Rock being the next project, giving it the same sort of treatment as Escape from Zero, so higher resolution graphics and more levels. Quite what I can think of to do for a new twist, I don't know yet though, but there should be something available at London, whether it's a new game or another rejig, I don't know yet. And Brian's said zombies. Yes. No, it won't be zombies. No, it's going to be skulls. The graphics are going to be based on photographs of this fella. So he'll chase your player around the screen, and quite possibly this one as well. There's keys in there at the moment, but yeah, I keep my keys in a skull. Yeah, so he'll be chasing the players around as well. That's the plan.
So red and green eyes then, maybe, for good and bad.
Well, their eye sockets are empty, but they were very tasty.
Apparently an Arabian delicacy, sheep's eyeballs, I believe.
Yeah, well.
Never tried it, heard about it. Right, I think we're getting to our 5 o'clock slot, which we've still got a minute or two if there are any more questions. But at 5 it should be a Cloverleaf project with Stefan, and I hope I say this right, Fröhling. So just another couple of minutes for any questions, and then our technicians will swap over. So looking quiet. There are obviously some Plingstore buying at the moment, so can't say anything.
I should say that buying my games helps fund things like Riscosatory.
There we are. Now I do like that, so I should really just go and buy one straight off, shouldn't I? I think there's a lot of people looking at things to buy just like normal shows, so that's good. So, right, well, thanks very much for all that. I think we're round about bang on, 16:59 point something on my clock. So if we can bob over to Cloverleaf project with Stefan Fröhling. Thanks very much. And hello, Stefan. We have your picture there. And just waiting for some sound, I think. If you just want to say hello and we can check.
Can you hear me?
Yep, that's fine. Thanks, Stefan.
Okay, I hope we don't have problems with the bandwidth here. So greetings to UK, and hope everyone is fine there. First, I want to start to talk about my project. What is it about? And number one, I should show you the screen a moment. Okay.
Yeah, that's showing up now, Stefan.
It says my internet is not stable. Okay. Well, basically, it's about my Kickstarter project, but the Kickstarter project was only one way to promote RISC OS, because I wanted to choose another means of marketing RISC OS. So Kickstarter is very international, so I hope to reach many people around the world that are interested in alternative operating systems. And why we need to promote RISC OS? Because we need new users, because the current base is growing less and less. So we need to find new RISC OS users, so to keep RISC OS alive and to get a better platform also for third company parties, that it makes more sense to develop new software for RISC OS. So that was or is my major goal, to find new RISC OS users. The second was to make available alternative hardware. At the moment, we mainly rely on Raspberry hardware. That is fine also because it's very affordable hardware, but they don't cover maybe all areas of hardware that we need to really have a good argument for RISC OS. That is, for example, the existing of a laptop. So therefore, the Rockchip RK3399 is a good choice, because there are many hardware options, not only SBC boards, but there's also one laptop that is available from Pine. And for that, we need the hardware driver for that boards. So I'm working there together with Acorn, and yeah, I want to get enough funding in this project also to finance the works on the hardware drivers for that. Then goal number 3 is to finance the development of the missing drivers for RISC OS, which is Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, NVMe, and USB 3. These developments will not be done all by my company or group. Yeah, for example, the Wi-Fi is maybe more likely to be done by RISC OS development, because they are working on the TCP/IP stack, and the Wi-Fi driver is the next step after a working TCP/IP stack. So I'm happy to forward any funding to that groups that are working on this stuff. Goal number 4 is to provide additional RISC OS applications that are currently missing or not in quality that can be competitive to other operating systems like Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. First of all, we have programmed the ChatCube. That was also like a programming training for my programmers, which never worked for RISC OS before. So that is working already, and I think the result is quite good. And of course, the programming and improvement is still in progress. The next steps there would be that we also include the IRC or the signal messenger, currently implemented. This is already Telegram. And alternatively, we can also make ChatCube available on Android and iPhone as an app. So you can easily use your mobile phone to connect to the RISC OS community. Goal number 5 is improvement of some handling of the graphics user interface. That might be not a point for current RISC OS users because they are used to the handling of it, but it is a big problem for people who come from other systems. I would like that at least to be optional available, like for example, the most click on some windows that are under other windows. The behavior there of other operating systems is simply when you click on these windows and they come in front and you can use them. In RISC OS is not like that. When you click on a window that is under another window, then just the focus is activated in that window. And if you want to get the window in front, you must click on the title bar or some of the side tools. Yeah. And that is sometimes a little bit, well, not very comfortable. But this should be all optional. So current RISC OS users must not be afraid that they cannot use it in the way they want. Yeah, other things are improved keyboard shortcuts support, which are not available on all programs, and the same is about the clipboard, that it seems not to be implemented in all programs. And I would encourage the current programmers of RISC OS to agree for one standard so that the data really can be exchanged between all programs, like it is common ground in Windows or Mac OS or Linux. Yeah. About the filer, there's some things also that I think should be improved, like dragging files to a folder icon should be possible, that the file is copied into that folder, which is currently not possible in RISC OS. And maybe also filer folder tree would also be quite helpful sometimes. Sixth goal is to add some function for the RISC PC emulator that emulates RISC OS on Windows or Linux. These are the mouse wheel support, also clipboard support to exchange data between RISC OS and Windows or Linux. So when you do something in Windows, typing some text or so, then you can easily copy it or transfer it to the RISC OS emulator. And improvement of the meme map, that means that RISC OS understands file names that are used on Windows, so you don't need to change always manually the file type of that files. So then I want to talk about the offers that we have on the Kickstarter. I plan to release the Kickstarter before the show, but that didn't work out because the Kickstarter wanted some changes, and I'm just finished about that, and I hope they will release it then early next week. Okay, so number one reward of the Kickstarter is a kitten pie. This is actually based on Raspberry Pi 4 and is also based on the Acorn Forte. So it's the same technology behind it, only with another case. This is mainly addressed at new RISC OS users, not at the current RISC OS community or Raspberry Pi users that can put together their own system much cheaper. So that is mainly for the clientele that I can reach with Kickstarter, so they can have faster RISC OS computer in their hands. Then the next one is a Cloverleaf Puma, which is then actually based on the ROC chip RK3399, which is one of the main goals of the project to provide this new hardware. And one major advantage of this board is also that it provides fast eMMC storage. It will include standard 32 gigabytes, but it can be expanded also up to 128 gigabyte. Another advantage is the NVMe connector that provides access to the fastest storage devices that currently available. But for that, we will need also to write the drivers. The Cloverleaf Puma case is based on acrylic and can be ordered out in different color combinations. Then the next reward is the laptop that is also RK3399, and that's actually based on the Pinebook Pro. It has a 14-inch display, 4 gigabyte RAM, and 64 gigabyte eMMC as standard. And we will supply also a 32 gigabyte SD card with our Cloverleaf distribution with it. It can run up to 10 hours, depending on what you do. When you do browsing, then it might be less, but it's quite good runtime. Then we will also provide RISC OS distribution that is especially for RK3399 boards. So if you have already the hardware that we base our products on, then you don't need to buy a second unit of that to get hold of the drivers. So that's more convenient for you and for us also. This might work later on different SBC boards, but that must be checked later because it depends hardly on which additional chips they use on the board. So it might work partially, but not completely, depending on what board you install it. And we will try to make it work on much boards as possible, but that is in the future because first we will make it work on the Pine 64 ROC Pro board and on the ROC Pi 4B board also from RATSCA. The Cloverleaf distro is for current RISC OS users or future Raspberry users that want to look into RISC OS. is basically identically with RISC OS Direct, but with some additions and maybe some regrouping and other presentation. What we will be also included is the Clever tool, which is a utility to configure the keyboard, monitor network, and have a lock screen also. Then there's one game, Doom, with 10 shareware levels and 30 freeware levels. PDF Maker and also Spark FS, a full Spark FS with read and write. NetPrint drivers and the desktop that is part of Paolo's open source project, which already provides the changes in the window handling that I was talking about. And it also facilitates the switch of themes and has also dark mode and some additional features which you can read on Paolo's open source page or blog. Then of course the chat group is also included. Then we have a pro distribution, which will also include the Fireworks Pro, data power and print drivers, in addition to the programs that are also in the standard. Okay. Yeah. Then reward number 7 is the ArtCube. That is a new photo editing program that it is aimed as for people who are not so happy with the handling in Autodesk. And it is also planned to have a light version of ArtCube that can replace more or less Paint, which is a little bit outdated in the functionality. So I want to provide a better photo editing program that is a little bit more up to date what is needed today. Then what number 8 is the integration of the IRC client into ChatCube. IRC is quite a famous messenger program for the programming community. So I think that will be a good feature for ChatCube. Next one is a Signal Messenger that is quite popular on mobile phones. That we want then also include into ChatCube, so it's available from your desktop. Next is the Android or iPhone version of ChatCube. So at the moment, of course, there's no RISC OS mobile phone. So with this application, you could use or join with your RISC OS friends in ChatCube from your Android or iPhone. Then one important application that I want to develop is a programming IDE that makes it easier for RISC OS beginners to start programming on RISC OS, because at the moment it's quite difficult to understand what's going on and what tools you need and what libraries you need and what Windows editor program you need and so on. Yeah, so I think that will be a very good step forward for RISC OS to get more popular for people who are used to work this kind of system in Windows or Mac OS or Linux. Desktop, that is the open source project from Paolo, and I included here because that these features that he includes in his project are more or less exactly that what I wanted to achieve in my first Kickstarter project. So I want to support him here. So the fundings that I receive here will go to him as donations, or can be used also for additional programmers to help him to fulfill his open source project. The filer improvements I was talking already before. That is one, the dragging files to folder that should start a copy or move action of that file. Then improved key shortcut support, because at the moment you cannot completely do some actions without using the mouse. So when you start using the keyboard, then you want to probably finish the task what you have in mind with the keyboard and not should switch to the mouse in between. One is a filer tree, would jump between different folders with only one filer window open, and that should include also some functions like last files used or last folders used. So it's faster to get to that folders or to that files. There is also included the thumbnail generation from image files that can be achieved now by what's the name again? Print I or something I forgot the name of. But I want to have this feature as a general feature of RISC OS, so that it is on par with the functionality on other operating systems. Yeah. Then here is the enhancements for the RISC PC emulator that I want to program. This is open source, will be open source then and given to the RISC PC emulator side. This is scroll wheel support, the clipboard support to interchange the data between Windows and Linux, Minimap for the file name translations, then a full screen startup option when you start the RPC emulator, and auto exit when you close the RISC OS. The next comes the NVMe driver that is necessary to access the NVMe storage devices that will be likely programmed by RComp or responsibility by RComp. Here you can see the speed difference between the different storages. With SD cards, you can theoretically achieve 50 megabytes per second, but on Raspberry, for example, it's only 10 megabytes per second. And with the EMC, you can achieve up to 250 for reading and 150 for writing. But with the NVMe storage, you can reach nearly up to 1 gigabyte per second, depending how good the drive is, or the connector, and of course the driver that needs to be programmed. But it's at least 10 times faster than a SD card. The Wi-Fi driver I fear for a complete package, but that, as I said before, will more likely be done by RISC OS development. So I will forward this funds to them. Then I've managed to make a deal with MV software that we will distribute in the future artworks. So it's included here in the Kickstarter, also in a bundle with our ArtCube photo editor. So these two together are €149. That is about 130 pounds. And artworks itself will later be available for €99. That is about 87 pounds from our website. Next reward is a 2D and 3D GPU driver. That will work together with the RK3399 boards, and that is based on an open source project that is called Panfrost, and that is working already on Linux on the RK3399 boards. For example, there it's possible to play Crisis. I have here a video about that, and there should be another video also which demonstrates what can be done with this 3D driver that actually can access the GPU that is on every ARM chip, basically, but not on every ARM chip is the same GPU. So at first, that will work only for the RK3399 SoC, which has the Mali ARM GPU on it. Last but not least is for the rich or wealthy individuals that want to support RISC OS. They can donate €1,000 for works, and they can decide for what is it used, or if they just want to donate it as general and use it for any of the jobs that need to be done. Okay, that's it so far. Yeah, I'm done so far with the presentation. So we can start with the questions, answers.
Yeah, we've running a bit short on time now. I think we've just come up to the 5:30 thing. So I don't know, technicians, can we allow another couple of minutes here and there? I'll just check.
I'm okay with that, if that helps.
Yeah, so a few questions to Stefan then before Andy Marks from RISC OS Bits.
I have one question about the campaign. Can you hear me? Hello?
So yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. Yeah, okay. So it says on the website Kickstarter that we're going to transition our Kickstarter to Indiegogo, and after that relaunch with a logo goal at Kickstarter. So I'm just wondering why two sites, and what about the Indiegogo mentioned here? I mean, I would think it would be enough to have it only on Kickstarter.
Well, the original idea behind that was that there's other clientele on the Indiegogo, but at the moment, well, it depends. I'm not sure I will do it in Indiegogo because I have some other project going on also. So that's not decided yet. This was more old information from 6 months ago.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Any more questions for Stefan?
Yes, Stefan. Seems like a lot of goals there. So is that going to distract if you have so many goals that it's not so focused?
Yes or no. I mean, we have only limited programmers. And I mean, some of the jobs will be done anyhow by other programmers, like for example, the hardware implementation for the RK3399. That will be all done by Acorn. Then, like the desktop project that is at the moment done by Paolo, and then we must see also like the Wi-Fi stuff that is also more likely done by Acorn or RISC OS development. And then it depends how much funding we get for each of the tasks, and then we must decide, okay, it makes sense to continue that part, or we say this is not enough and we will stop that, and then you refund the amount, or the funders can decide, okay, they distribute that funding to other parts. Yeah, but some of the tasks we want to do anyhow, even if we don't get enough funding, like for example the programming IDE. I think that is an interesting project for the future, so that we will do anyhow, regardless of how much funding we get. And my goal is mainly to well, improve RISC OS, so it really can be competitive to the other operating systems. Yeah, and that is not only I can do that by myself, but all other RISC OS programmers must also work on that goal. Yeah, for example, improve the quality of the software in RISC OS, for example, like including the full clipboard support that I of course cannot do when they don't change their own programs that enables this feature.
Okay, if that's the end of the questions, well, say thank you very much to Stefan and wish you all the best with the project, and we'll pass over to Andy Marks of RISC OS Bits. Thanks very much. Okay, bye. Okay, technical elves, off we go.
Okay, hello, and I'm going to try and share my screen in usual clunky fashion, but I'll give it a go. And I'll even run that. There we go. So if you came to the Wakefield meeting, virtual meeting in March, then I'm sorry, this is going to feel quite repetitive. There are only so many days in a month, and I've spent a lot of them doing other stuff, so it's not going to be fantastically different. It might be a bit condensed because I had a bit longer there though. So first off, I'm going to do a bit of a quick run through the things that I have on my stand, given that it is a virtual show. So some of the little things that would be available, such as the Delta Pi case, which is a really small compact case for a Raspberry Pi 3 or a Pi 4, comes with a custom adapter board that you can see there for a Pi 3 at the side, but has a similar one for a Pi 4 with 2 micro USB ports. As an optional extra, you could try and cram cables in there if you really wanted to. Turning it on and off might become tricky. But there you go, it'd be a reasonably simple thing to do. The next ones are the cheap and cheerful Thorin set of cases. So there are some really, really simple wooden cases for the Raspberry Pi 3 and 4 with a selection of cutouts to suit your preferences, really, and then some slightly expanded ones should you want to add a hard drive underneath or something like that, and just gives it a bit more of a robust feel. And then there's the disc round cases, which some of the technical elves have recently purchased, and the ghostly ones, which you can see there, and that really doesn't do it justice. If you can still see my camera and I can get the light right, you can see what kind of day glow effect the acrylic has, especially on the edges. It looks quite day glow. The Slim Jim case, which is a media center case for, as you can see there, the iJet version 5. It'll also fit a Raspberry Pi 3 or a Raspberry Pi 4 and an SSD, and it has markings and cutouts for those. And they're proving particularly popular on Etsy with people who want custom holes cutting in for things like TV hats and things like that. So probably, I'm guessing, not necessarily RISC OS users, and are more likely to be coming from another particular OS. The Pilot case, which is a development from an earlier case with a slimmer build, more ventilation, and just a sleeker look. So there's one there where you can see the holes on the front for the Pi 4, and more honeycombing on the bottom so that it's cooler even with a Raspberry Pi 4, but at that point it still kind of needs that extra active cooling inside. And then the PiPod 4. So the first thing that we ever did was the PiPod with a Raspberry Pi 2, I believe. And then we've developed that. It didn't take much developing for the Raspberry Pi 3 and the 3B, but for the 4, we've had to completely redesign the carrier plate and use the extender board to bring everything out to the one side to make it easier to work with. So the bigger things that we do at the moment, and we originally launched this at London last year, is the Pi Hard 4, which is I would say an upgrade to the original Pi Hard, but it's a complete rebuild with a new, as you can see there, walnut and glass effect case, which makes it fit quite nicely on your telly stand, really, rather than necessarily in your office or in your computer room. It can be used in a range of places without looking too out of place. It has the advantage of having full-size HDMI ports rather than micro HDMI ports, and it integrates a 2.5-inch SSD inside there, and comes in a range of off-the-shelf models, I guess, and bespoke models. If you want something specific and we can make that fit, we can add extra layers to the case if you need extra height. There's a whole range of things we can do to make that fit exactly what you need, be that again for RISC OS or Linux or whatever. The delta effect of the case you can see there, the kind of off square shape of it, and there's plenty of room for the Wi-Fi hat, and it's proved to be quite popular with people wanting to fit the Wi-Fi hat inside with or without the real-time clock. And you can stand it up like that, or you can lay it flat depending on how you prefer that to be. We've done different versions with different coloured end plates, different coloured mid slicers. People want a whole range of things that goes into there. And I'm not sure what the bit about the stamped ITX case is there. I think that's crept through from somewhere else. And we've got those ready to go now. Off-the-shelf ones are literally, as it says, off the shelf. But we can customize those to meet your specific needs. What we're currently working on as well is a way to close off the end of the case. That came out of some work that we were doing on the piano, whichever you want to call it, that I'll show you later. But it gave us some opportunities to do some work around closing that off, but leaving all the venting for the air to escape. It does have sort of fairly substantial passive cooling in there, but we find people often do want the reassurance of a fan. So we've looked at that, and especially if we close off the front side, that's going to be a useful thing to be able to do. The Delta Pi Lite is a literally slimmed down version of that. We take a few slices out because there's no hard drive in there, and there's just a USB drive. There's an internal USB port that we use for that. That obviously all leads to a reduction in price. And again, on our new piehard.co.uk website, there's a customization form for that. So you can say exactly what you want it to be. Do you want 2, 4, or 8 gigabytes? And how much USB storage do you want? What size SD card do you want? Anything within that. Again, we can add extra slices. We probably can't take any out because I think it'd be a bit too small for the adapter board, but we can add bits in depending on what you want. And we can do different shades of wood, different end plates in different materials, pretty much whatever you want. As somebody said at the Wakefield show, it's like the red bubble of the RISC OS world, really. Now the other one which we're doing at the moment is the Fortress, which is in a bit of a departure for us. Is an off-the-shelf case, and a very nice off-the-shelf case, which is why we looked at it, because it's quite a substantial piece of kit being made sort of largely out of aluminium, and because of its heat dissipation system and an active fan, we just set those up to run at 2.147 gigahertz out of the box. They very rarely get anywhere near 60 degrees. They mainly top out at around 50, unless you're running, I don't know, something like an emulator at full pelt for a long time. But we've had some fan control software implemented for that, which means that the fan can run at varying speeds at varying times depending on how hot the case is, which keeps it ticking over nicely at really low temperatures. The fan and the heat dissipation of the case does manage to keep it particularly cool. It has a dual drive system in there with an M2 SSD drive for reliable storage, as alongside the SD card that the firmware comes on, and we use the rest of the SD card for backup. So we've got some software that, to all intents and purposes, hides the SD card from the end user unless they want to see it, which is proved to be a bit of a saving grace in some cases, where people have kind of mucked up their boot sequence on the SSD, but the copy that's on the SD card that's been hidden, they haven't tampered with, is an easy drop in to get that going as well. And it's got a hidden GPIO access panel as well, with a little magnetic cover, which I tend to find really useful because the size of the case is, I'll show you, is there, So minuscule really in comparison to most other cases with that kind of capability. It fits really nicely in your pocket. So having the cover for the GPIO panel is really useful when I drop it in my pocket and go somewhere else. Portables are great, and I've got an ARM book myself and I like it, but most places I go tend to have a keyboard, a mouse and a monitor that I can just plumb into. I just take one of those, and it's a lot easier to do that than carrying around a laptop, which is quite obvious because that's just in my jacket or my back pocket. But that little cover for the GPIO ports does really well there. It comes with 2 GB of software as standard, and then there are some optional commercial add-on packs available for that, including games packs from Tony at Amcog that are available as optional extras. Some people might want just standard run-of-the-mill software. Most people, I suspect, have pretty much got everything that they need. So a few little bits of freeware here and there that they might have had once and have lost, or they might not know exists, is quite useful. If they want that extra bit, there's the commercial software that they can add on. And if they just want to entertain themselves with the computer, then as we saw this morning, Tony's games are going to keep you amused for hours. I'll be off to speak to Vince after this, see if we can bundle those as well. Because of the nature of the Pi 4 with the high performance memory, that's been useful in terms of how much we've got, and we might be able to use 2 GB if we're really lucky. We might in a few years be able to scrape 4. I'm not sure anytime soon we'll be getting near using 8 GB, even though it's available. But the speed of that makes a massive difference when combined with the 2+ gigahertz CPU. It makes a massive difference to the performance of the machine, with people commenting that it's effectively doubled the speed of some of the things that they were doing on those machines with slower processors just by upgrading that. And then as I said, we had software written to control the fan, but it also controls the entire power for the system. So it allows it to power on from an external switch that's built into the case, power off from that same switch with a set double press, and when you power down from the desktop and you see the little box that says you want to reset, after a couple of seconds, I'll show you this in a minute, the little box disappears and the machine powers down completely. So hopefully I should be able to show you that in practice on this video. The guy who did the programming said he spent far too long doing this, but he wanted it to look like a 1970s telly on BBC Two at 11 o'clock. So you can see it disappears completely there, and then after a while it goes off. So as you'd expect with a Pi-based system, it's got the gigabit Ethernet port, 4 available USB ports for RISC OS, obviously running at USB 2 speeds rather than USB 3. But it does have the advantage of the full-sized HDMI ports with up to 4K graphics output. And although it's not mentioned on there, it has an AV port as well, so that you can take audio directly into headphones rather than just over HDMI, as would come as standard, really. So some of the other things that we've looked at is we're rolling out a system of over-the-air OS updates. So when we've tested and checked a new operating system, you can click on an app on the computer, which will check our servers to see if there's a new version. If there is, it will allow you to install it. If there isn't, it'll tell you to come back later if that's what you want to do. And if you install it and you decide it's not for you, it will roll back to the previous version, and that's without anybody having to log on anywhere or do anything like that. It's just a case of using the software. It logs into our servers, gets that update. If you choose to go rogue, as it were, and install your own operating system from the RISC OS Open downloads, then that's fine. If you run the update system later, it will check to see what you've got and say, look, there is a newer version available. If you want to have a go with that, you can do. There's no pressure. You can use it if you want. You don't have to. It doesn't make any difference. It's a pie after all. And then one thing that we're working on, we've hit a bit of a stumbling block for now, but we're trying to work on it, is to boot to Linux from within RISC OS and then back again. And I've got a little bit of a video of that. It takes a while just to get started, because I was trying to record it with an HDMI recording software. And boy, that's not as easy as it looks, is it? It took me quite a while to get one that would do anything with any level of clarity. And then when I'd got one, the amount of pause you get is sometimes difficult. So it looks like the Linux loader for the Titanium, and we did that on purpose so that it's at least a consistent view. Click on the load, you can see some Raspberry Pi firmware stuff there. And what looks like the rainbow screen of death, but isn't. And after a brief while, and there we are in Linux. Okay, so that's without me doing anything other than clicking on a penguin, which is not a nice place to be on a Saturday afternoon. As you can see, Linux is working as you would expect. That's a really nice website. A couple of things to look at there. From the rock show, to be fair, the special offers for rock members is still live, bizarrely. A look at some other really nice websites, just to show that that's working quite well. I'll let you absorb all that. And there's the option to just go off and buy those. Now that will have changed today because we've updated it with our new computer, which I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so we'll close the browser and then you can see the little icon there. Double click that, computer will shut down. A little bit of Raspberry Pi firmware in a minute. There we go. A very nutty splash screen coming up. Any minute now. There we go. And it's rebooting back into RISC OS. Now, at no point did I have to touch anything other than the mouse button to click on the icon in RISC OS to get into Linux and the icon in Linux to get back into RISC OS. So we've got a few little issues to iron out with that shouldn't take long, mainly around renaming cards and stuff like that. But once we've got that resolved, we should be okay. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the piano, which is a new system that we've just developed. It's based on a media center kind of approach to things, with frosted effect there and a nice small case. It's got a fan built in at the top, and it's got some passive heat dissipation inside, and then venting slots that you might be able to see through there, just to allow it to cool a bit better. Can stand it either way up, and when it's in use, there's some soft glow illumination through the frosted acrylic that I'll perhaps show you later on. It's got a simple internal USB drive for extra storage, as well as the micro SD, and again there's easy access to the GPIO, and again it's designed to allow you to fit a hat, maybe a Wi-Fi hat in there. As with the Fortress, it comes with 2 GB of software as standard with optional packs for extra things that you might want. And it's entry level in as much as it's the cheaper end of the range. So it comes in at £139 for a base model, and again has the usual ports you'd expect: twin full-size HDMI ports and that dedicated audio port. And as you can see from that, you can see the matte effect on the acrylic rather than the usual gloss. And we've carefully crafted it so that any retaining screws for anything are, apart from the 4 corners, are held inside and not exposed, so you can stand it anyway up and it'll be a nice smooth flat surface. And then with the glow, that's the machine actually turned on, and it's perhaps not as garish as that looks on screen, but that's kind of the effect that you get. The blue LED in the fan mixed with the red and occasionally green of the Pi gives quite a nice shimmer to that. Okay, so a couple of other things we're doing at the moment. We're working on doing an ITX case for the Pi 4. We've got an adapter at the back to fit in the back to carry a Pi 4 and an adapter. We've been working on some software for another off-the-shelf Pi 4 case, but when I say off-the-shelf, unfortunately, they're a bit like rocking horse poo and quite difficult to get hold of. So we've kind of got that on hold for a minute. We're going to do some more work on the easy dual operating system so that you can run Linux and RISC OS on the same thing. And again, if you come last, people have stolen your thunder. We were working on some ITX stuff with a carrier board for the Compute 4 module. We were hoping to have one here today, but I don't know, post seems slow, as Chris Evans alluded to earlier when he was talking about that Brexit thing. So there you go. Time for questions if you've got any.
Andy, can you save the files between RISC OS and Linux?
You can, because we use a FAT32 disk in the process. So as long as you save it to that disk, it'll be available on the other system and vice versa.
Brilliant.
Andy, any plan for cases where we will be able to handle RGB lights via USB for the future?
I haven't really thought about it, but I'm sure it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I know some people have bought an off-the-shelf, a slightly customized off-the-shelf case, and their plan is to put LEDs inside there as well. So I'll ask them what they're doing and get back to you.
Thanks.
Okay, brilliant. That means I either confused you all loads or I told you exactly what you wanted to hear. I'm not really sure.
It's called a stunned silence, I think.
Yeah, just one quick question, Andy.
Yep.
Wispy, the Orange Pi version.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that sort of now defunct?
You see, I noticed that they've developed an Orange Pi 02, which has a faster processor, a quad-core faster processor, a gigabyte of RAM, and a load of other things. It's slightly more expensive. And then I realised, I think halfway through, that the only advantage of the Wispy over some of the off-the-shelf things like the Wispy V was the fact that you could run Firefox in a window. And now Iris seems to be coming up on the rails. It kind of makes it slightly redundant that we should be relying on another operating system to do some of that web browsing, really, when it's going to cost a bit more.
Still got 40%.
that sounds sensible.
Yeah. I'm still tempted to buy one though, just to see.
You can't resist playing, can you?
No. And that's the problem.
I've been told it's not work if you enjoy it. So,
oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
yeah. Right. Well, we've still got 50 people hanging around in the room, so I think we might be having chat for hours afterwards. But does anyone else have any more questions for Andy? And then we can let him get off and get his tea, unless he's going to join in the chat room.
No, I'm definitely going for the tea option.
I thought you might. I'm good. Some more sustenance shortly. Yeah.
Definitely time for G&T.
G&T. There you are. That's a different sort of tea.
No, I've had my mug of tea. Yeah, thanks for doing a good job this afternoon, Peter.
Yeah, well, I've managed to sneak out at all the right places, I think. Don't want to notice too much.
No, I don't think so. But thanks to you and thanks to all our speakers.
Technical team, I think technical team.
Oh, I'm getting
show
there.
Their faces.
I'm getting there, yes. So thanks for all our guests today, our speakers, and also to all you in the audience, whatever you like to call it. And also to Chris Hughes for organising the show. He's had a bit less to do this year. He hasn't had to worry about table layouts and stuff like that and printing lots of things off, but he's still kept him busy. And particularly to Ruth Gunstone and Steve Fryatt for doing a lot to do with the Zoom meeting and the live streaming and the graphics and all the stuff associated with it. Done a good job. Cracking. I've now got a hole in my left arm to match the hole I had in my right arm.
Oh, right, yes.
Jab number 2,
Jab 2,
10 to 5. I haven't keeled over yet.
And you weren't driving, so that's all right.
I'm very impressed with my little cheapo Samsung 10-inch tablet. It's been on the whole. It's been on for the whole show. The screen's been on the whole time at reasonable brightness. And it's still got 41% battery left. That's not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
I was expecting it to go flat yonks ago.
Yeah. So is it chat time now? And how is this going to be administered? Do we know?
Not administered at all, I think. Free for
Somebody
all.
presses the off button when it gets boring.
Free for all, yeah.
You could open a few rooms for private chats, I suppose.
No, I don't know about that sort of thing. Well, there is something I was trying to find downstairs at some point. I think it was Paolo was asking about an old PC keyboard adapter that runs from A400s. I have an A400 downstairs, and I was trying to find that keyboard adapter. Went out to the normal RISC quadrature mouse,